secret clearance, been in the Army 12 years, has 3 deployments under his belt. He speaks 5 languages fluently. He's a fucking cool ass, badass dude. And that
Uh-huh.
is the guy that's getting caught in the crossfire, right? That's the
Yep.
guy that's getting singled out, a U.S. soldier, right? And so when people come at me and say that I'm attacking and I'm making it more difficult for the black man, nah, bro, you are. You are
No
doing it.
facts.
I'm at the end reporting what your actions are doing to your own people that you're trying to blame me for. No, I'm just showing the result of your behavior, right? And you know what? And the very guy that got denied from the country, you know, he's not frustrated with me, right? He's tired of y'all shit.
No facts. And here's the thing, Rob, you reported on all groups of men. So this narrative, let's dead this narrative that Rob is a racist that's hyper focused on black men. Cause he's talked about all y'all need to do is go down his Instagram page. Stop cherry picking. Whatever y'all want to know, it's out there in the public. And you will see every race of man on his page. It's just some of y'all are just sensitive. Can't nobody say nothing about you. Or like it's just crazy. But here's my whole thing too. Again, all of this talk about, oh, I spoke on y'all. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna remind y'all, we're gonna go back to the very beginning of this. Before I play this, I'm
Well,
gonna play the video of what pissed y'all off.
but Mariah, if
Play what?
I
And
was gonna
before,
say, just
go,
before that, briefly, which I don't, like I said, my head almost hurt from going through this shit because I've been in this space for a long time. I must be a racist because I came into the space along with a guy named
Mm-hmm.
Peso, 2 black men, and we were banging on passport bros for the very same reason, their negative behavior, the stuff that they were doing. The problem we ran into, and we're talking like 5 years ago. So there's not
Mm-hmm.
a single thing that you or Rob have ever said that me and Peso Man haven't said and said even loudly. I don't play the passport bro, it's all men. I'm like, no, they black men. They're dominated
That's
by
what
black men, they're full of fucking YNs. This is what this ideology and movement is. I don't say all black men that travel are passport bros because I'm never one. I'm not one. I don't accept it. But if you choose to be in that ideology, that's what the fuck you are. I'm not gonna play these word games with anybody. Well, oh, a passport bro isn't this, a passport bro isn't that. Because even the guy BMT, who supposedly coined the term, I told him as long as you're letting people out here run around, sort of doing that gang stuff, false flagging, claiming they passport bro, doing goofy shit, and then when they do goofy shit, you do nothing to call it out. So now there are some channels here and there that are starting to speak up, but I'm like, y'all let the name get too far gone in the mud.
and why are they starting? Why are they speaking up now? Because they weren't the first,
Right.
right?
It's
Because other
certainly
people are. And here's the thing, I want to just finish on this real quick. So this is the guy that
Mhm.
messaged me earlier. He's in my DMs. I'll cover up his name. All right. You see how he says in that thing, he's saying, I'm the guy in this story. You notice that story, that reel has over 20,000 views. If I'm all care about the engagement, that story and reel is gone. Because I ain't trying to tear the black man down out at all. When I found out who that dude really is and what he really is and isn't about, that shit's off the internet. Because I want to
Yeah,
help
you
that
do
guy,
do that.
right? I want to
Yeah,
help
that's
that
one thing
guy.
I noticed about you, Rob. As soon as you notice that the story is not correct, you will take it down. You go ahead and take it down.
and I know
Uh,
a young lady that literally has been that was an undercover cop. She wasn't in no pay for play space or anything. But like you said, when you're putting up people's images and things like that without knowing people's background or space like that, because she was actually mad at another woman for doing it, and it was some innocent type information. She was like, "Look, I'm an undercover cop. I don't want my image out there. This could jeopardize." So people are just reckless and careless and don't care.
Yeah,
yeah,
that guy has top secret clearance, works for the federal government, man. But here's the other part of my thing is I know what I'm doing and why I'm doing, and despite that, right? I'm still trying to get myself educated so that good people don't get caught in my crosshairs. Like that guy right there, I'm trying to help. I don't want his image out there, right? I want to try to help. I am trying to help that guy, but I'm still trying to modify my own message to make it very clear about who I'm speaking about, which is everybody.
Yeah.
Right.
And I would just make it sure, if you choose to hang on to that name, if you choose to continue on that flag, that's like somebody fighting to be a member of the KKK or fighting to be a member of the Nazi party. You just goofy for it. You know what the name means. Just let it go. It doesn't stop you from traveling. It doesn't stop you from dating. It doesn't stop you from pay for play. Why do you want to associate yourself with that movement? So the bottom line is, walk like a duck, talk like a duck is a duck. There's nothing good. If you a passport bro, you a fucking goofball. There are no good passport bros.
Here go Fearless. I see you watching like you always do. What up? Ronan proved we've been speaking up since 2020. This is such childish rhetoric. Okay, so what? You was one of the first to do it. You know, you just like Soulja Boy. You know how Soulja Boy be? Do you know who that is? You know how Soulja Boy be like, it was me that did it first. I did everything first. Who cares? Now somebody's coming along and they're saying the same thing you've been saying. So it means that they're in alignment. So instead of you being a hater because he's white, then you should be trying to team up. But instead, you're choosing to be racist.
Hey, but what I will say about Fearless and Ronan, I loved being on that panel and talking to them because of all the panels that I have been on, where especially with men in the space, I feel like we got the farthest because we did talk and engage on things and had conversations, and they taught me some things that I appreciate for sure. And I'm not talking about any of the stuff that has anything to do with you or anyone else. The stuff that has to do between me and them and how my stuff might impact them and whatnot. So I can appreciate the conversation that we had. I wish that more people would start having those conversations. Shit, I woke up today in my DMs and I opened it up. This guy opened up with, yo, I want to fight you at the boxing match. He's like, I'm not a passport bro. I actually don't like the passport bros, but I still want to beat you up, because his whole thing was he thought he assumed I was racist. Yo, me and that guy became friends today, right? Because we just had a conversation throughout the whole day, and he's like, shit, man, I haven't seen any of his comments, but I guess he's been blasting my ass in some of my post comments, and he's like, bro, I'm sorry for some of that shit because it ain't even it ain't real. But man, what I'm getting at is, man, having conversations back and forth and people being willing to listen and understand the other one is how you move forward. That's even how I'll come on here, I'll go on there, and I'll sit back and listen and talk to anyone. Like, if you're going to just go crazy and we ain't going to get anywhere, like, you know, like Homie Sub, the first one, which was good. We sat there for long, and it was good overall. But I pretty much had a whole panel of guys. I had guys tell me they're about to come snipe my ass and shit like that. Like, bro, we're not getting anywhere like that, man.
But Robert, I'm going to be so for real with you, Robert. I understand you're coming in good faith, but anybody can see. I'm gonna show y'all. Anybody can see they're not, and it was supposed to be a takedown. That's why. We did our research. How the hell you did your research, and this man had to explain to you like 5 different times what his business model is, which is high ticket sales and media buying. The man kept saying that. You kept acting like you didn't understand. You should have known that when you came into it. Then when y'all bring that pre-made chart up, the whole point of y'all bringing up all the other black men and in that pre-made chart comparing Robert to BMT is you trying to say people should not listen to Robert because there's already black men in the space that's been doing it so long and we've been doing it so long. So here's the thing. Robert is cool. He coming into it with good faith. He don't see the setup. He don't see the sneak hating. He didn't see the agenda. He didn't see what y'all was trying to do.
I'll say this. I have a great deal of respect for Ronan and Fearless. Absolutely, as men, I have a great deal of respect for them. I just outright disagree with them on their stance on the issue. So that's why I've always respected them. They've always respected me. They've, gave me, I can go to their platforms. So I definitely support them 1,000%. And I literally would say they give some great advice. The way I look at it is we're all like this travel space. It's almost like a medical thing. I might look at it and say, I see a heart issue. They may look at it and say it's a kidney issue. I'm saying, I think they have the wrong diagnosis. But the advice that they
course.
would give you for the treatment is great advice if it really was a heart issue. I'm like, it's not a heart issue. It's a kidney issue. I think I have the better diagnosis of what the problem is because they leave too much space.
Agency builds bigger.
They
I'm sorry.
It's okay. They leave too much space for these young men.
I got a call.
They do call out some. They absolutely do. But I think they'll personalize it and say, I'm not like that. So I'm not going to try to fix the problem going one at a time. Well, this one's good, this one's bad, this one's good. No. We see as a whole collective, you got two governments deeming the passport bros. Brazil says it's a criminal organization, and now Colombia is saying that. The DR is going to be next. What more does it take for you fucking goofballs to realize the movement is trash? When you got two governments labeling it that way. I don't get it. I ain't that damn smart.
Here's the thing. With him saying that, if I was to invite y'all to come on this panel, y'all would be attacking me, and I have a way more moderate position. But y'all will literally, this happened before, we've been on panel, he will literally be going real hard on y'all, and I'm very moderate, and y'all will attack me just because I'm the woman. Y'all will attack me just because I'm the woman. Fearless, you need to, racism is a mental illness. Looking through everything through the lens of race, it truly is a mental illness. I said if I dated 99 black women and one white woman, they would hate on me. Who is that? Who is that you talking about? Because I don't care. I'm biracial. So who are you talking about? You must be talking about other people. But honestly and truly, who cares? Like, what are we talking about here? I do not care. I never told y'all nothing about dating outside y'all race. And here's another thing I want to say before I get into this. I will forever say this because I've seen a lot of y'all in this space. Y'all will talk about, and I've seen those passport bro group chats, then WhatsApps, what y'all be saying about black women, and y'all don't be checking each other. Y'all will talk about black women like you are the forthcoming of the Ku Klux Klan, but then want to try to have the nerve to get on Rob about anything. When y'all the most racist towards y'all own women. Y'all say the most foul shit about y'all own women. I don't get on my channel and talk bad about black men. When I'm talking about men, I be talking about men in general. Get on here and promote messages like, y'all will never see me get on here and tell American women, stop dating men in the United States. Because honestly, truly, these men be men everywhere. Okay? People struggle.
We're not struggle. Please be clear that you're talking about the space in general, not these gentlemen, not any particular group. But I've seen those messages.
I'm just speaking in general.
Yeah.
I'm speaking in general. I don't see these men. I don't watch Ronan and Fearless, so I don't know. I really don't know what they said about black women, to be honest.
They've never said
but
anything.
What I do know is y'all allow other black men in the space to talk cash money shit, and y'all ain't having no meeting with the principal with them. Y'all not having no come to Jesus meeting with them and asking people, why are you supporting such and such? They be talking so bad about black American women. So I'm not trying to hear none of that shit. None of y'all complain until y'all come correcting behind black women. I don't want to hear shit y'all got to say about the American white man. Because y'all work, when it comes to y'all own women, some of y'all in this space is way worse. The white men don't even be bothering black women. Y'all way worse. So I'm not trying to hear none of that. I do not care. Start checking these men about what they say about black American women, and then maybe I will take your racial grievances seriously. Until then, I'm not. Okay, so let's start here.
You in the question why you throw that name around so freely, cross associating
He's talking about passport bros.
everybody with bad behavior to that name, because I'm a veteran. I'm not a passport bro, but I don't throw that name around like that because I understand what it means for brothers to be able to travel freely without being negatively affected by the name or being associated to it.
So I throw the name around because that's what locals call everybody. So I'm just speaking the language of how it's already being spoken by them, right? If you go ask them, right, what you think about all the guys that are coming into Medellin, all the single guys that come to visit, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, the passport bros. They don't separate it, right? I'm actively actually trying to work on separating that right now as we speak, because here's the deal. When it comes to my content, the people that kind of, I guess, roll with me, right? Because I'm in a place now where you either love me and you roll with me, or you hate me, right? And which I'm good with, because if you want to talk about my marketing background, yes, I need to be absolutely right there. That's how you continue to grow. Okay, 100%, right? The people that follow me, right, are against all the goofy stuff that goes on. They actually get pissed off when I post too much about Passport Bros and the stuff that's going on. They don't want to see it. They literally in my DMs like, stop talking about those guys. We don't want to care. We don't care. Start focusing back on the other stuff.
What if I told you your next semester could be in Paris or Madrid? At She.
Okay. And don't take this the wrong way. Like I said, I do my research, and I looked at your background. I looked at, and believe me, I'm a marketing genius when it comes to a lot of different things. I've been in sales for 40 years. Okay. So when I compare your setup and what your mentorship is and what you're teaching people, it's similar, if not almost identical, just repackaged to what a Passport Bro is. Do you realize that?
It's not even close. It's not even close.
It's really not. I'm explaining.
What I'm teaching has nothing to do with going to find and date women. I'm not a dating coach. I'm teaching guys skills to make money that get them geographically free. That's what I'm doing. The whole Passport Bro thing was built around guys getting going outside the country to find women they can date, right? Their dollars go farther, right? So I'm not a dating coach at all. So I don't associate myself like that at all. But I could see where guys maybe try to tie it in together. But again, I'm not even against any group of people. I call out behavior. Right? If guys went and traveled and stopped posting stupid shit online and kept what's supposed to be in the dark, and we weren't getting kicked out of countries and being denied, all that stuff, you would never hear me talk about any of that at all. But it's impacting everybody, right? The behavior of a few is impacting everybody. And isn't that how typically life goes, right? Where rules and laws get put into place because a few people ruin it for everybody.
So you're kind of echoing what we've said before. So, that's why I said, do you think that?
Okay, so
the fact
I'm going to explain to y'all. So this is what y'all did. This was a whole hit piece, right? Where y'all were trying to make it seem like Robert stole his whole shit from the Passport Bros and is now trying to tap into your market. So these are the core similarities. Men should build the ability to live abroad, rebuild through discipline and choice. Location alone will not fix poor habits. A stable life abroad with income and structure. Okay, so I'm going to tell y'all what's the main difference as somebody who's actually in Robert's Live Abroad Academy, and yes, I am a woman. Ronan, you said several times that you just simply had an issue with me being a woman in this space. You said it during this live, and you said it on the Dominican route. Robert's Move Abroad Academy, I can tell through, I'm going through it as a woman, and I'm not the only woman. There are other women in there, and guess what, guys? It's predominantly white men. So y'all acting like he's not going to have any clientele if people in this space don't want to join. It's just false. If you want to join, it will be beneficial. But if you don't want to join, that ship has sailed. I'm trying to let y'all know it's taking off regardless. So either you're going to get the money and the skill set, or other groups of men are going to get the money and the skill set. Either way it goes, the academy is a success. And if any of y'all join the community, you will see that. Hold on, Robert. Furthermore, I want to say this. The Live Abroad Academy is basically kind of like a job training program more than anything, with the additional benefits of you learning about the visa systems and how to get, how to live abroad. It's a really great program, but it's not talking to you about women or dating or how to get women or anything like that. And though I can tell the course was designed mainly with men in focus, it also is inclusive of women. It's not a keep the women out. This is a brotherhood type of thing, right? He's a man. It was designed with men in mind, but women can join. So that's a huge difference. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I want to touch on something real quick, and like not just because it was something that Ronan said there about the being a marketing genius and stuff like that, and I'm gonna make it really clear. I've been in this space for 3 months. 10 days of it I was shut down. The last 30 days, Instagram had me restricted where they did not show my content with non-followers. Guys, it took me less than 3 months to exceed what anyone is doing here monetarily. And I did it with 2 posts on an Instagram account that had been up for a couple months. When it comes to marketing, we are not the same. I have ad campaigns running across the whole damn planet, right? We are not the same at all. Nothing against BMT here or whatever. Like we aren't in the same stratosphere, guys. Like it's not me that's gonna try to be like anyone else here. Like y'all could take some notes from learning from me, because in 3 more months from now, like that, if you guys are mad about what I'm doing right now, like you're gonna be really mad then, because I haven't even turned on the ads yet. And that's what guys were getting at last night, thinking about it's just content and this organic and these YouTube streams. Guys, I'm gonna the Live Abroad Academy is gonna be a multi-7-figure business in a matter of a few months. I don't even need a YouTube stream. Fuck, I don't even fuck around on YouTube or any of that. Like, no, the reason that people are mad is I'm doing pretty much the exact opposite of what a lot of the travel space is doing, and I'm about to 10x what you guys are doing. And instead of collaborating, which I bring up, and helping, which I'll be more than happy to do, to help guys, find different ways to carve different paths, because the whole like sex party content and all the parties and the yacht parties and that shit is going away, right? You ain't going to be able to continue to hang on it. So you're going to have to pivot at some point. And I could be that ace in your pocket willing to help you go in that direction, but don't get it twisted, because when it comes to marketing master, like there was one on that panel last night and he's here on this one tonight.
Can I add one thing too? Let me ask you guys a question. How many of y'all know BMT well, or his content? Because I'm here to tell you, everything that's next to his name, none of that shit applies to him. Zero. He wish it was. BMT, if you watch his library of content, he's one of the top male black women bashers. All his content is about black women in Atlanta. They ain't this, they ain't that. That's why we going overseas for better women. There is passport bro ideology that speaks highly critically negatively, almost exclusively, of black women in the state. They got high body counts, they got STD, they have a bunch of single baby mothers. That he's regurgitated this shit for years. So I'm like, none of this shit here is BMT. So that's why I don't know if that's Rob. Rob, that shit may not apply to you. I don't know you. I do know BMT. None of that shit is what BMT was at all the boat parties with the hoes. He fucked with all the worst of the worst, the J Rellos and all of them. I'm sitting there saying it. So to me, it just falls flat, because I'm like, that's not BMT. Or you ain't been watching his shit. Or you ain't been listening to this fool. Because when me and Peso Man was going after him relentlessly, yes, we had to do the research and the work and to call him out, but it was easy for him to say, fuck that nigga, he's a hater. And of course, everybody gang dog powder, fuck them niggas, they a hater. But he's got a kid now, and he's supposedly maybe or maybe not married now. I don't care what you are today. And my position has always been, if any of these guys to say, hey, I was wrong, I've changed, fine, that's okay. But they just want to walk away from all the damage they did. And I'm like, he damaged a lot of young men's minds, because that's who their core audience is 21 to 25-year-old kids. And they listen to this shit. They're already struggling in the dating world. And now you jaded them to believe in, oh, fuck all these black women in the States. Go overseas, get you a whore, wipe them up. This old crazy shit. This is what he promoted. So I don't see how any of that aligns with the shit they're saying. That's what they're saying about him. I'm calling bullshit on all of it.
Now, hold on real quick. Okay. Another thing I want to bring up, I'm going to go ahead and get to this part. I'm going to skip past this part. Another thing I'm going to say, I think it was real tacky, Ronan and Fearless, for y'all to sit up and continue to question this man about his money and his finances. It's like y'all heard a white man talk about how successful he is, and y'all was hating so bad that y'all are like, come with the receipts. Why do I say that y'all are hating? Because I see men in this space all the time on panels talk about how successful they are. They got this, and that, and ain't nobody pressing them and to show receipts about the money that they got.
Yeah, and the other thing is this. Look, Fearless.
Go ahead.
Fearless hadn't seen any of my stuff. Yo, guys, in my feeds, I have a whole post that's the receipts. I got my damn bank statements up for everybody because that when if you want a lesson on marketing, right? The way that you win is you bring receipts. So I always come with the receipts. I got my clients doing 100K weeks. I got my clients with $1 million plaques, right? I got my damn bank statement. Like you don't have a leg to stand on, and I've already voluntarily put it out there. So again, right? Well, I will say the one thing: Fearless hadn't seen any of my stuff. But if you had done a lot of research, like it was already there, and it happened to what the ironic part of it is, and I'm almost glad that I did on that one. In my stories happened to be a whole lineup of receipts: my bank statement, my clients' results, awards that my clients are winning, or me spending 100,000 plus a month in ad accounts. Like guys, like. You know, I got a fucking Benz that's sitting out there. I got a Benz in the garage. I got a house here. I got a house there, man. Like, if you are still reaching for that, and look, I don't even like to point at that stuff, like materially. When it comes to people coming into my academy, I have a responsibility. I have to show a certain amount of receipts. I don't care about the material stuff, but it's all there, right? So for anyone to even keep trying to go there, man, like then you become just like you're hating, man. You know what I mean? And
bro, hating, because y'all didn't make anybody. Y'all don't like. Here's the thing in this, but I see everybody bragging. I got this going on. I got this going on. Da, da, da. Y'all don't be asking nobody to show the receipt. It could be clear, plain as day that they ass lying. Y'all might say they lying or something. Y'all ain't making them go up there, show receipts and all that stuff. To me, it was tacky. Like I just personally wouldn't do nothing like that. Now I'm gonna skip forward on
and
this
real quick before you go forward, because I want to go back. So Fearless did when Fearless came on. You know, Ronan said he did his homework. Fearless said he didn't know much about me, that he was in WhatsApp chats, right? And a bunch of guys had a bunch of questions for me, and he was rapping off the list. So I'll give him that, right? Because he obviously hadn't done a lot of looking into me because he hadn't seen any of this stuff. He hadn't paid any attention. So people are asking that, and my message back is to all the guys that are saying it ain't just a Fearless thing. Got guys all the time are saying all kinds of goofy shit in these chats right here in the stream, all over the place, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, but here's my whole thing, Rob. You be giving them too much grace because they could easily go look. Even it was just a point in there where Fearless was like, well, you need to start focusing on all men instead of just, the black men. You need to show, he gave you the suggestion, you need to show more other races of men. Well, y'all said y'all did y'all homework, man. So guess what? Y'all could have just easily went on his Instagram page.
But I say
you would have known not to even say that. Fearless said,
that's an old
you would have
time
known to even say that. Hold on real quick, Rico. You would have known not to even let that come out your mouth because you would have been able to see that he's talking about all other groups of men. But when you're determined to spin a narrative that somebody is racist, hell, you obviously could have looked on his Instagram and saw. But here's the thing: when you're determined to spin away a narrative that somebody is racist, none of that shit matters. Go ahead.
This is the problem, because again, like I said, they used to be on me and Peso's ass. I hate to keep bringing this guy name up. I'm gonna bring him over here one day so you can meet him. Legendary. The funny thing about they used to always be on our ass about why you ain't getting the white guys, why you ain't getting the white guys, why you ain't getting the white guys. I'm like, well, first of all, y'all are the fish we catch. So for the most part, the reason why it's mostly black guys, you're the most outlandish. You're the one that's all. I'm sorry, the white guys. We know white guys are doing it. They're just not allowing themselves to get caught like you guys do in abundance. We would literally tell them, you give us the names of the white guys and we promise you we will go after them. And they would come. And so I'm like, y'all not even aware of the white guys that's doing it. We just know the law of probability because there's so many more of them traveling. They have to be doing the fuck shit. Most of them are skilled at hiding it because they're what's done in the shadows, they try to keep in the shadows. So they would bring up the lame name would be like Kirk Cass. I'm like, Kirk Cass ain't doing no P for P. Well, he probably is, but he's doing it in a much smoother way. How deep can you guys are fighting prostitutes and destroying property? Kirk Cass isn't doing that. They would bring up they try to bring up Casey Redbeard. We went after him, but everybody went after him. His ass is blocked from Columbia, even though he tried to sneak in like a goofball later. So the white guys, it's fewer. It's not fewer of them doing it. It's fewer of them. They're literally trying to hide the behavior.
Hey, and Andrew says, I know a white guy doing it. Casey Redbeard. Yo, I called his ass out.
That's
Shit,
what I said.
he got that one got me over 150,000 views, 100,000 plus views if we're talking about the content. I called his ass out.
That's what I said. Casey Redbeard and Kirk Cass. And I'm like, Kirk Cass is totally different. I think they talk about now the guy, what is it, Roberto? The weird guy that was with NYC. So I'm like, there's a few, and those get called out. They absolutely get called out.
It's true. Now, I want to take some time. Let's move on. Andrew, if you want to stay until later on, after we've addressed all these points, because I want everybody to get the opportunity to defend themselves or defend their points over the things that we said. Now, if later on, when we're done with all that, if people want to come through on the panel, you want to come through, Andrew, you're invited to give your opinion or say anything directly to anybody, then you're welcome to do that. But until then, I'm sorry, y'all.
How much will cost you to start up a company in the UAE? Well, guess what? We have good news.
Just to give y'all some just to preface this, there was a conversation that was had on my channel where I'm going to go to it. Hold on. Let me go back. I'm going to share this, and I'm going to show y'all what Fearless chose to do, because I don't like people who are intentionally dishonest. I don't like people who clip things out of context. I don't like that shit. So I'm going to show y'all what was actually said. I'm going to have to go back just a little bit on here. Okay. And then I'm going to show y'all what Fearless chose to do. So Misha was on my channel. Misha, real quick, for the people that don't know you and your husband, hey, what's up?
What's good, Mariah?
Rainier, right?
Yeah, Rainier, yeah.
Okay, what's up, Rainier? Shout out to you. Shout out to Misha. So Misha and her husband are here.
Hey, hold on,
I'm gonna give them. Hold on, everybody mute while I'm talking, and then I'll mute. We'll mute when Misha's talking. Okay, so Misha and her husband, they have a very different dynamic and different setup from a traditional relationship. So I'm going to give them the opportunity to explain their relationship dynamic. What I'm going to do after that, Misha, is I'm going to play what was said on when we had our interview, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to elaborate. And then I'm going to play what was said on Ronan's channel. Okay. All right.
All right. Can you guys hear any echoes before I start? Okay, perfect. I just want to say shout out to the chat. I see a few people in the chat that's over at my channel. Shout out to you guys. I appreciate all your support. And I want to say shout out to the panel, everybody that's on the panel. I just want to start off by saying I do have a YouTube channel. It's called Vibing with Misha. I do everything is called Vibing with Misha. So my Instagram is Vibing with Misha. My YouTube channel is Vibing with Misha. And also my TikTok, but my TikTok is mainly because, I work out a lot. So I've been with my husband for 14 years, and we've been married
15 years. We've been married.
We've been married about 3.5 years. We've been married 3.5 years, together 14 years. I have an 18-year-old son that's not with him, but I have a 1-year-old daughter with him. We travel a lot to specifically Dominican Republic. We've traveled multiple times to Colombia. And I like to have fun. I like to make sure that I'm satisfying my husband in any way possible, So I specifically travel to these countries, and We go to, you know, the red light districts. We go to the poppin' known clubs, and you know, I let him do his thing. I don't involve myself in what he does when we're out the country, because we specifically speak with the pros. And you know, women, we don't have protection. I don't get involved with that. I don't like women. I do flirt with women and stuff like that, but I'm not bisexual. So you know, I let him have his fun from time to time. And when we come back to the States, you know, we're working, we're grinding. My husband owns 2 businesses out here. He's a gym owner, and he also owns a logistic company. Um, so yeah, a lot of the things that were said on the live, I think it was last night, I woke up to a lot of DMs from a lot of my followers saying, you know, listen to this Mark or whatever. And it was just very disingenuous, because I just feel like the way the guy, what's his name, Andrew? No, not Andrew, Fearless, the way he clipped it up, he made it seem like, so all right, the whole thing started was because I made a video on my YouTube channel stating that I'm okay with my husband having another child with a woman in Colombia or in the Dominican Republic. Um, I did not elaborate the way I should have. So, you know, I feel like Fearless clipped it up to make it seem like I was okay with my husband having a baby in one of these Latin countries and just disappearing. I'm a wife, I'm a mother. I would never ever accept that. He's very involved in his children's life here. He's a great, perfect father. I just wouldn't go for that. It's just, you know, it's not my, that's just not how I get down. What I was trying to say, well, not what I was trying to say, because I didn't get a chance to elaborate, but I told everybody that I was okay with my husband having a baby with a girl in another country, but you guys don't really know too much about me or him or what we got going on. So it kind of looked like I was just basically saying, oh yeah, you can have kids here, have kids there, and we're coming back to the States to live our lives and leave these kids fucked. I that's not how I get down. We purchased 2 acres of land in the capital in Dominican Republic. So our plans is to be 6 months in the capital in Dominican Republic and then be 6 months in Georgia, because that's where his mother and his family and some of his brothers are. Obviously, if he had a kid with a woman in the Dominican Republic, we're going to be there. My husband's going to be present there. We're going to be supporting this child financially and physically. We're not just going to, you know, he's not just going to pregnant a woman and then we're just going to disappear and leave this child fucked and screwed in one of these countries. No. And then if he has, I'm sure he has the opportunity to bring this kid to the States if he wanted to, you know, once you get all your paperwork and do everything that you have to do. So I just feel like a lot was said about me last night. I feel like my name was bashed. Shout out to Rob. I'm subscribed to your channel. I just felt like a lot of the things you said was very disingenuous. Maybe it's because you didn't have a lot of information about me. I don't know where it came from, but it was just, you said a lot of bad things about me. And then Andrew, I mean, Andrew, Fearless, I really don't have anything to say to Fearless. I'll let my husband handle him however he wants to handle him, you know, get on his level and talk to him. I don't have anything to say to Fearless, because Fearless is like anti hood girl, anti if she was a stripper, anti if she's a stepmom, anti don't go to the hood, do this, do that. I'm just not with that. I don't agree to anything he says. I don't have anything to say to him, but I do want to say to Rob, I don't know if you did your homework. I don't have an issue with you. We could respectfully disagree to anything we talk about tonight. But I just, you know, after Mariah plays the clip, I want, you know, you to basically speak on the disingenuous things you said about me last night. And then as far as Rico, you're a man of your own. You have a mind of your own. Do your research. You know, you all on the panel last night talking about a big W to Fearless on what you said. I agree. What do you mean you agree? He said a lot of inaccurate things. Nobody did their homework. Nobody had any questions for me. Nobody said, you know, join, let her come on the panel. Let's talk about it. Nobody reached out to me in any way, shape, or form to defend myself. And you just basically said, Fearless, I agree with you. You agree with what? You don't know anything.
Calm down, son. Yeah. All right.
No.
No. I can appreciate that. Seriously, Misha.
But before you elaborate or say
Mhm.
anything, because I know when you got the floor, you keep
Long-winded.
going. But yeah, that's pretty much what I had to say. You know, when my husband's in these countries, you know, I'm Hispanic. My family's from Puerto Rico.
Mhm.
I speak the language, and whatever he see, he's able to do whatever he wants with that. And you know, I'm not in the room with him. I know what he's doing. We've been together 14 years. I'm not an insecure woman. That's just what I like. That's what makes me happy. I brought this up to him. You know, like this is not something that he came to me with. You know, this is what I brought up. This is what I like. This is what triggers me. You know, like so. You know, that's pretty much what we do when we go out the country. We have fun. We take care of a lot of people, and that's pretty much it. I really don't have anything else to say on that. But if anybody on the panel or in the chat, Mariah, when you get a chance, if they have any questions, I can elaborate more on that.
Hold on, let me say something real quick.
But then that.
All right, shout out to everybody, right? When we travel, it ain't like we going out there just to look for some yams. You know what I'm saying? That's not it. We travel because we got friends. I got a lot of friends in DR from Washington Heights. You know, I'm from New York. I got deported. That's out there. These people I grew up with. These people I'm in the trenches with. So that's how I got my land in the Campo in San Domingo area for the DR price. My people's got $1 million houses over there. We all from the same spot. It's just that when I started coming out here, we didn't know we had so many friends. So when we start dealing with these people, that's what we deal with. We come over here, our people pick us at the airport. We got friends. We don't be in the hood because we want to be in the hood. We go to the hood because some of our friends' families live in the hood. And I got the same love for the hood as I got for the top areas. Because I know the businesses I'm in, I'm around people that make way more money than me, that have way more ugly attitudes than me. They're not loyal, they're not honorable. Now, I'm not saying everybody from the hood is honorable, but a lot of people from the hood is honorable.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that we never got to bump heads. Luckily, I'm around a whole bunch of people that don't gatekeep, that put me in position to win. Now, what she was saying about if I had a kid in DR or Colombia, it wasn't because that's what we're going out there to do. She was just saying she loved DR and Colombia so much that if I did, when I go out there, I don't talk to the females, they talk to me. And when they start talking to me, you know, she was like, oh, she's pretty, blah, blah, blah. It ain't like she said, oh, go on this app or go here and look for whatever they call them. Y'all call them pros, whatever y'all call them. I mean, I just call them women, but they do what they do. They just hustlers. So if I see somebody and she want to chill and hang out and we chill at the crib, we go out to eat, we do things, we go to the club, I'm paying for everything. Because I like to be around females. I don't like to be around dudes because dudes chat like females chat. That's why a lot of females like hanging with dudes. And a lot of dudes chat like females. So that's why I like hanging around with females because I don't have that type of situation. Now, when we go to DR, I get a yacht and I get girls that come on there. It ain't for me. I got 10, 15 girls on there. It ain't for me. I have my Dominican friends with me. And I know they don't get to do things like that. So I bring them on there. I don't want to bring them on there with just men and my wife. We all know Dominicans are spicy. You know what I mean? Latin people are spicy. I don't want her to be the only female on it, even though they look at her as a sister. But it is what it is. So as long as you got a lot of females on there, everybody's having a good time. They can't even afford the females over there. I just do it just that so we can have good company. You understand? So, but if a female feel you, and I'm wavy, and I'm chilling, but my whiz be like, yo, she on her Kodak shit, sniper gang. And you know what I mean? It ain't like we just looking for it, we coming out there for it. I bring my daughter out there to Columbia, DR. My daughter, my 1-year-old. You understand what I'm saying? My son is a school teacher in the South. My daughter's a dental assistant out here in Philly. My stepson works with me every day on my truck. I take him out there so I can show him the grind and the hustle. I'm far from what you think. I'm just.
I mean, I feel like Fearless was trying to paint a different picture.
Nah, it don't matter what he paint. He don't know. He claimed the hood is bad. It's like you said, Rob, right? Rob. You said that he out there throwing the box. No, you didn't say, but I see it because I watch it. He got the boxing jump ball going over there around flips and all that, right?
I think that's Rob that's throwing
Yeah.
the box. Okay, all right.
That's the hood. So he's giving out back to the hood. So where the hood became so bad. Now the hood do have bad things in the suburbs too. They play with little kids out here in the suburbs in America where I be at. A whole bunch of people got money. You know what I'm saying? Not to be on nothing, but I come from a different kind of lifestyle that if I was brought up in the right area and I had the right people around me, I probably would have went a different path. I'm from Queens, New York, in the projects. So I had to live a certain kind of way. I had to move a certain kind of way. Because when you grow up in the projects like me, it don't matter what kind of kid you is. If you soft, you getting eaten. So you become an animal till you become an animal. And a lot of people don't understand that. But we got more loyalty, we got more honor than some of you guys out there in the nice areas. That's what y'all fail to realize as people.
But you know what it is, Rainier, and I'm gonna say this, and then I know I'm gonna give Rob and Rico an opportunity to respond. But I'm gonna play what was actually said first. And the reason I'm gonna play that is because I don't believe y'all would have said, hey, Rico, you was on the panel. I don't know if your ass was tired or what.
I was. That's why I didn't say anything. And I didn't hear it that way. But then they clipped it and made it sound like something else and said, why didn't I say something to Nisha when she said it? I was like, well, I don't remember hearing her say it that way.
And
they made it seem like later on you were saying, oh, your husband can have another baby and just run off. And I was like, I didn't hear it that way. And if I did hear it, if I had heard it,
hold on, Rico.
But I didn't.
Rico.
And that's what the W and the L were. I'm sorry.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to say all what you need to say. I want to, first of all, I'm going to say this. Fearless, you are a elitist person. And I feel like a lot of that is maybe due to jealousy because maybe some girls you like back in the day like the hood dudes. But people come from all walks of life, and it's not going to necessarily look how you think it should look. And you shouldn't shame people. You kept on going back to, you said it about me and Misha, that we speaking from a place of our trauma and this and that. Here's the thing, but we all got trauma. It's apparent that you got trauma. It's apparent that I'm traumatizing your ass because for some reason you can't stay off my damn YouTube. Everything I say bothers you. Okay, let's start there. But it's also apparent when y'all speak about all kind of situations dealing with women that is coming from a place of bad experiences in your past and things like that. Okay, so y'all got trauma surrounding women. I don't like people like you that try to weaponize people's trauma against them. I don't like people like you that try to weaponize the things that people have gone through against them. I remember, and then you pulled up a clip. You wanted you were trying to make me look bad because I said First of all, you were trying to make it seem like I should feel bad for being in a strip club, which I don't. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not a bone in my body that feels bad for being in a strip club, sir. I was making a lot more money than people ever would, and if somebody would pay you, you probably would be up there too. But you're not gonna make me feel bad for paying my bills and taking care of my child and doing what I need to do. And I was always a hustler. I always worked a club and a day job, and I went to college. It wouldn't even matter if I did or I didn't. But I'm just saying, you're not gonna make me feel bad. You trying to compare that because y'all were talking about Rob's substance use, and Rob brought that up to show people can change. Because you had an issue with me saying if the strip club was still good, I would be working there on the weekend, sir. Let me explain something to you. I don't owe you shit. And me working in the club is not the same thing as trying to kick like a drug addiction. And the reason being, a drug addiction can harm you. It can physically harm you. Like, you have to stop if you want to have a good quality of life. When I was in the club, I was more in shape and I was making very good money. And I did it on my own terms. I did it the way I wanted to do it. So absolutely, yes, sir. If the club was still good, I will be there 3 nights out the week while working my day job. Absolutely. If I could still go there and make a few bands every weekend, absolutely. I'll be doing something else and going there. So you're not going to make me feel bad for having been a dancer. If that's not something that you would want your daughter to do, that's fine. It's not something that I would want my daughter to do because of the environment and whatever the case may be. Everybody's not built for it. Everybody's not built for it. My daughter not going to be built for that because she was raised differently than me, right? But that's what I chose to do because at that time my daughter's depending on me. So it is what it is, sir. With that said, we're going to get into the clip. I'm going to show y'all what Misha actually said. Now, to me,
and before we do that, because before we get to what she actually said, can I address this based off of what I was able to see? Because then it gets out of context again, and I already talked on something that's out of context. Okay, so Misha, first, nice to meet you. When we went into that thing last night, I didn't know all the different topics that were going to come up, right? I agreed to go on it, that we're talking about the stuff that I got going on, the boxing match, the stuff, all that stuff. I don't know any other the things that are about to come up, okay? So when that came up, like I honestly I never met you. I never seen any of your stuff. I know nothing about you, okay? All I seen was that clip. Okay, so and in that clip, we already know they'll see it. All I got to see basically was, hey, I let my man go there, have kids, come back and leave. Like, and that was basically the context, right? You explained it tonight. And look, I already talked to Mariah earlier, was like, damn, man, like that shit that she said. And then Mariah already kind of laid it out before me. I already knew coming into this that there was something different. So, but I didn't get to hear what you said, right? On top of that, I am a product of my father walked out on us and left my mom hanging. So I already have that, right? My own lived experience. So when I come at it, I didn't know that there was any more to it, right? So I was being genuine based off of just what I know. Right. And so where I lack is I spoke out of ignorance because I didn't know there was more. There was just a clip where I'm stupid is that I didn't think enough that it could be that there was more to it. So I was wrong on what I said. And no, I'm not wrong in what I said, because if someone was doing that shit is not cool at all.
They will say the same thing. Right.
Yes.
Right.
So, but what you just said right there, right? That the whole thing I said is, hey, an absent father. If you have kids, you need to be taken care of, and y'all just already clarified that. So it's a dead issue. So I have no problem with what you guys do at all. So the only thing that I had to speak on was that the only thing I knew about Misha was however long that clip is, like 30 seconds or whatever it is. So I spoke on that, and because we were already talking about Rico not holding people accountable, this, that, and the other. That's kind of how like the topic came up. So that's why the talking comes on about that. So I want to make it extremely clear, man. Like I for the most part, I don't care what a lot of people do with their lives as long as it don't hurt other people. And shit, that's the whole basis of my content, is the shit that people are doing is hurting other people, right? If a man has a kid, right? And whether he's with the mom or if he's taking care of the kid, loves the kid, and is making sure that his kid's taken care of, I don't even have any business to talk on it. So, I want to just make that extremely clear, because now when we go see the clip, then if there's more context to it, then I do look like an asshole, because then I would have been a.
Right. It's just like I told Mariah, I'm just like, I feel like I didn't elaborate as much. And, nobody asked me questions when you guys said, Rico, why you didn't say anything to Misha? Da, 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 da. Like, nobody, I feel like I didn't elaborate, right? So I understand if I. Huh?
That's not it.
Okay.
All right. You
Yeah.
elaborate.
But I want to play it. Y'all, hold on. I want to play it real quick because.
I'm going to say real quick. Mariah, hold up. 2 seconds. 2 minutes. 1 minute. 1 minute. It ain't about Rob. I ain't feel no kind of way about son saying what he said. You know what I mean? Because I understand. I watch his stuff. I've been watching him since everything been going on with the home, everything, since all the stuff he put up. When I be driving my trucks and I do my business, I watch his stuff. I watch everybody's stuff. So I understand what he might think if he hears that clip. But when I seen the clip yesterday, I knew that wasn't the clip. You understand what I'm saying? And we know how people are. If you from the hood, and by the time you tell something to her, to him, it's changed. This YouTube, this is bananas. You already know how this is going to go. They can play with it. They can do what they want. You understand what I'm saying? So you can't believe really too much of nothing until you meet the person. And then you can build with the person and know who they are, who they really is. Because on here, you could be anybody you want. You understand? So I was just disappointed in Rico.
Can I explain?
Robert. Hold on. I'm going to tell you why. Because he was there from the beginning. He's seen everything in real time. So he knew that was bull crap. So when he said, you right, blah, 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 I was like, wow. For you to be a good moderator and everything, you got to pay attention to detail. Just like in the court system. You got to know what's going on. Because you don't, by you agreeing with him, it's like that's what we were saying. And you was there from the whole thing. So that's why I was disappointed in you. Now, I rock with you. I rock with everybody. I was just disappointed in that. I wasn't disappointed in Rob because I could see what he does, how he be in Colombia, how he think and how he move. I could see why he might got a little, I don't know about that. You know what I mean? I straddling the fence. So I get that. I was disappointed in you because you knew everything from the gate. And you agreed with somebody that's
didn't know nothing.
Super crazy, wild bias and all that.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, I get it. He grew up how he grew up, whatever. Not everybody grew up the same. So that's all I want to say. So I ain't mad at Rob. I rock with you, do your thing. I'm going to follow you, joint. I can't go to Susu to watch the fight and all that, but it's all good, though. I just want us to be able to build with each other and know who we are as people before we start letting people talk about when we know that's not who they are. So go ahead. Mariah.
You want me to wait till after Mariah, or can I go in now?
Can we wait? Hold what you're saying, because we need to get to it so people can, the viewers can get a good idea of what happened. Okay.
Right.
What you gonna do then? That, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but I get that. But then you also got people like me and know how to play with them numbers.
Hold on.
Right.
Okay.
He got 2 kids. One is a teacher and then one is 18 years old. He want more kids. I don't, but I'm okay with him having more kids, just not here in the States. He can have a kid with a Colombian girl and he can have a kid with a Dominican girl. Just not here. And I'm okay with that. And a lot of people say, oh, well, you're being selfish. Those kids need their father, da, da, da. Yeah, they do need their father, but we all not going to have our dads one day. At least the siblings will have each other. That's just how I look at it. I don't have.
What do you mean they're saying they're selfish? The kids are not, like, your kids are not going to have your father, or the women in the other countries?
The women in the other countries not going to have their father because, you know, we have land in the Dominican Republic. So our plan is to be in Georgia 6 months and 6 months in the Dominican Republic and just, you know, go back and forth.
See, we never heard this part.
And, you know, anyway, going back to what you were just asking, they're saying that I'm selfish because I'm like, why you want him to have kids with other women in these countries because they need their dad. They're gonna have their dad, but they ain't gonna have their dad forever. Our kids are gonna
So
have each
are they
other
saying
for.
they think that you should have the kids? Is that why
They're saying that if
selfish?
I don't want to have they're saying if I don't want to have no kids, then he shouldn't have kids. But that's selfish of me to feel like, oh well,
Okay, I see what you're saying.
You get what I'm saying?
And see,
Okay, I
I
see
feel
what
also,
you're saying
I
and
feel
they're
that
trying
my
to say.
daughter, I feel like my daughter won. She should have, like, the way families are right now. My oldest daughter and my son, 27, and my daughter, 19.
Yeah.
They don't even know their cousins in the South.
Well, she's just gonna be by herself. She's 1 year old. Like her
That's why
siblings
they
are
don't
older.
got nobody. And family don't be together like that no more. It ain't like back in the days. I haven't been to a family reunion since I was probably like
Yeah, it would be like one sister get pregnant, the other sister get pregnant right behind her. This and that. One thing I will say that I'm great. Change the subject, but I believe what Rainier was trying to articulate there, and he was going to, but I cut him off, is that they have a young daughter that's 1 year old, and they want kids close to her age. So the reason why Rico and the reason why I didn't say nothing, because Fearless, you said, let me pull up the comment, because you was like, you wasn't directing it at Misha, you was directing it at his hypocrisy for not checking her.
Right.
Well, sir,
when you chose,
wait, hold on, Rico.
Okay.
When you chose to only show part of the clip, it takes away the context for why he did not check her. The reason, first of all, you can't, she can't, he can't. Let's be clear. If they decide they want to go do that, ain't nothing nobody can do to stop. Now, here's the thing: if they would have said, hey, if that would have been the case, if they would have been like, hey, we want to go have these kids and abandon these kids, of course I would have said that was wrong, right? But here's the thing: in my opinion, Misha, you explained what y'all were gonna do the first time. If you did not elaborate on the situation. You said y'all got land in the Dominican Republic and you were going to spend time there. Y'all were going to spend part of the year there. You're going to spend part of the time in the United States. And that the kids were still going to have their father.
Yeah, and
I did not get from any of...
The kids can still come with us to the state. If we both go to the state, the kids can come with us. He's not going to be absent.
Yeah. Here's what I'm going to say real quick. Real quick, I'm going to finish mine. The lesson that I learned last night that I should have known at 42 years old already. If the first introduction I have of someone is a 20-second clip, I'm just gonna shut my damn mouth before I have an opinion, because that's all I had to judge off of, and I didn't have anything else. And in my mind, I'm not thinking about there's any kind of clipping out anything, or I'm just going off of that on kind of maybe how I'd be operating. So from now on, I'm gonna shut the fuck up if I don't know a person, and all I got is a little clip, and be able to get more context first. I'm guilty of that.
And what's crazy about it, and I respect that. I respect that in you. Salute to you. And what's crazy about that, for you to clip something, it's like in court. If you take some evidence out, you hiding something, my boy.
Yeah, if Fearless rocks with you, why he just didn't say, yo, I clipped this, but I didn't like when she, you know what I'm saying? Like, did he ever tell you that? Like, he just went and made me just look like I was okay with my husband being a deadbeat. Like, I'm never okay with that.
And then can I just please? And that's the whole thing, Misha, right? I didn't say anything to you on the live or ask any questions because I didn't hear you say anything that was wrong. It didn't register to me that you were saying it was a bit unique and unusual, but I was like, I didn't hear that. So, and you got to remember, these streams are long as fuck. Like Mariah being on for 5 hours, you see that one was 8 hours. So I can remember sometimes when somebody bring up a clip from a previous stream, maybe 20% of what was said, depending on how long it was, that I can remember in the moment.
Yeah, you're too old, bro.
He brought the clip up to check me for not checking you, and he clipped it in a way that when we play the clip, it sounds like you were saying that. And I just couldn't remember it. So I will agree, I shouldn't have came off my position, which my initial position was not to say nothing to you because I didn't hear nothing you said wrong. But for whatever reason, I got pushed and backed into addressing just that clip in the way that clip was. And that clip was doctored, it was clipped to make it seem like that's what you were saying. And being a stepfather and a strong father and believing in fatherhood, I was like, well, maybe I missed it. And you know, I should have said something. As Mariah said, I can't check you any fucking way, but I could have spoke up. And I thought, no, I don't know. Maybe she did say that, but I never heard that. I should have never came off of my original position was there was nothing for me to check. But he was calling me out for being a hypocrite, saying you don't check these women, but you always checking these men. And I'm like, I don't hear these women say a bunch of crazy shit like y'all do. And I didn't hear you say anything crazy that night, but that clip last night made it look that way.
It did. And my whole thing is
just to say fucking, I ain't gonna argue no more.
Yeah,
and I apologize if it seemed like I was fully agreeing with him. I was agreeing with how that clip made it look. But now refreshed in my mind, I'm like, there was nothing for me to say.
Mm-hmm. That's why. And I knew here's the thing. I already knew what it was. And here's the thing. But when first of all, Ronan, it's not just Ronan, it was Ronan. Not Ronan, Fearless, Homie Tub. Part of it was Ronan, but not really Ronan was holding Misha down. But my whole thing was this: y'all are so dead focused on men need to hold women accountable that y'all are willing to do anything. It's like at all costs, we're trying to make a point. So y'all will be intentionally dishonest and lie just to make your point about somebody. And to me, that's not cool. That's not right. Okay. Now, Ronan, if you don't, not Ronan, Fearless, if you didn't agree with just the whole multiple families thing, then you could have played the whole clip and you could have came from an honest perspective and disagreed with it. But trying to make it seem like she's encouraging her husband to be a deadbeat, that is a whole different thing. And that's a character flaw. That's character assassination.
I mean, not only that,
I think the apology is old.
He felt some type of way that my husband molded me to become the woman that I am today, and actually said something negative about that. I'm a great woman today. I mean,
Misha, I'm sorry, Misha, we can't hear you very well.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit, yeah, okay.
He also said something negative about my husband molding me into the woman that I am today. He said, you know, I'm not molding no woman to be a woman, or I don't know. When you play the clips,
I remember what was said.
Yeah, it was just so negative. Like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with molding the woman?
Wait, hold up. I didn't mold you. You brought me into that life.
Rainier, we can't hear you.
Not that.
Come closer, Rainier.
Oh,
I hear him okay.
I can't hear him well. Is it just me? Can you hear them well, Rob?
I can't hear Rob.
No, I'm muted. I can hear him.
Can you hear Misha and Rainier well? Because if it's just me, then it's a problem on my end. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Can you hear him? Okay. All right. Y'all go ahead then.
What we said?
No, that he had something negative about you molded me to become.
Yeah, but I didn't mold you for that. You the one that did that to me. You know
no, you're talking about something different. You're talking about what we do for fun and stuff like that. I'm talking about when we got together, I was at a young age. I wasn't a minor. I was at a young age, and you molded me to become the woman I am today. And he feel like we're putting the wrong message out to the Black community or whatever community he's talking about, you know, the young Black men. You shouldn't be molding a woman to become a woman. She should be a woman already when you meet her. So he just said, you know, I don't want no pit bull. That's what he said.
Yeah, but women.
I mean, what's wrong with the person I am today? I just feel like the way I think is very logic. My husband's happy. I'm doing something right. I mean, I've been with him 14 years, married 3 years. What happened? What bad happened when he molded me to become the woman I am today? I don't understand where that comes from. Sometimes it could be a good thing, and sometimes it could be a bad thing. But how do you know you're gonna win in that situation if you don't try?
Yeah, but I didn't mold you into nothing. What happened was when
Okay.
When you came out, when we know we got together, we started hanging with different areas.
I mean, I was a dancer. You did mold. You put me around different people. You had me in different environments. You changed me for the better. Is what I'm trying to say.
You changed on your own because you seen everybody. You didn't have to have a wall up.
Right.
Yeah. So you did it on your own. I just brought you into that environment.
So you saying there was no molding?
No, life mode you. I just moved your life from,
Well,
from
maybe
over
I'm
there
using
to
the
over
wrong
here.
word. I'm
No,
sorry.
it's the same type of thing. Because
Okay.
if you was, you wouldn't be who you are, if I wasn't there. You know what I'm talking about? No, I'm just
Whatever,
kidding.
but-
All right, but no, I'm just kidding, joking. But that's basically what it is. Like, we are locked in. We are best friends.
Ain't nobody twisting your words.
Everybody's best friends. Me and her best friends. Her son love me to death. You know what I'm saying? So we locked in. We good. So it's a good thing, and I'm glad that I chose this, because every other person I know that do great in life, from lawyers to everybody I know personally, and when we talk as men, it don't sound too good, and they play by the rules. Sometimes you can't. What rules is made for you might not be made for her.
Hey, real quick.
Hold on, real quick. Let me get on Homie's Hub ask.
Hold on before you go there, because what we're talking about with Fearless, I think Fearless said he supported molding his wife, because me and him were started talking about with my wife. I think that he was supporting a man being able to mold a wife to be the woman that's good for him. I can't remember exactly
I
what he said.
actually have the clip. I don't know if Mariah clipped up the clip, but I have the clip when he said that.
I don't have the clip. You go ahead and send it to me, Misha, and I'll play it. So send it to my email address that I sent you that email from earlier. Here go Homie's Hub. The world's biggest bitch, mean girl, has entered the chat. You are such a jealous, hating ass bitch, Homie's Hub. You're a fucking hater, and it's really sad. I want the record to show y'all, because Homie Hub, when he react to this, the narrative is gonna be that I'm obsessed with him and talking about him. When bitch, you was not really interested in the conversation if you weren't talking about me. Okay, you addressed the whole fighting thing, and then when y'all started in talking on me, as soon as they was done talking about me, your ass was ready to go. You pulled up just so you could talk to Uncle Rico about me.
Hold
I
up,
never
Mariah.
pulled up on.
Hold up,
no,
Mariah.
I'm not
Please
finished.
understand.
I never.
Please, no ad hominems. Now I checked Mariah. Are y'all fucking happy?
No.
You
He's
see
a
how
bitch.
goofy that shit is?
He's a bitch.
I understand. Cool. See what I'm saying? So even if I do say something, you're still not going to be satisfied. And again, I know they have issues, so that's really not somewhere.
I'm talking about the Homies Hub.
Fully. I know. That's where it's like I can't. Everybody knows they have issues, but I'm asking if she could just for tonight, because they're gonna swear to God, anti-black man.
If you don't want to be on here, then get the fuck on. Nobody invited your bitch ass, honestly and truly. Anyway, so if you don't want to be here, if you're not interested, then get your raggedy ass on. So you're saying you wasn't talking about Misha because she has a husband. Now, when I made the comment earlier that when I said you Fearless and Ronan, because y'all are not honest actors and y'all just want to prove a point, y'all would just clip some shit up and blatantly lie. It really wasn't in response to Misha. You do this shit all the time, and I'm gonna prove you to be the liar that you are again tonight. All you fucking do is lie, sir. People can pull the receipts and you will lie. You will make shit up. You will say you didn't say shit that you said. You was a fucking liar. That's why you don't like to come over here and talk to me, hoe ass nigga, because I'm gonna do like Casanova did you. Oh yeah, Casanova did you just like I do, you hoe ass nigga. And I heard you was giving addresses where close to where the police station was, bitch. But you don't be having the same energy. You didn't have that same energy for Casanova like you be having for me. You don't be having that energy for Milano like you be having. It's not the same energy. When you get your whole car pulled by a man, it's not the same energy, sir. But let's be very, very, very clear. You always lying on me, and that's why I keep my foot on your neck. That's why when you come up here talking to me, I keep my foot on your neck, because you a motherfucking liar. If people give you an inch, you gonna take a whole mile to set up a lie. You spend your entire time, most of the time, you gonna do whatever it takes. You gonna say whatever it is you gotta say to lie, bitch ass nigga. And I'm not having it. I'm on your ass tonight again. Okay. Now let's go to the clip that let's go to the clip that y'all played.
Our cost calculator.
That you played.
Be able to discern between the two. And I'm pretty good at that. So if I'm talking to a group of 6 kids,
hold on.
It's the
don't live in the hood.
One moment.
We went
I
viral,
think
and
I'm in
everyone
the right
thought we're
place. Hold on.
100% company, but we're 20. No ops team, no project manager, no.
Hood no more. Dr. Dre don't live in the hood no more. Jay-Z don't live in the hood no more. That's just something they saying to you. So at some point, my thing isn't to go back to the hood. My thing is to uplift who's ever in the hood to my
Misha,
level,
you got them
to
clips?
bring them up.
I sent you the clip on your email where he clearly said that's not our job, or that's not my job, or you guys shouldn't mold a woman to be a woman. Yeah, he clearly said that. He was disagreeing to what I said.
Do you have the clip of what he clipped up on your channel though?
No, he clipped it up from your channel. I sent it to you on your email just now.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that the correct way.
That's okay.
Do you have the clip of what they said about how they clip, like when he was talking about what you were saying about raising the kids?
No, I don't.
It's okay. I think, hold on. Okay, anybody while I'm finding it, y'all feel free to voice your opinion.
So Misha, I just want to make sure that we're clear, you and Rainier, and we're, like I said, I wasn't agreeing what he was saying. I was agreeing with the clip, how it was clipped. It made it sound different than the conversation we had that I couldn't fully remember, but I didn't think you said anything that entire conversation that caused me to even ask you anything. So initially, I didn't come right out like, oh, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. I was like, okay, he played the clip, and the whole clip, he used your clip to try to press me about you a fucking hypocrite. That's what they call me. You a hypocrite. You a hypocrite. You a hypocrite. I'm like, I'm not.
That's fine.
I didn't.
I just, like I said, I came up here just to clear the air. I'm not like I rock with all the brothers. I rock with Rob. I'm not on that type time. Like I travel. We have fun. And let's be clear, because I seen somebody in the comments say that earlier, that I'm traveling to these poor countries just so we can get into these type of activities. No, babe. I started that here. I started that here with, females that I actually know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to go to no different country or, to get into anything. Not to sound conceited, I'm not an ugly girl. Most of the time, the women want me. And I clear it up from the gate and let them know. I don't like women. I flirt. I get along with them, when I drink my wine and I smoke or whatever. But it's for my husband. It's not for me. But I didn't start this out the country. We started that here, and I put him into that.
Hold on.
Here's the thing, though. Look, every damn guy that's involved in all this in the chat right now that's here have traveled to the other countries to engage in that shit, including myself. And I've said it multiple times. Like everybody has. So I don't get how any of us can judge any of us for engaging in the activity itself, because we all done it.
And that ain't never really been the issue here. Homie Tough, stop dragging Misha into this. Y'all, the panel yesterday, Fearless dragged her into it. So that's why we're talking about her. Bitch ass, hoe ass nigga. You can't help but drag me into every motherfucking conversation that you have. So much so that you popping up on different people. You go on a whole other shows just so you can talk about me and address people about me. Boy, you be so excited. Every time my name come up, you be so excited. You a chick hoeing in Latin America. Bitch, I'm not. That's the thing. And that's the issue. You're mad because I said, and it's not nothing I said, you publicly bring whores onto your panel. So you got mad because I said you pay for a coochie because you have to. The issue ain't that you pay for coochie. It's a lot of dudes paying for coochie just to keep a chick out their feelings. You are a bitch ass nigga, and you get upset because I said women will do not fuck with men like you unless you paying. But I'm not. Everybody in the space knows you pay for hoes. You over here, I can genuinely fuck with a dude, and you call it hoe. And furthermore, you're a hypocrite that's obsessed with me. You know why you're a hypocrite that's obsessed with me? Me and Misha got the same past. We were both single mothers. We were both dancers. The only difference is Misha's married. That's it. So your issue, the only difference is that I'm unmarried. That's the problem that you have, that I'm unmarried. Bitch ass nigga, what does it mean to you? And you can't check me and I'm a single mother because you not my nigga either. So what the fuck is we talking about? That's what I'm saying. You're just hating. Just a hating ass nigga. You done set up, talk shit about baby mamas, talk shit about that. You know what niggas like you try to do? Again, you try to play that. You try to play women and shit against each other by making it seem like, oh, if a woman got a man, she a good person. If a woman don't got a man, she a bad person. Well, bitch, I will be single forever before I have a nigga like you. Do you feel me? A nigga like you will never have a woman not like Misha, because you a bitch. Do you see how cool and unmisogynistic Rainier is? Even when Misha be trying to give her husband her props, he step in and give her props. And he step in and he let y'all know, I'm not over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, this the partnership for real. Like, we both on the same type of time. I'm more of a, like, I'm supporting her. She's supporting me. You see how her husband don't never try, you know what I'm saying? Like, he give her the respect she deserve, and they giving each other respect. You a bitch ass nigga that don't understand that type of dynamic. So that type of situation would never even happen for you, hoe ass nigga. Go ahead, Nisha.
The Andrew show, he said a comment up here. He's like, you flirt, but you don't like women. I do flirt. I think all women flirt with women, but I don't want to be involved with him in the room when we're in these countries. But I have in the past here in the States, and I have fun doing it. I just don't automatically look at women like that and say, ooh, I want to sleep with her. I like men, but you know, I have, you know, had my experience in the past, and that's how I know I don't like women. I prefer men. I let him do what he do, and I mind my fucking business. I don't need to be in the room. I don't need to do none of that because I'm secure. I know what I got going on.
Facts, respect. I'm gonna go to another clip because again, I'm just here to prove that you is really you're just you're a jealous ass. Like, I don't even like to use square as an insult, fearless, because ain't nothing wrong with people that
and I mean never open with good morning,
good
everyone.
backgrounds,
Good morning.
or it's nothing wrong with people that you know, came up well to do and had resources. That's actually a flex, right? But what I don't like is when you don't understand where people are coming from and you use that as an opportunity to try to downplay people or be a hater. I don't like that. I don't like that elitist attitude. I don't like that elitist mindset. And you boy, you just really a hater. I don't know no other way to put it. So I'm gonna pull the clip up. Then I'm gonna get on your ass next, the homies hub.
Can you believe that?
Mm-hmm.
A better wife than many people that you will find in the United States. And it was something on here, and I want to play this. I'm sorry, guys.
Was this the clip?
Missed the boat. Okay. This is what they feel. And this is what, Rico, I got a problem with. The miss the boat. They make us feel different because they say we missed the boat, and we have to train them to be women. And I'm too old to be training somebody to be a wife. Hold on a second, let it go.
I get it. Like some folks, that is not they speed. There's folks
that's cool though. But that's cool because look, all my friends, we all legit, but I come from a different life, and all my close friends are ones that come from a different life than me. Can you believe that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So opposites attract. It's just that people, you got people that live
real
a
quick.
certain
I'm
kind
gonna
of
address
lifestyle.
this, homie. So let me explain something to you. I think this is another reason why you try to attach yourself to the community. He says, I can't believe you just tried to make it seem like you and Misha's the same. Misha's husband made good money. You let $6 a day Enrique shoot up the club. I ain't never dated no man that makes $6 a day. Let's start there. I think you're jealous because all of your women that you fuck with in Colombia, at the end of the day, they would rather go fuck on $6 a day, Enrique. See, you think that you're the better man just because you allegedly have more money, but at the end of the day, nigga, you don't have the stuff that's gonna keep a woman there. So niggas like you like to hate on $6 a day niggas. You like to hate on hood, and you like to hate on hood dudes because at the end of the day, that shit gotta be in you, not on you. And it ain't never gonna be in you because you a hoe ass nigga. Let's start there. Right. And that goes into this clip I'm about to play. Furthermore, bitch ass nigga, Why don't you go compete amongst the Nigerians? Yeah. You like to talk big shit. It's low-hanging fruits when you like to talk about men and what they make in other countries. But nigga, you was a 30-year-old Nigerian. You should be on your second family right now, bitch. You ain't even got one. You don't even got one. Where is your house? Where is your car? Ain't you coming live from your mama couch right now? If you got to go compete amongst your peers, which is Nigerians, boy, let me tell you something. The Nigerians I know, real big steppers. Do you understand? You come over here and brag about all what you got going on because that shit impressive to your audience. But nigga, you go around Nigerian niggas, you is a peon. Do you understand? These Nigerians, you supposed to be a real big stepper. All the Nigerians I know that's my age, they out here having shit. Do you understand? So you want to talk about other men and their money? Because again, you like to compare yourself. I don't give a fuck about your family, bitch. What's in your name, hoe ass nigga? What's in your name, hoe ass nigga?
Wow.
Mariah, just, I feel like, you do what you want. This is your channel, but I just feel like we should stay on topic, and, he's going to keep going. And if he keeps going, you're going to keep going. And it's kind of like off topic of, whatever is going on. I don't,
you right. I'm going to wait until I get to the stuff that I was going to address, because there's still so much stuff that you said, Fearless.
Yeah.
But when you got, my whole point is when you have to compete against your peers, you talking about my family. Bitch, did nobody ask you about what your motherfucking mama got, ho? Did nobody ask you what was in your mama and daddy name, bitch? Anyway, let me continue.
I ain't gonna call them squares, but people that live different than me. But I got your back more than the person that you grew up with. That's square
That's
like
true.
you.
Yeah.
Because my principles is different.
Yeah.
But you won't.
I'm just gonna break it. These are the women that tell you not to date squares. And I want my son to be a square. I want my daughter to be a square. I wouldn't. But let's go.
Give me a chance because I'm a little too rugged.
Right.
But I'm more loyal than your best friend.
And then you miss that boat, just like a lot of these men miss that boat with these women because they're just saying, "Oh, she's this. Oh, she got this." So that you miss that boat. So now they, I wish I had a girl like Nisha, or I wish I had a girl like Mariah. No, you missed that boat a long time ago because you would have judged me off of having a kid. You would have judged me off of being in the club. You would have judged me for so many more things that my nigga didn't judge me for. He just worked with me. He put me in a different environment. He had me around different kind of people, and now I'm a different person today. Like
That's what the problem is. And I tell men, don't do that.
But Phyllis,
hold on, listen to what she said. I want you to hear. I met him. He put me a different way. He did. I say, bro, if you got to teach that woman how to be a wife, that's not the woman you need to be. I can't train a pit bull, man. I want a woman who was raised by her mother to be a wife. I can't, because if I was a man and I said, oh, she taught me how to be a man, I wasn't a man coming into it. She leveled me up. Y'all other people missed that boat because, I was feminine and I got with her. She made me masculine. Y'all would say I was a simp and be crazy, but a woman can say it all day.
Yeah. It's funny, not funny that you bring it up, but I hadn't really thought about it until then. Like my wife's parents are still together. My wife's grandparents, both sets, are still together. First time married, right? So I wasn't even thinking about it in terms of being with my wife. So just I shared a little bit about her and what she went through and how she held up on her own. But just in terms of the family dynamic itself, right? Like she's got some good generations behind her that literally married and stayed with each other for a lot of years, right? And so I'm with you on that. But the other part I want to touch on real quick with Ronan and Fearless, the reason why I'm asking some of these questions, right, is not just about Mariah, okay? So because the stuff that everyone has towards Mariah, it might be different in a sense as it pertains to me, but I'm still kind of included in this, right, to a certain way though, right? But where I'm getting at is like when I make the content that I make, okay, I'm not targeting black men, not even close. All right, like I'm 100%. That's what it is. But I do recognize when guys are saying stuff that it could be impacting black men too.
Okay, they get into like a whole nother topic, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what did you want to say to that, Misha?
No, so that's the part where I feel like he makes no effing sense when he say you shouldn't be out here teaching a woman how to be a woman. But then a lot of these guys go to these Latin countries and be dating 20-year-olds, 23-year-olds. Would it like and some of them end up in relationships with them, which is not look, do what you do. I'm not gonna speak on that. But what are you teaching this girl how to be? Like, yeah, she come from cooking. I come from that too, cooking and cleaning and you know, catering to my man. That comes naturally. But I'm just saying all the other stuff through, you know, with time, you know, he molded me to a woman. Yes, he did. Whether he disagree or not.
Hey, can I
I was
touch
I
on
was
something real
kind of
quick?
I was kind of immature, you know, when I was working in the club and doing, you know, so he had it's certain things he worked on with me.
But it's not.
And Andrew, Fearless, making it seem like that's an issue.
Yeah, I ain't moved you to a woman. You always been a woman.
Yeah, I always been that.
What I'm trying to say is, it's like if I get with somebody that make way more money than me, he can make $1,000 more than me. He making more money than me. If I can get with him and he can show me something different, then every day you live in life, you learn something. You don't never stop learning. You know what I'm saying? Especially where I'm from. Where I'm from, I was one of the little homies in the project. I'm paying attention to everything. That's why I was able to be on my own since I was 16. I'm 50 years old.
There's a lot of things you have to teach a woman when you start dating her at a young age. But then y'all talk shit about women who are 35 and up, saying she's washed up, she's cooked up because she don't listen. She's already in her ways. So what I just don't understand. Like, damn if I say that, damn if I don't.
Wait, what you mean young though? What you mean young? Because I don't want people thinking that. You know what I mean? Like, what you mean young?
I'm not talking about a minor. So young can mean whatever. Like, I'm not talking about being a minor.
Well, I just want to be, you know.
Like, I'm not on that. I'm not talking about minors.
No,
I'm anti anybody who fuck with minors. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, first they say they don't want to date a woman that's this age or that age because she's Mrs. Know-it-all. She's you know, she's going back and forth. And then when you find a woman of age but just younger, you know, and you have to, you know, teach her how to be how you want her to be, that's a problem too. Like, I be so confused. I'm just confused.
Could I touch on this real quick?
Yeah.
Because what I interjected there. So, because I want to touch on that. My first wife was 7 years older than me. Okay, my wife right now is 24 years old, and I will not apologize to anyone for that at all. Right? I ain't gonna be walking around with a girl that looked like she made it just graduated high school yesterday. That's for sure. Okay, so but what I even explained to them last night when I was touching on the family dynamic before that, like if anyone has seen any of my stuff lately, like my wife had drive into Venezuela, get harassed by immigration for hours because of being with me. We got extorted by Venezuelans, had to go find her family member's body in a port in a shipping container for 5 hours digging through dead people, then get it brought over to the cremator or whatever the fuck they call it, get extorted for money there, them throw multiple bodies in there with his body, then try to charge me for ashes. 3 days she left to go there after having a miscarriage, come all the way back home afterward, right? And then keep holding our son down, our family down, and stuff like that. And that's what I was getting at too with the whole family dynamic. I don't give a fuck what anybody says about me and her, right? Because my wife is a very well put together woman that could hold down shit that women twice her age could never even imagine trying to go through what she did for a few days, right? But what I will say at the same time, right, my wife has never experienced being with someone like myself where I have businesses, I could go to business functions, conferences, dinners, and stuff like that, where we still have to have conversations about different things where we show up, what we're about, what we're not about. So there are still different things that she has not experienced enough in life that we have to conversate about so that she can know, right? But that's just what people do, you know. But I just wanted to touch on that because they brought up too, Mariah, where you talked about the age gap or whatever. Mariah already knows how old my wife is. We already talked about this. We talk about shit off of here.
But here's the thing, here's the thing, and I have that clipped out. I really don't want to go over it. He got mad because I said on the Dominican route, a dude named Easy came, and we was talking shit about, what's that boy name that got caught up with the 15-year-old NYC the Future? And he was like, back in the day, this dude easy. I don't know his whole name. Back in the day, you get caught with a 15-year-old, the whole community gonna beat your ass. She gotta at least be 18. So I asked this dude, how old are you? He was like, he was 40 something. And I'm like, well, you ain't got no business with an 18-year-old. What you mean? You in your 40s, you ain't got no business with an 18-year-old. I don't give a damn what nobody say. That's only 3 years older than a 15-year-old. So if you think that's ass whooping worthy and it's a 15-year-old, you shouldn't think it's ass whooping worthy and it's an 18-year-old. Should no men in their 40s, 50s, 60s be fucking with no 18-year-old? And I'm standing on that. That's crazy to me. 18? That's a teenager. And here's the thing. This is how I know. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hmm?
This is how I know they know that shit ain't right. Do they be sitting around hanging around a bunch of 18-year-old men all day? Why your homies ain't 18 years old? They not mature enough for you? Oh, but you think a woman, a little 18-year-old girl is mature enough just because she got a pussy? Get the fuck out of here. You niggas is not fooling me. 43 and 15 is crazy. 43 and 18 is wow. That's ridiculous. I don't care what nobody say. Now, 23, that's way different than 18 years old. But I'm gonna say this: if you 50-something years old, you shouldn't even know, like, bruh, keep it 25 and up. That's my opinion. After you get a certain age, then big 30, 40-year age gap, that shit is weird.
Hobie ho. No, nobody's calling themselves a passport, bro. The locals are calling all of us single men that go into the countries passport bros. The locals government is dictating who gets in and who doesn't get in. Like, this stuff is a very simple concept. I don't know why we keep like spinning around it. It don't matter what we call ourselves. The people that are dictating whether you get in the country or not, they got the label and they're dictating the terms. They're the house, right? You're the person that's coming into the casino, right? That you don't get to change the casino's rules. They got their own.
Yep. Somebody said Mariah has an issue with Fearless. Mariah has an issue with mandating younger women. I don't. Are you retarded? You got to be. Because if you weren't, didn't I just say, why can't a 50-year-old man date a 25-year-old? Is that not younger? Is that not 25 years younger? You're retarded. I know. I'm gonna show another reason why I'm saying you fucking retarded. Because again, I explained something to you on Dominican Route in depth. We had a whole conversation. You went to your channel pretending like you didn't understand what the fuck I was saying. And Rob had to explain to your dumb ass at least 5 times yesterday what the fuck he did. So some shit is not clicking or connecting, but you have the nerve to call people ghetto and talk about trauma and people coming from a ghetto environment. Bitch, I expect your IQ to be higher than that. If you finna talk like that, you need to come with real good understanding and comprehension, ho. I'm sorry, y'all. I know I get disrespectful, but I get tired of folks. For real.
Yeah,
I get tired of folks. Yeah. Hood bitch, rating now. Yes, all that. Go talk about it on your show to your motherfucking 25 viewers that you might get at the height of your show. Anyway, let's continue. Y'all get so sick of folks. I need to quit being like that. And I tell Rico all the time, I'm gonna stop cussing folks out. I do. I say that, and I need to quit. I ought to quit. I'm not gonna quit though.
I knew as soon as you switched it up, well, you were about to come out after that.
I need to quit being that way. Right. It's really a bad habit.
Hey, you from New York, you be from Brooklyn, yeah?
You said what?
If you was from New York, you will be from Brooklyn.
Not I would be from Brooklyn. Why you say Brooklyn? Oh no, this not
Brooklyn females, they they
every borough in New York is different. I'm from Queens. I was born in Brooklyn. So Harlem is different. You ever see Cameron, the women, people, they more flashy. Brooklyn is just more grimy, little Kim.
Queens get the money.
Queens get money. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Where Mafia be at, Grizel Blanca, we like to get money. You know what I'm saying? We like to be out the way. but we about that work too. We don't have to look grimy. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the whole boroughs is different. Staten Island different, Long Island different, whatever. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, apologize.
But I honestly, I do try not to be that way because I'd be like, dang, you ain't have to go that hard. But damn, then I'll be remembering why I said what I said. Like I'd be like, oh, I'm not gonna cuss nobody out today, right? And then I listen back to what they said, and then I'm like, yeah, I understand why I went off on you. The fuck?
Shout out to Nak Meezy. I think that's the person that was on the panel when you guys were on, right? Was his name Nak Meezy?
Yeah.
Is Nak Meezy in the building?
Soon as Frontier said that you would be from Brooklyn, I was like, yo, Nak is coming soon. Watch. Nak right there.
Shout out to Nak Meezy because he came at Fearless when Fearless was talking all that, you know, you shouldn't be in the hood and this, that, the third, like, yeah, talking all that crazy shit. Shout out to Nak Meezy. He came at him respectfully on that topic.
He did.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play this clip. Okay, now this was about in response to why I live in the hood, right? Now you're gonna do another thing. Thank you. Who sent me this? Thank you, Flit. I appreciate you. I'm sorry. I'm just now seeing your super chat. I don't know how long that's been up. Sorry. Shout out to Nak Meezy. We're gonna let you on in a second. Send the link for Fearless, Mariah. Go one-on-one combo. I'm gonna send it when I get done talking about what I was talking about. If he wanna come on. Okay, now after I get done breaking this down, I'll let you come on. Now, here's the thing, Fearless. I don't like that we had a whole conversation about this on Dominican Route, and then you proceeded to go on your channel and play fucking retarded. I don't like that. I don't like that. So you had an issue with a TikTok that I made. Let me see if I can find the TikTok video.
I watched one of your shows.
Let me see if I can find a
Just
video.
to be it, my wife is Dominican. I just left Santo Domingo. Your question was, all the handsome dudes live in Santo Domingo Este.
Oh, hold on, y'all.
That's the hood. It almost seemed as though you were comfortable being in the hood because the.
Can y'all hear this well?
I don't live in the hood, brother. I don't live in the hood.
Hold on, what's this? Oh, no. Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all.
Let them finish. It was almost as though you were comfortable to go to Santo Domingo Este to deal with handsome guys who were broke.
Can y'all hear that? Oh, shit. I'm doing something wrong, y'all. Because now you're making up shit, but go ahead.
I'm only going by what you put on your social media.
Can y'all hear that?
Your question was, hey, Dominican women, why is it that all the handsome guys live in Santo Domingo Este, where you were at, and said they're broke?
I'm sorry, y'all. Okay.
We could hear it.
Y'all could hear it? Okay, hold on real quick. I want to show this video because y'all took this shit and ran with this shit. I want to show y'all the video he's referring to. Now, keep in mind, I do content. And sometimes I do content that I know, okay, this is going to get some engagement or whatever the case may be. Now, I want y'all to listen to what I said. I'm not going to give y'all any pretense. Listen to what I said. Because you took this shit, Fearless, and you ran with it. And you just straight up lied and created a narrative. Homies Hub, you too been lying and creating a narrative. It's the same narrative y'all trying to create. My ladies from Santo Domingo, y'all tell me if y'all agree with my observation. But all the fine men in Santo Domingo live on the east side. They over here in Santo Domingo Este. Now, not every part of Santo Domingo Este is the hood, but it's hooderer than if you go to El Centro or the west side. You know, I went over there yesterday and I didn't see nobody fine. I didn't see not one man that was fine. You come over here on Avenida España on a Friday, Saturday, Thursday night, and they lined up fine, doing hood rat shit with their hood rat friends. Okay, playing dominoes, drinking, playing cards. Okay, that's where all the fine niggas be. Guess what? They ain't barely got no money. They ain't got no money. Now the ones on the west side, they got some paper. They got a little coin to spend, but they not handsome. Is this forever a decision that women all around the world have to make? The fine man versus the man that's just barely making it or broke? Y'all tell me. Dominican women. Now, okay, y'all tell me, panel, maybe I'm tripping, but did y'all hear anywhere in there me say that I'm over here in Santo Domingo Este for the men?
And can we say this to Mariah? I know you're in the DR. I've been to the DR, and Misha's been to the DR. Let me just say this. Yes, I did say Santo Domingo Este is the hood. I told her that to Mariah this morning. Mariah just said that in her video.
I said that in the video.
All in agreement that Santo Domingo Este is the hood. So what?
Yeah, it's got its parts, but generally, if you compare it to District Nacional, that's
it's the hood. So what?
It's very hood over here.
All of it's not super ghetto, but it's the hood.
It's the hood.
We all agree.
Yeah, it's the hood. Now, what I don't agree with is y'all creating this narrative. You creating this narrative, Fearless. Like, first of all, that I'm over here for the niggas, because I never said that in that video. I said I made an observation that all the fine niggas live in the hood. Y'all keep trying to run with this narrative that I'm choosing to be over here and I'm just running through niggas over here. I be outside trying to ignore their ass. Leave me alone. Okay? So here's the thing. And it ain't even because they hood dudes. It's just because I'm not interested, right? So here's the thing. These lies y'all keep trying to tell. Then you said that I'm trying to encourage women to date hood dudes. I'm gonna pull it up. I never tried to encourage women to date hood dudes. All I said was the men that's in the hood is finer, which y'all say that shit all the time, that the women in Colombia from Bayo, all them, that they look better over there than they do on the south side.
Just to be clear, because everybody wants to say it, yes, Santo Domingo Este is the hood. All of it is not fucking projects. There are nice areas over there in Santo Domingo Este. And I did also say last night, just to be clear, I'm not living in Santo Domingo Este. That's me. That's not, it was hard for me to understand, to be critical, because my best friend lives in Santo Domingo Este. Mariah lives in Santo Domingo Este. 99.9% of the people in the travel space that go and move to the DR, move to Santo Domingo Este because it's fucking cheaper. I get that. There's nothing wrong with it. I choose not to live there because I can afford to live in some nicer places. And I like nice shit. And I'm okay with that. I'll spend more money. I'll spend for $1,500. If I didn't have, I would spend $1,500 for rent. Most guys I know, they ain't spending more than $400 or $500. They just refuse to do it. They tell me I'm crazy. Maybe I am, but I like the nicer shit. But that doesn't, and I go and hang out at their house. Their neighborhoods are not bombarded with all loud music and shit like that. It's where you pick. But nobody's making an argument because we say Santo Domingo Este is hood. We just doing that compared to downtown Distrito Nacional. And then you're painting a narrative that it's more than just hood, like the people that live there and everything else about it. I'm like, then you're painting the whole space as being a bunch of hood motherfuckers because they all go to Santo Domingo Este. I don't know a single one that's not. They all do.
My homeboy that's from the VI, he haven't paid. He got money. Do you hear me? When he come down here, guess where he going? Santo Domingo Este. All his friends over here. But here's the thing. I'm gonna show y'all, before I show what you played on your show, Fearless, that I already explained it to you. And I don't like disingenuous, snaky, slimy, bitch-made niggas. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like it when I took the time to explain it to your funky ass why the fuck I'm over here, and then you went over to that rinky-dink ass channel that you got, and you continued on with the fake narrative.
Mariah, can you hold out on the ad hominems, please?
I'm trying.
I know, but I have to check you. Okay? Because if I don't check y'all, I'm the biggest fucking hypocrite in the world.
Okay.
I get where your frustration comes from, so I would ask you if you could please, let's just discuss the argument because you're smart enough to do it.
You're right. You're right. Because here's the thing. All I got to do is show just how you are, sir. Okay. Now, let's get to the video.
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Hey, brother, how you doing? I'm
I
sorry.
don't know if can y'all hear that?
You good? I just
It's low.
I just want respectful people.
It's
on the
low.
panel and
Yeah, maybe you can turn the volume up on the video.
Easy and everybody. You don't have to.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna add it to the stat. Hold on.
You don't have.
I just.
Is it super low?
Your question was, all the handsome dudes live in Santo Domingo Este.
You know what I'm gonna do instead? Because it's gonna be easier to do. I'm gonna go to Dominican Route channel. And
go to the timestamp.
And I'm gonna go to the timestamp. Yeah. Hold on.
Just share it. And Casanova, you're gonna have to let me know what I'm backpedaling, because I still haven't said one thing today that I didn't. Like I said, the only thing I did was I cleared up the misunderstanding about, which we haven't even played the clip, how the clip was played out of context, about why I got confused about that. But everything else, I stand behind everything I said on that panel last night. I ain't changing nothing. There's nothing for me to change. And I can understand what you're saying, Phyllis, that like in your mind, when you hear Santo Domingo Este, it means one thing. I'm telling you, in my mind, I also agree it's the hood, but I don't hear the same thing that you hear. I don't take the same position about it that you guys may do. You know, I say for me, I don't want to go to places like that, but I fully understand most of the people I know, they choose to. And I'm like, you do you, and I'm going to do me. It's just that simple.
Okay. Put that label on me, and I don't deal with the same shit that y'all have to deal with. It quite
and let's put this,
Rico, let me say this.
I do want to say that.
Go ahead. Was you saying something, Rico? Oh, that's you.
That was the video. The video.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sex tourists too.
Wait, they are. Let me be clear. They are. If you are a woman specifically traveling for sex, they are. But here's the thing.
You put on your social media.
You're adding stuff, but go ahead. Here we
Your
go.
question was, hey
man, you go.
Hold on.
That's what you. Okay, go ahead.
Wrong, but he's respectful.
You don't have to respect. You don't have to respect Rico, but that. But you
He's usually wrong, but he's very respectful. I definitely rock with this brother.
Go ahead, brother.
Rico, I'm gonna have a question for you, and this is.
Oh Lord.
No, I'll see if you understand this. So this is my issue with Mariah also, and it's the same that I have with the brothers that travel. I never understand why we travel to a whole nother country to go to the same ghetto that we leave in the United States. This is from Mariah. I watched one of your shows, and just to be it, my wife is Dominican. I just left Santo Domingo. Your question was, all the handsome dudes live in Santo Domingo Este. That's the hood. It almost seemed as though you were comfortable being in the hood because the men were handsome.
I don't live in the hood, brother. I don't live in the hood.
Now,
You got coach on your ass now.
I didn't say shit about being comfortable living in the hood or me being in the hood because the men were handsome. I started off in the video I'm making an observation that all the fine men are in the hood. You come on here putting 20 on 10 with your low IQ understanding, coming from your place of trauma and projection and making stuff up. But let you finish.
Go ahead.
But let him finish. It was almost as though you were comfortable to go to Santo Domingo Este to deal with handsome guys who were broke instead of going across the river. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. Because now you're making up shit, but go ahead.
I'm only going by what you put on your social media.
You're adding stuff, but go ahead.
Your question was, hey, Dominican women, why is it that all the handsome guys live in Santo Domingo Este, where you were at, and said they're broke? Almost as though, you didn't want to go across the river to the other part of Santo Domingo because the guys were not handsome who had money.
Now you're adding stuff. obviously, I had to go to the other side to make that observation. I never said I didn't want to go to the other side. And I wasn't saying I was on either side. I was just saying it was an observation. Something wrong. Y'all got mental issues. Like, it's a deep-rooted issues in y'all head to where y'all just make up some shit that y'all want to hear. I never said I didn't. First of all, I never said that that's the reason why I'm in Santo Domingo Este. Okay, all I said was, why are all the fine niggas in the hood? And that's not just in Colombia. I mean, that's not just in Dominican Republic. That's everywhere. Even everywhere, people will tell you some of the most attractive people live in the hood. And I never said I didn't want to go across the bridge. I've done several videos of me going across the bridge. Now, so you just made that up that I want to be in Santo Domingo Este and I don't want to go across the bridge because I'm here because of the men are handsome. Obviously, the most important benefit of being in Santo Domingo Este is that it's significantly cheaper than if you go across the bridge. Now, I just tell you that's why, because it's cheaper, sir. It's really that simple. And I don't care who has something to say. Okay, one of the reasons why I moved abroad is so that I could lower my expenses enough so that I can put all my money into building my businesses so I can have more time with my child. I don't got no problem, baby. I come from the hood. I don't have no problem with staying in a cheap area, baby. We call it stay down till you come up. Stay down till you accomplish the mission. What a lot of you older men don't understand, and this is not me making fun of y'all because y'all old, it's just the reality. A lot of y'all are, by the time y'all get ready to move abroad, y'all are 50 and up. Okay, so what does that mean? You've put in your time. You might have a pension coming on. You might have retired. A lot of y'all didn't even think about moving abroad until you started getting closer to retirement. And you're like, how am I going to spend my retirement money? But then y'all try to talk down on us other expats. It's those of us who are in our 20s and our 30s who we got this idea when we were young. Waiting another 20 and 30, 40 years to bust a move. And especially if I'm like, oh, I can do this and I can build an online business doing this and this is that. This will, me being out of the States will help me lower my expenses because guess what? I don't have a family member I can go to and get a business loan and do all this kind of stuff. And I might not want to take out, no, I want to build my shit up from the ground up. So I don't have no, and guess what? Another reason why I don't have no shame in saying that is because that's what the other people my age are doing, who don't have retirement, who don't have pensions. So yes, now do I have to go outside and step outside and worry about getting shot out here? No, it's not. It ain't that. Come on now, let's be so for real. But y'all not finna make me feel bad, and that's what I see a lot of y'all older dudes do in the space. Y'all always like, again, y'all gotta think about your audience. Think about your audience. It's different paths and different ways to do different stuff. Somebody might, okay, yeah, you can stay in the States and build something, but financially that might be more counterproductive than if you already, y'all got to understand, when I came down here, I already had an online job. I was already doing stuff online. So then it gave me more time to just work a little less with my job and then build my other stuff up on the side. I have no shame in saying that, but I'd rather if you're going to criticize me for that, cool. It's not your life, sir. If you're going to criticize me for that, criticize me for that. Don't criticize me over a lie or some shit that you made up. I don't like that.
Right. Can I say something, Mariah? Like, and that's why I'm really perplexed. Like I said, other than that one clip, which I hope I straightened it out with Misha, I don't see where I made any change on any position. Everybody keep telling me I'm flip-flopping. I'm like, y'all not even explaining what I said in this video. I said last night. I'm saying tonight. Like, I'll be honest, as a parent, I'm not a fan of moving overseas with children. But I'm in expat groups that have lots of people that's overseas with kids. So I know it can work, but it's not what I would choose for myself. But people will sit there and like, oh, you said, no, I wouldn't for me. The same way I wouldn't be in Este for me. But it doesn't mean I see anything wrong with it. It's just not a choice I wouldn't make. I'm giving a different perspective because I think all perspectives matter. the people that live, like I said, I'm with Coach John every week. He lives in Santo Domingo Este. You know that, Mariah. He lives in a great neighborhood. I don't even want to live in his neighborhood because I think Santo Domingo got too many fucking blackouts. For one thing, they're always without power and just so many other things. So my choices are my choices. My positions are my position. They don't change, but it still doesn't mean that I don't support Mariah for what she's saying and she does. And simply because she takes a different choice doesn't mean it's the wrong choice. My choice could be wrong. I could be a fool for spending more money, but I'm comfortable doing that. That's all.
One of the things,
it's not like, oh, you wishy-washy, you flip. No. I just made the same way I don't passport. And I just want to say, because the issue was about, he brought up Sosua. Sosua is the fucking hood on the North Coast. But Sosua also has Casa Linda. There's also Seahorse. There are nice areas in Sosua. So stop with the nonsense about I was getting on men in Sosua for it being the hood. No, I was getting on them for the shit they were doing in Sosua and publicizing and putting on the internet. The same thing that Rob is doing in Colombia. The same thing that Mariah is doing. I don't give a damn where you go. It's the behavior. And we know what the behavior of black men in Sosua was. So just y'all are so wildly dishonest trying to make people look wrong.
And one of the things that I see is everyone thinks that you have to 100% agree with someone and be on the same page with someone on everything, or like you can't be tight with someone and not necessarily be on the same page with everything. Look, I even use the example when we're talking about moving overseas, and they brought up you and your daughter going out of the country, right? For me right now, it would be me bringing my son back into the States because he never been in the States, right? So you just said the reason why you moved: lower your expenses, build your business. All that makes perfectly good sense for you, right? And that's your perspective. Me right now, I'm not in that position. I've already built and established, right? I wouldn't go back there because I don't need to go in another direction right now to try to build up. But I can completely understand you doing it. And someone said, hey, you can get up faster in the United States. That ain't true either. When you're working remote, you can get it up as fast as you want anywhere in the world, as long as you got Wi-Fi, the internet, right? Your social channels, it works the same. So lowering your expenses, if you can find a way to make it, which Mariah has, is actually the better option because you have less pressure on you financially. And when people have a pressure on them financially, trying to build a business, which I know because I have done it, typically you make poor decisions and it sets you back, right? So lowering your expenses to try to build, that's what they would tell you to do in the States too. Hey, get your expenses as low as possible so you could try to invest back into what you're doing and grow. But regardless, man, different people make different decisions because they're in different places and they got different things going on. We don't have to agree and be on the same page as with everybody else and still be able to roll with someone.
I agree. And that was my whole point. Oh, go ahead, Misha.
No, I'm agreeing with what Rob just said.
Yeah, and that's my whole point. They go around and around and around like, oh, well, if you feel that way, why you can't call them out for feeling that way? Because I don't. In the same way, like, people who feel like, oh, okay, I'm at the point where I'm close to retiring. So I don't need to look at, I'm in, like, as Mariah said, I'm in a position that I don't need to worry about because I got my house, I got my cars over there. I'm putting everything in place. So before, when me and my wife show up with our suitcases, I want to need, as I'm not going to have to work, I'll have my retirement, my pension, all those things. So I'm taking a different track to expatting than what she's taking. So I'm like, it makes sense that we would have, if I was doing it like her 30 years ago, yeah, I'd be in Santo Domingo Este because I wouldn't be set like I am. I absolutely would be doing it that way. But because I'm not in that position, there's no reason for me to do it that way. If she waited 30 years and had a big old fat teacher's pension or some shit like that, she would probably be traveling differently. It's just, I can take the criticism if y'all didn't. This is the part where I say Mariah's right. Y'all lie and twist shit. I'm not going to say it's a narrative. I'm just saying you guys are wildly wrong about shit. You're not listening. You're not clearly listening. You hear one part and you hold on to it. And even when we start to have this conversation, you guys still don't want to listen to the conversation, as Mariah said, in good faith. You just come in there with a fucking position and you just block out all fucking nuance and you just go rah, 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 rah. So it's like, you know what? That's why I don't give space. That's why I be like, fuck it. Get trash.
And y'all hold on to the lie. Just like I explained to you my position while I was over there, you chose to go on your channel and lie, even though I explained to you it's not about the men. You chose a bold-faced lie over going over there. You could have said, I just don't agree with her living in the hood for whatever I don't like. Cool, I don't give a fuck. It's not gonna change. But to lie on me, that's disrespect. Thank you, Nagmisi Rob. If you publicly admit that you're soft as a baby, I will go easy on you. Do it for the kids.
Soft as baby shit.
Like I already told Nak last night. I told the guys before, if anyone can knock me off my feet, I'll throw an extra 1,000 into the charity. What is going to happen is I'm going to knock Nak the fuck out, and then I'm going to put the 1,000 on him. I'm going to wake him up with it real quick, give it to him, and he can donate it to the kids.
Rob, I don't know now. I'm putting my money on Nak. I like you, but I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to put my money on Nak.
See, now I can't roll with you anymore, Rico, because we ain't 100% on everything. So you're dead to me now.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And here's the thing, people can, that's what I'm saying. We can disagree. I don't like people lying on me. That'd be the only thing. Disagree. You don't gotta like it, but yeah, you're right. And here's the thing. The same thing Rico just said on here, and the same thing Rico said on their panel. We already talked about this on the phone. He already said that on the phone, y'all. Now, furthermore, I did not live in the hood when I lived in the United States as an adult. I did not live in the hood, so I didn't.
Not even giving you well, who's been here on the channel before? Anybody that's followed the channel before?
Right? When I was a kid, I lived in the hood.
He said he might come up.
But let me finish.
I did not move
but absolutely, I think
the hood in the United States. I'm sorry. In my opinion, the hood here is way safer. You know why? These people pay for the cootie cat. My main issue, if you want to socially integrate, this
said he wasn't a passport.
Okay, but
sorry.
Handsome who had money.
Now you're adding stuff. I never said I didn't. First of all, I never said that that's the reason why I'm in Santo Domingo Este. Okay, all I said was why are all the fine niggas in the hood?
And it's the same I say with the guys. Why do you go to the barrios? It's Dominican Republic. Across the river is just as cheap. You're an American. You have American money. So why not be in an area where you're...
I just explained it to you, sir. I've been over there. I just explained it. It is, if you go from here to across the bridge, it's significantly more expensive. It's not just as cheap. Is it cheap as compared to American rent? Yes. It's not just as cheap, though. To you why I like it over here. If that was the case, then Dominicans over here would be able to go over there, but they can't. And
listen. When I was in Santo Domingo, I stayed in Pinatini.
That's exactly what I say.
Abraham Lincoln. This is where I like it. This is where I like to be. This is where I can socially integrate. This is where I can hear the music that I want to hear. I like to hear them bumping their music, blasting their music louder. I like it. You can't make me like what you like.
Oh, no. I'm right with you.
You want to, what you're not going to make it seem like is that I'm over here for purposes of sex.
No, I never.
Okay. So I explained to you that I'm not over here for sex. Now you have this elitist mentality. You have a problem with me saying that I like the culture over here. I like the loud music. I like this and that. I remember on your channel, it's like, why you want to live with somewhere where there's loud music? If it bothers you, it bothers you. It don't bother me. You try to make it seem like, oh, that's low class, sir. I don't care what you like. I don't care what you're into. It's not your life, sir. It's not your life. But I'm going to show what you went on your channel and what you chose to do. Rather than acting in good faith, you chose to go on your channel and lie. And bold-faced lie, I'm going to prove you to be the liar that you are. It's hooderer than if you go to El Centro or the West Side. You know, I went over there yesterday and I didn't see nobody fine. I didn't see not one man that was fine. You come over here on Avenida España on a Friday, Saturday, Thursday night, and they lined up fine, doing hood rat shit with their hood rat friends, okay? Playing dominoes, drinking, playing cards, okay? That's where all the fine niggas be. Guess what? They ain't barely got no money. They ain't got no money. Now the ones on the west side, they got some paper. They got a little coin to spend, but they not handsome. Is this forever a decision that women all around the world have to make? The fine man versus the man that's just barely making it or broke? Y'all tell me.
The reason I play, you can take that down. How can I remove that, Rona? There we go. Let me remove it. The reason I played that is this. She in the hood. I mean, she in the hood because I know it's the hood. The first girl I ever met when I got off the plane in DR in 2005 or whenever it was, she worked at the airport. She worked at duty free.
Didn't I say it was the hood? So why the hell you explaining that?
I've been in DR before there was ever some translation, before you had a map. That's how long I've been going, where you was just, you had to scratch off orange cards is how you used to use the phone. She lived in Los Minas. Los Minas is 1 block from Venezuela Avenue, just right where she says she at. It's the hood. My question has always been, why did you travel, and not you, so that's why I was bringing it up when you asked about living behind the fence, to a whole nother country just to go back to the hood? And then we question why you say, oh, I can't find a good man. You just said, and I'm not saying she's there for a man. I don't know. But it lets me know the environment that you're comfortable with. You're comfortable being in the hood. You're comfortable being around the loud noises. You're comfortable being around broke people. How do you go to another country and that's where your area is? And as an American, your money travels much further. So why not go across to February 27th?
I explained it
over to Acropolis or somewhere there where there's a whole different group. And it lets me think the mentality, especially of Americans or whomever, is there's never a state that says, I want someone who's stable, who has a good job, who is this. It's just, I want a good looking dude that's broke. And
Did I say I want a good looking dude that's broke? Is that what I said? Did I say the whole reason why I chose to be over there is because I want a good looking dude that's broke? Is that what I said? Is that what you got? And then here's the thing. All of this, it was no need to bring it up again because I explained it to you. So you coming on here playing dumb like we didn't have a whole conversation. I explained it. Why didn't you bring that up? Okay, she explained it to me and she said X, Y, Z. She gave me your, why are you coming on here acting confused, Negro? I'm trying to understand. Then you tying this to the men I date. What that got to do with the hell? What that got to do with the price of tea in China?
With that. So that was the preset for my question to you as to why you stay in a certain area. Because as an American, this is what we're trying to get away from. I get money and I want to go somewhere where my money goes longer. I want to have a maid in the house. I want to have a driver there. All of those things. I'm sorry, I'll cut it.
That's why you chose to leave. I never came to, the whole time I'm in, let me tell you something. I had a maid for a month and I wanted that lady gone. Get out my way so I can clean my house. It was annoying. I didn't come over here. See, a lot of y'all come over here like, oh, I want to live way better than I can live in America. I came over here with a different goal. It's nothing wrong with wanting to live better than what you lived in America. It's just I didn't come over here with the stuff in mind that y'all had. I had a different goal. I didn't come over here so I could chill. I came over here so I could lower my expenses and so I could work.
And
you understand?
Okay.
So I could be
that's
working
okay.
hard.
And that's okay, Mariah. I wouldn't even be worrying about what these guys are saying. Like, do what you think is best for you and your child. Like, I thought being in this YouTube travel space was to be informative, to share information, and to big up one another when you choose to move from the US to wherever. This shit became so like opposite of what it was before. It's crazy. Like,
it's toxic.
What's wrong with what she's doing? If that's what she chooses, if she wants to be in Santo Domingo Este, then that's fine. If she wants to be in Piantini, Naco, or whatever, that's fine. If she wants to be in the Campo, that's fine. That's her life, her decisions. You do what you do, let her do what she do. Like, everybody should just mind their business when it come to that. Just big up one another when you see one another traveling and stuff like that. Like, what is the issue with living here or living there?
Yeah. You know what it is, Misha? They get upset because this is their talking point. Well, she can tell us how to live, but we can't tell her how to live. All I did, Misha, I tell these men all the time. I've never ever on this channel been on a crusade to stop these men from buying box. Never. Uncle Rico, don't I say it every live? It's a disclaimer. Because people try to say that. If y'all want to go to other countries and marry,
it wouldn't be a brotherhood in these Latin countries if it wasn't for buying box. Let's be clear.
Very clear.
If that wasn't there, the brothers wouldn't be together in these countries. I tell you that.
But you know the truth, though, ladies, they can't find a single clip of anybody, myself included, saying that men should not be buying box. They get on me because my criticism of them was this. Y'all sit here and y'all spend endless amounts of hours talking about how fucked up American Black women are. And you're comparing them to women that you're going over there that are prostitutes. I'm not telling you not to go over there and sleep with them. Then they'll turn around and get mad at me and say, I was the one that told my sons how to buy prostitutes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, so why would I have a problem? Because I told my son, and never in Sosua, my son's never been to Sosua. I've been once. It was in Punta Cana. I said, look, I know what y'all gonna do. Y'all young. I'm not stupid. I don't want your ass on World Star. Don't be up there fighting. Get up there. You negotiate whatever price. You don't get in no shit. You do it respectful, and then you bring your ass home. That's basically what I told him. Because I know what you're gonna do. That's fine. I'm not with you, but because I'm not going to be there with you, I don't want to have to come get you from the police station or no shit like that. So no one's ever told, I've never heard anybody, a man, woman, or child, to ever tell them they should not be buying box. We told them stop doing shit publicly that make us as Black men look horrible, beating up them, fighting them. You agreeing to one price and then you saying she tried to overcharge and shit like that. This is all the goofy shit that we called out. And that's their deflection, because they don't want you to say nothing to them, is to say, oh, she don't want me to get no pay for play. No one's ever said that. Nobody.
Never said it. Never said it. Now let's be very clear. If you coming for me and I see you a weak ass nigga that gotta pay for the coochie, I'm always getting on your ass. Period. Because the whole ass nigga, what you think? Who you think you are speaking on me and you gotta pay for pussy? And you have to? And I said this so many times. It's dudes that pay a girl to stay out the way. They pay a girl because they don't want to get in their feelings. And they might pay a girl for box because they don't want a relationship. And instead of lying to a woman, they might just pay her so they can get it off and move on. I think that's more honorable than leading a woman on and acting like you love her just to get some box. Right? But it's, again, those of y'all who are upset about me being a woman and being in Latin America, you coming with that real effeminate energy, hating on the woman. You down here gotta pay for box. Oh, I'm on your ass every single time. Keep paying though. That's the only way you finna get some.
Can we make a clippable moment starting with you, Mariah? Can everybody go down here and tell these niggas that we give them permission and we support them buying box?
Like facts. I've been in support. Y'all can go back to my video on the Passport Bros 2 years ago.
Let's just say it one more time because so that they can clip this. I support you buying box. It's okay for you to buy a box. I just want y'all to stop publicly embarrassing us.
Yeah, just keep it like, keep it cool. Quit making it hot for everybody.
That's it.
Do it. Everything you do, it's a respectful way to do it. Y'all don't gotta disrespect these girls. That's not me telling you, oh, don't go do it.
Exactly.
That's
and they know the difference.
Thing.
To me, they know the difference, but because they want to bang down on us for calling out the extra goofy shit that is harmful to us, that does make it difficult for us to travel, that's the lame ass excuse they make up. No one's ever told y'all not to buy box. In countries where it's legal to buy box. It's perfectly legal. It's in their fucking constitution. Why would I tell you not to do something that's constitutionally protected?
Look, it's this simple. Because we've been saying this for a while now. So I don't even need to say it again because you can find it in a million different places. The real issue is, why isn't anything changing? and this is what it is. Okay, guys are monetizing content around parties, mansion parties, hanging out with escorts, and that's how they pay in their bills. So they don't want it to stop. They don't want anyone to say anything to them about it. But the reality of it is the government is keeping people out of the country because of the shit that y'all are doing. So for me, at least, I'm going to keep coming at you guys' asses because it's impacting everybody. And I don't give a shit if it fucks up your income, right? You're gonna have to find a new skill that you can use making content to generate income. And that's why guys are mad at me, because I can do it and have exceeded what guys are doing in just a few months. And I don't have to post about parties, yachts, fucking hanging out with any of that bullshit at all, right? You guys got to figure out a different way to make your content and monetize it and pay your bills, which I'm cool with y'all doing that, right? But the government has made it very clear what they're not down with, and you guys, by not stopping, are continuing to make it where guys are it's even more difficult or cannot get into the country because the shit that y'all are doing. And I don't give a fuck how you feel about it, because your behavior is fucking up things for a lot of people. So do something. Change your ways, man. It's a very simple thing. Like this is not a difficult thing that people seem to not grasp onto. And then the only reason that you're not grasping onto it is because changing is gonna fuck up your money.
That's all anyone's ever saying. And again, it's just like y'all twist everybody's words in these videos and these clips. You're trying to twist our position. No, I've never heard Rob. Matter of fact, Rob started out going against the women that were scoping the men because he felt like, and I feel like it's not fair for men to lose their lives. I said I wouldn't be caught dead in Colombia because I'm a scope fucking magnet because I drink too much. So I was like, no, Colombia is not safe for me. Not telling nobody else not to go. I would tell men, if you go, based on all the information that I've gotten and I've seen, whether it's from Rob and all the other people, you need to be very careful. I got sons that talk about when they go. I tell them, don't go. I don't want them to go, but they're going to do whatever the fuck they want. Watch yourself. But it's just like, I'm not trying to control that part of the game. Nobody's trying to control that part of the game. But we can say, you guys need to, why are y'all putting up sex tapes of y'all fucking prostitutes? You paid her for the sexual act. You did not pay her to put her on the internet or all in your WhatsApp chat. You didn't pay her to take her dignity or her pride away from her. And that's what you're doing. And I'm a hater for me just saying, look, you paid her for the sexual act. You didn't pay her for the right. And then to monetize off of it, and she makes nothing. So it's not even like you giving her a part of what you earned off of showing her. But y'all do that. Y'all do the creep cams in the hotel rooms. Y'all passing. Y'all got them in the groups. Oh, look at this one. Oh, look at this one. She only want this. She only want that. Y'all can do it. I just think it's goofy. I think when the shit gets out there, it creates a problem for the space. So to be honest with you, more people in the space should be calling it out. But they don't. They just let it fly. They don't want to cause any problems. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. That's why the space is all fucked up. That's why the space is all fucked up. And some of the so-called leaders in the space, whether we can go back to BMT and some of the other OGs of the space, they were the ones that I put most of it on to have called it out early enough when people were listening to them that it would have made a difference. They didn't say anything. Now it's fucked up. Now they want to run around with their hands up and say, well, hey, I can't control it. I can't control it. Fuck out of here. You could have, but you didn't.
Facts. Okay. Now, it is another thing I want to show. Last thing I'm going to show, then I'm going to open it up for everybody to say what they want to say. I'm going to drop the link for a couple of people who said they want to come up. Now, here's the thing. Homies Hub, you did say that my child is mixed with colonizer. That's what you said. You said my child is part colonizer. You said that about my child. So you went on the channel last night. You went on the panel. You told two lies. You said you never talked about my child. I'm gonna pull it up. Then you tried to act like you didn't say she was a colonizer. Then admitted to saying she was a colonizer. She was mixed with colonizer. Then you turn around and in the same conversation said you never said nothing about my child. You just be fucking lying. And you speak on my daughter every chance I get. And then you want to say, oh, I speak on her parenting style, not my daughter. You done brought my baby daddy into the conversation. You steady bringing up child support. You steady bringing up my every opportunity you get, you bring up my daughter. Then you lied and said that I called you a tether. Then you lied and said I called you a tether. You lied and said that I called you a slave catcher. And I'm going to show the clips of what was actually said. Rico, what did I tell you about the word tether?
You don't use it.
I don't use it.
You said you don't use it. And I said,
don't
I
use
understand, but I do understand why the people who use it, why they use it, and how it's used.
Yeah,
I said
but I don't use it.
It's not all Africans. It's just, like I said, to me, when I hear the term tether, that's the same as somebody calling a black person a coon or Uncle Tom. We know what that means. As a black man, if you call another black man a coon or Uncle Tom, I'm not going to get offended because I know you're talking about people who have certain behaviors. So when the term tether got popularized, it was about certain groups of African immigrants, not all African immigrants. But again, when people want to deflect you calling out foul behavior, and I don't know about the situation with you and homie about that. I know that that's the thing that people like to do, the same way they're going to say, y'all don't want nobody to go buy a box. They're just trying to knock down your valid argument with some overarching bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
That's
all homie Tub got upset about is because I told him, because he always inserting himself into our issues that go on between Black Americans, right? And then he called me a heifer. First of all, that's how we know your culture is Nigerian, because that's not even a word that us Black Americans use. We don't be talking about no damn heifer. That's a word that y'all be using to describe somebody that's half Black American, half African or whatever. So you already using words we don't use. So you got upset because I said you're not even half. You're a Nigerian. You're not a Black American. So you should not be inserting yourself into our issues. I didn't say anything was wrong with being Nigerian. As a matter of fact, I don't have anything against African people. My daughter's dad is Ethiopian. She half African. I don't have anything negative to say. But you heard that and you took it as an insult when it wasn't. It was just a matter of fact. And then you use that to go on a racist tirade. So I'm going to show what you said about my daughter.
And I said, just to be clear, last night, I did say I didn't see that part. So when I backed up off of that issue, again, I said I went with what you told me, but I hadn't seen it. So I said, because he said I was taking it out of context. And I said, okay, I don't know because I didn't hear the clip. But he did admit he said it, but he said there was some context that I was missing. So that was another point, like I did with the Misha thing. I didn't give him the W, but I was like, okay, well, maybe I need to pull back. Because if you say you wasn't talking about her in a derogatory way, I don't know.
You gave him the W.
I didn't give it to homie. I gave it to Fearless. Yeah, but I didn't give it. And I thought, okay, you fair. Stay on my ass about it. I appreciate it. I got to start staying in them on my square about shit like not budging. I folded. I fucking folded. I was wrong for that. I apologize for that. I wish I hadn't.
I have to drop down soon because I have a baby upstairs sleeping, and I know when she wakes up, I'm gonna be tired as hell. But I do have to work. But I just want to stay on for a couple more minutes. I don't know when you're gonna have people come on the panel, but just in case anybody had any questions or pushback or anything like that, I'm here now.
Rico, your ass been on fire for 24 hours now, boy.
I told you.
Oh, y'all finna head out, Misha? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Misha?
Yeah.
Okay. No, girl, thank y'all for coming and clarifying.
I want to appreciate you for having me on your panel. Shout out to Remote Living with Gringo. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm subscribed to your channel. I love to see what you're doing. I'm tuned in for the whole Susua thing. I'm in Dominican Republic in October, so I'll see you, Mariah. We're definitely linking up, and then after that, I'm going back to Colombia. Shout out to old crusty, salty Unc Rico. I'm on your ass on anybody's panel you on.
But you know what, Misha? I'm gonna tell you, like I told Mariah, I like to be pushed. I told Mariah that yesterday. I was like, I want to be checked for anything, because if I do something wrong, I don't have a problem with saying, hey, I got that wrong. I shit the bed. I fucked up. I apologize. I wish more people in this space would, because I think we could come to a better place. But looking back on it now, I was wrong. And I see how that would have made you feel, and I apologize for that, because now when I look back at it, I was like, no, it was nothing for me to say. She didn't say anything, and that's why I didn't say anything, but I shouldn't have gave in either. And that made it look really fucked up. And now that I don't want to be mad at Fearless about it, but I feel like he really set me up. But that's no excuse for me being fucking stupid in the moment. I hate that shit.
Uncle Rico, we got a spot on the card. Someone needs to come
and
piece Uncle Rico up for that. Yeah.
It got to be somebody daddy. I ain't fighting on you young motherfuckers.
Hey, but no, for Misha too, y'all send me y'all's accounts and handle so I can support y'all too.
All right. Got well, how do you want me to send it to you?
Remote Living Gringo.
No.
Oh.
I know your YouTube channel. I'm just saying, did you want?
Oh, on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
I got just Remote Living Gringo there too. I'll check that.
Okay.
And y'all make sure y'all follow Misha on Vibing with Misha on all platforms, including here on YouTube.
Oh, actually, there you go. I don't need you to send it. That's easy enough.
Yeah, Vibing with Misha on YouTube, TikTok, and also Instagram. And I just want to say, I want to give a shout out to Charlie Chang TV. I'm not very consistent with my page, but I need to be. But I want to give a shout out to Charlie Chang TV, because normally when I'm not on my live, I'm on his live, and we bring up a lot of different topics, and they give out a lot of informative information about traveling and etc. But yeah, I just want to thank everybody for being respectful, and I hope to see you guys again soon.
All right, bro. We'll see you soon. Y'all get some rest.
I just want to say shout out to everybody. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for letting the goon be on the site. You heard?
All right, thank you for coming on right there. Y'all get some sleep.
Salute to you, sir.
All right, see y'all. Have a good night.
You too.
All right.
Good night. Yeah, because we've been going at it late. Okay, link is in the chat for anybody who wants to come up and give their opinion. Now I'm gonna go.
You know, Nak's on his way right now. Not gonna be the first.
You already know he on his way.
And don't interrupt him either.
Yes, before I pull this clip up, since we do have Robert from Remote Living Gringo, also the founder of Live Abroad Academy. For those of y'all who are wanting to move abroad, but you want to learn a skill set so that you can be able to feed yourself abroad, Robert has an academy where he teaches you media buying and high ticket sales. And when you complete the course, you will be able to interview and have access to get a job. I mean, a job's not guaranteed, of course, but you're going to get the skills. You'll have access to interviews. He'll let you know where you need to go to interview and things like that. As well as it has a plethora of many other resources that you would need to move abroad. And if you're interested, I'm going through the academy myself right now. If that is something that you are interested in, then the link is in the description box. And if you use my code, you'll get 10% off. Okay. Robert, well, never mind. We'll do this later.
Let me shout out to Charlie Chan. Thank you for hitting the link last night and putting some pressure on too. That was the guy, Charlie Chan, was on later, I guess around hour 6 or 7. So I fuck with him. Like Misha said, he's got a great channel. He does some great streams. And anybody want to come up here and put the pressure? Come up here. Yeah. When the link is dropped, I ain't gonna be here too much longer after that long ass one last night, but come up here and put the pressure, because I stand behind everything I said. Like I said, I need to correct that situation with Misha. I did fold. I try to always be honest, but I just folded because I thought maybe I misheard something. And I was like, okay, well, if I was wrong, maybe Fearless was right and I got it way wrong and I missed that. And I could have did a little better on this other situation that Mariah's about to straighten me out. But
now, Robert, I will say this. When I watched this live yesterday, I was waiting on you to call Homie Tub out for lying. Because I'm like, Robert was on the panel.
We can't remember everything, Mariah.
Maybe, yeah.
That shit gets hard.
Yes.
Okay, you're right. I mean, I wasn't mad about it, but I was like, Robert, tell him he's lying. You know,
Right.
but
Well, the main thing that I talked to homies of about that I told him, like, hey, y'all's beef is y'all's beef. I stay out of that, right? That the only the thing that I saw that I had issue with, right, was putting up a thumbnail and insinuating that you're fat. Like that there's
Right.
there's got to be boundaries, right? Like I
yeah,
already,
I feel you.
you know what I mean?
feel you.
So
But I'm gonna say this: if somebody was lying on you and I knew they was lying on you and they doing it in my face, I'm gonna say, and it's not even to get in the beef. You did say that though.
yeah. Well, some of the stuff though. Which topic are you talking about?
Him
know what
calling
we're
my
actually
daughter,
talking about.
him saying my daughter is part colonizer.
Colonizer.
Remember,
Oh,
I
yeah.
got mad on this live and went off about that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Let me just
yeah,
say this,
yeah,
right?
yeah. No, and I told you, yeah. So what happened is I thought that I heard him say, but I could not remember. That's why I was telling you when we were talking, like, yo, I think I saw that on a video, but I'm not 100% sure. But I'm pretty sure that he did. But so yes, if he did,
when you're on a lot of streams, this shit gets jumbled after a while. I'm gonna remember 30 minutes of this tomorrow. Somebody's gonna have to refresh me, or I'm gonna have to rewatch it. So that's why I said, and there's no excuse about criticizing people, but it's a lot. And I just want to say, Life Gambler, it wasn't the man or my mindset. I just couldn't remember, so I just said, fuck it. I'm guilty just to move on. Sometimes I shouldn't
old.
do that. I got to be better about not saying fuck it. I don't remember, but
you're old, man. Just use that.
Yeah.
You're old.
Yeah.
Me,
Yeah.
I'm not old like you.
But I
gotta
need to
remember.
be better at holding frames, staying on my square. I usually don't give in worth a fuck, but I did. Maybe I was tired. I don't.
Yeah, play that clip though, because I
want to
wanna
play it so y'all
yeah.
can see what was said, and then I'm gonna show y'all Homies Hub just straight up lie. Quite simply put, they not man enough.
You're talking about FBAs and non-FBA and how I'm not FBA. Your daughter isn't fully FBA.
yeah.
In fact, your daughter is part colonizer, part FBA, and part African.
You
When
said
talk- when
my
you talk, are you
daughter
thinking about how
is
that-
part colonizer,
Yep.
part FBA, and part African. Bitch, I don't know where in what world you think that colonizer is not an insult.
Colonizer.
It is, because that's what
That's
they
an
used to insult me. all
Yeah, I
the
know.
time.
I can say Rob's a colonizer. That's an
To refer
insult.
to that, stop playing. You know that that's not being said in good faith. You could have said she was part white.
Yeah, that's an insult.
Saying that you're not FBA, that you're Nigerian, and you come back to that with, I'm trying to say, you take that as a racial slur, that I'm calling you by your ethnicity, and you feel like that gives you a license to call my daughter a colonizer, to refer to her in that way at all. You a hoe ass nigga. I ain't even gonna hold you. You's a hoe.
Can you do me a favor, Mariah? Can you go back just a little bit before that so I can hear the context? Because I want to make sure, because he's, what was, and again, I'm
Yo,
not.
stop BSing, Rico. There is no context, man.
I know,
brother.
but he said
What am I? But you asking for her to rewind and all of that, bro.
Okay.
And then you go talking again. There you go talking again, bro. This is why you can't never learn, Rico, because you stay talking, bro. You get on these panels flip-flopping, and I rock with you, but at our age, and I'm way younger than you, there's certain things that you already know off the rip don't fly. Once he said your daughter, he's dead ass wrong. There is no context to it. And then when you use their version of tether that they use for white people, which is colonizer, that's 100% negative. If he would have said that to her, because they beefing, it's no issue. But once he brings her seed into it, he's dead ass wrong. And anyone that has a half a brain does not need context to tell a man that you dead ass wrong for bringing up somebody's seed. People get eliminated for that shit, bro. Stop trying to be so agreeable, my brother. You agreeable because hold on, brother. I'm not finished. You can't be too agreeable, Rico. I'd rather be, the angry guy like Felix said or whatever, but I stand on my square every single time. If I get cut off, I'm gonna check you in a moment. You call me boy, I'm gonna check you in a moment. You violate a child, I'm gonna check you in a moment. I don't give two F's about being on nobody's panel or whether they like me or nah. I'm gonna stand on truth every single time, and that's what I would like to see more of from you, brother.
I told you not to be cutting off Knack, bro. But
Knack, I accept that 100%. You're absolutely right. I did say last night there was no context for bringing her daughter up at all. I mean, because to me, you're right. I'm old enough to know better, and I try to stay in that space. I don't know. I guess maybe last night I just sort of fell into the trap of trying to take, because usually I've always been, steadfast in my position, but I fell into the trap of saying, okay, let me go over here and try to have an open mind. And I see that was a trap that I fell into. I do know better. There's no context and I did say that. If you go back and you watch the live, you heard me. I said, anybody that watched it, there's no context whatsoever for bringing her daughter up no matter what. But then when I pulled back saying, because I hadn't heard what she just played. I never heard it. I only knew what she told me he said. And then I got him to admit that he called her a colonizer, but he, for whatever reason, made it seem like, but I should have said no matter what the context is. I did say that, but he just kept convincing me that it was something.
Right, and that you had him stand on business. You said, you just said it. And I'm like, that's what I'm talking about, Rico. But then he kind of like Nigel explains you back off of your position. Stand on your square, brother. That's all I'm saying.
Facts. I had nothing to add. Fact. I folded. I shouldn't have. So now that I see it, I ain't nothing to talk about no more.
Yeah, you know what? Well, I don't know why you did what you did, but when a group of guys start pressing you, it could be you could fold. So you just gotta stand firm, bro. You know what I mean? Like that they be pressing me all the time. But if you already said what you said and you believe in that, we got to stand on it. Mariah, can you drop the link? Can we get Yusuf in? Because Yusuf is as part of the boxing too. I want to get him up with Nat because I want to.
I just want to say I didn't change my position on it. I folded and I listened. I didn't at any point in time say that there was a reason for it. So anybody can go back and watch the stream. Ask if I changed my position on. You don't talk about nobody's seed, like Nat said. I know better than that. I don't think that shit's cool. I never changed my position on it. I just sat there and left room for. I shouldn't have. There's no fucking context for it. But I left room for that. But I never changed. Even if there is context, you still shouldn't have did it. So I shouldn't even need to give a fuck about what the context is. That's the issue. And Nat is right for correcting me on that. So I respect it.
Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to let Yusuf up after we finish with this point about what homie said about my daughter, because I want to keep going so we can talk about other things. Okay. But this is one of the highest views that I've gotten on a video. Okay.
Yo, but when you were talking about Trump, not to go back.
You gotta believe that I'm going to jail and behind talking about me. She's obsessed with me. You are a disingenuous bitch. Who is a bitch? My daughter is a 10-year-old child. And who is a bitch? My daughter is.
So that I could set men free from the clutches of women like you.
So I can set men free from the clutches of women like you. Let me tell you something. You degenerate motherfucker. None of the men that watch you would ever have to worry about being in my clutches. I promise you. I was not checking for them in the United States. I'm not checking for them here. They were never in danger of being in captivity by me. Okay? Never. And I'm pretty sure no women like me. Quite simply put, they not man enough. Now, before this,
you're talking about FBAs and non-FBA and how I'm not FBA. Your daughter isn't fully FBA. In fact, your daughter is part colonizer, part FBA, and part African. When you talk the way you talk, are you thinking about how that's going to affect her? Of course you're not, because you're selfish.
How is it going to affect her, sir? Do I have to lie about how is it going to affect her? How is it going to affect my daughter if I acknowledge that she's biracial? Because she is. How is that going to have an effect on her life? Or multiracial, really? How is that going to negatively affect her? Can y'all think of a way that would negatively affect somebody by acknowledging that they're multiracial? And me saying that Black Americans is a different ethnicity than Nigerian Americans, it's not going to affect her. What do you mean? Her family don't call themselves Black Americans. They call themselves Ethiopians. If you go to Africa, they don't call themselves black or black. They don't even call themselves Black. They call themselves their ethnicity. So do you feel a way because you don't get to be included? Is this your issue? But hold on. I'm going to finish playing this before we go on because he's going to make the claim that I called him a slave catcher. And I have to add context because that's not what I said. My daughter is part colonizer, sir. Again, you don't know my family lineage. My dad's family never colonized anything. Bitch, you gonna quit talking about my daughter, you hoe ass nigga. That's why you such a bitch ass motherfucking nigga. You keep bringing up my daughter. You keep bringing up my daughter. That's the shit that pissed me off, and these niggas need to start checking you about this shit. That's again, when you first started talking about me, oh, you got your daughter, this, and that. You keep bringing up my child, you bitch ass nigga. You are so focused on my child and the dynamic between me and my child. Dad, you is a grown ass man steady on my child, bitch. And you sitting up calling my daughter part colonizer, part what, bitch? You hear that? You is a bitch. My daughter is a 10-year-old child. And for you to sit up, homie, stop, I promise, I swear to God, I bet I never see you in public. I promise you I'm set and get the fuck off, bitch ass nigga. You better believe that. You better believe that I'm going to jail and behind mine. You're a bitch. You're a hoe ass nigga.
Mariah,
you fucking like kids, bitch ass nigga, because you can't keep my daughter name out your mouth. You so upset with her. Every opportunity you get to bring up my daughter, bitch, you speak my daughter. I'm sick of your hoe ass. You talk about my daughter almost every live. And this is all you bringing up my daughter, all due to a lack of comprehension. You got mad because I said you're not fucking foundational. You're fucking not, bitch. Being called African or Nigerian, I didn't know that was a slur. But you calling my daughter a colonizer? You lame, you weak, and the niggas that support you, lame ass, weak ass niggas. Go ahead, Flick.
That's interesting. He said that he also, I mean, he considered you his friend, Rob, as a colonizer. You were his colonizer friend, I guess.
Let me tell you the problem with niggas like Homie Tub. First of all, bitch, you can't sit up here. If you want to call Rob and people like him or people that are mixed with European, if you want to sit up here and call all of us colonize people, this is what he's saying. This is the part that he used to say that I called him a slave catcher. Now listen to what I said. Well, colonizers, without even knowing their background and their history, if you want to call people colonizers just off of the fact that they white, then what are you? Can we call Nigerians was selling Nigerian royalty, Nigerian businessmen was literally selling black people into slavery. So what the fuck is you, bitch? That might not have had nothing to do with you and your family. Now y'all heard what I said. That might not have had anything to do with you and your family. I was using it as an example. You're calling my daughter a colonizer just because she's mixed with white, and my family, nobody in my family owns slaves, sir, or colonized or whatever. They came during the turn of the century. I know you don't know about history, okay? They came when the United States started opening up immigration during the turn of the century. Let's start there. And again, my point was, what if I chose to call all Nigerians and people from those parts of West Africa that lived in a place where the wealthy class chose to sell slaves? What if I started calling y'all slave catchers or slave traders? But I don't do that because that would be stupid. That was the point I was making. Oh, but your hands clean. But because you're a racist, and let's be clear, you coming from a place of jealousy, you got a lot of jealousy in your heart toward white men that you perceive to be in a better position in life than you. It's okay for you to call them colonizers while you disregard the history of Nigeria and their part that took place in the slave trade. Oh, but he's a colonizer.
They play the biggest
Or
part.
my daughter has colonizer blood. Bitch, Nigerian businessmen and royalty, wasn't all of them, was literally selling people into slavery. And I'm not sitting up here calling Nigerian people slave traders, because my majority of Nigerians didn't have shit to do with that. Okay, but rest my case. So that's what I said. I'm not sitting up here calling Nigeria slave traders because the majority didn't have anything to do with that. Sir, the way you proceeded to get on this panel and tell a bold-faced lie is insane. The way you proceeded to get on this panel and tell a bold-faced lie is insane. Hold on. I'm going to show you to be the liar that you are.
Y'all got Rob eating cereal at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Mac, I'm late night snacking and vaping, and I'm
You
still
must
gonna
have
whoop
been
your
got
ass.
something else in that vape that got you with the fucking munchies.
Still
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Y'all can't hear it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on the wrong
We
video.
can hear you now. That motherfucker got the munchies. Now you know how to get them.
Yeah,
Okay.
I see it. I see it.
Hold on one moment. One moment, y'all.
Let me show Rob what I'm eating.
Hold on, y'all. Here we go.
He gonna be smoked out for the fight, Nak. You got him.
0 calorie sweetener. Come on.
Baby dad is African, and her child has African blood.
Go ahead, homie sub. Welcome to the panel, by the way.
Salute to the panel. Salute Fearless, Ronan, Rob, Nak Meezy, Andrew, Rico. So Rico, I'm coming on here respectfully to address you. You had a lot of words for me the other night on Mariah's stream. I'm not really sure how much context you have. Doesn't really matter, but I just wanted us to have that conversation here like men.
I'm gonna skip through some.
You got that incorrect. I've stated multiple times that I've never hit a woman. No leeway to have that conversation as somebody who's half white, right? According to what the FBA.
Somebody should be talking about your child. Period. Point blank. Period. Y'all heard that?
I knew that was.
I heard that.
Go ahead, homie sub. Welcome to the panel, by the way.
I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on.
Jokes as to this, and I'll get into the jokes, right? But I'm like, me and her are not going to do anything. If I see her, I'm going to run the other direction. Like that. That was what I made.
Now you
clear
checked him on that
times.
too,
I
because he
think
tried to play that
her
down.
Baby dad is African, and her child has African blood, European blood, and FBA blood. And
you didn't say European blood. You said colonizer. Did y'all hear him say colonizer? Chat. I mean, panel.
Yes.
He said that. He said it.
I just reminded her, I'm like, no, you have colonizer blood, and your daughter has colonizer blood. It was in direct response to what she said. So she's the one bringing in race, her authority to speak on things, and why I'm not able to speak on things, and how I sold slaves and all types of stuff. That was the concept.
Did I say he sold slaves, y'all? Did I say he sold slaves? Never. Matter of fact, I said that would be ignorant to say.
Of the conversation.
Okay, I will say this. You're misguided about FBA. That's one. And then two.
And sir, you shouldn't even be talking about FBA because you're not one. You worried about and that's the point I was trying to make, homies Hub. You done got on your show and been like, oh, yo, black ass in reference to me. Then you try to use the whole child support issue as a dog whistle. That was what I was saying. You try to use that as a dog whistle because you know black men are watching you, and that's a sore point in our community. You try to use our issues, even just in this live. You was like, Mariah, at the end of the live you did, Mariah, she not on code. Because Rob asked me what an FBA was, and I explained it. And you were like, she's not on code because she's talking about black issues in front of white people. First of all, what do you mean not on code? Sir, it don't got nothing to do with you. You can't be on or off code because you're not even involved in the code. Let's start there. Furthermore, if you don't really care about what's going on with Black Americans, because if you did, you would understand that in order for us to move the goalpost forward, we are a minority in the country. So we have to talk to white people. Don't nothing move unless we talk to not just white people, but other large minority groups, because they're a very huge part of the voting bloc. So you discouraging. Rob didn't even know what a foundational Black American was, and I explained it to him, and it made sense. So if we just talking amongst each other, no understand. You don't change minds like that. It's just complaining. But again, this is you continuing to speak on things that you don't know.
While I can accept you saying whatever you want about her, you can say she has colonizer blood. You can say whatever you want. There was no reason, and there's still no reason under the sun to bring her child into it. And I just think that people in this space bring people, like, that's why Rob is on the rampage. People brought his wife into it. Had nothing to do with it. Y'all could have tore the white guy down from Sunday to Sunday. Y'all could have said, the white man. What the fuck does his wife have to do with it? Nothing. Same thing that Mariah's daughter has nothing. You can drag her from Sunday to Sunday. She's an adult. She can stand on her own 2 feet and defend herself. But that and in that conversation, I didn't go any further than that because I didn't know anything other than that. And I think that was the only discussion we had. And I'll stand by that was wrong for anybody to bring your child up. The same way I tell Rob, nobody should have ever brought his wife up. No one should have ever done that.
They don't want to tear me down, though.
Did y'all hear that? Yeah, I didn't change my position, but I did.
So
and
these
I
are not
voted on some bullshit.
They don't want to tear me down, though, because I already gave them a chance to get the smoke, and everybody got silent. Nat Measy came in to whoop my ass.
Yeah, let me show this, because he doubled down saying he didn't say nothing about my daughter.
These are not similar situations.
They're family members outside the principal. The principal is Rob and Mariah, not Rob's wife, not Mariah's daughter. The principal is Rob and Mariah. You can attack them.
You need context, because you are speaking as if you only just sided on one point. You sat on that girl stream for 5 hours, and you had a lot to say with what else did I discuss? Very little context. So first, let me say this: the people that went after Rob's wife, that was completely unnecessary. It was literally
what you said about my daughter was necessary. It was necessary for you to say she's part colonizer. That was necessary.
Literally just insults towards him, talking down on his wife, talking down on his family. You mentioning your daughter, right? And then within the context of that conversation, break down that she is now African, because like I said, you mixed the.
You could have just said that. You could have just said that and made your point. Well, your daughter is mixed with African.
Can I ask you one question, Mariah? Because I'm not going to ask you to play the context, because I don't give a fuck about the context. I think I'm making it clear here. I don't care about the context. I didn't even hear you mention your daughter. I don't know if you did or not.
I think I didn't mention I think I said my daughter. What I was saying was, I think in that clip, and I don't want to go that he was. And I'm just saying because I don't. I think what I said was, I don't have nothing against Africans. My daughter's dad is African.
Okay, that makes sense.
I believe that's what I said in that. I'm just trying to, but that wasn't a license.
No,
or that wasn't me opening it up to have a discussion about my daughter, or for nobody to
No.
to talk shit and say my daughter is part colonizer.
No,
you could have
absolutely
just
not.
said your daughter is part African.
He
Now,
shouldn't
I
say
don't
nothing
understand
about
how
the
that
boy.
would have been relevant to the discussion, because that still don't make you any more FBA, sir. That
Yeah.
make
No.
my daughter mixed with that.
Right.
You're still not FBA. So
That's it.
what
You
do you mean?
Right, your daughter just shouldn't have been brought up, and that's why I'm just, again, I was ignorant to what the conversation was. I was trying to defend it. I think I did a good job in saying you don't bring up people's families, period. But then I just folded a little bit with he hit me with that little context bullshit, and I shouldn't have. Nat, you got me correct. I got to stand on my square, and I'll do better. I'll try to do better, sir, moving forward.
Here's the thing. He's a manipulator. He's a manipulator, period.
You missed the whole conversation.
I said I didn't hear.
You are only focusing that her daughter was mentioned. Her daughter has been mentioned.
He mentioned that man.
Master English with AI. Practice only 15 minutes.
He upset.
Since the beginning of me and her back and forth, because we were questioning her decision making as a woman.
Sir, again, as a man, if people can talk about your life choices, you 30 years old, you want to talk about me being married. You're 30 years old, you're not married, you don't have a house, you don't own a car, you yourself don't own any properties. You just came up here talking about, but my family has several properties. You, sir, what's in your name? What did you work for and buy? And you're a single man. You don't have no kids. So you want to question me as a mother, question why you are a single man and you are not further along than what you are.
You know what? What I want to talk.
You want to hold on real quick. You want to try to talk about me being out of shape or gaining weight? Question why you as a single man, no kids, don't gotta birth nobody, and you built like your estrogen levels are off. And I rest my case. I'm done with this. I mean, I'm done. I'm opening the floor up to y'all to say something. Is what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Well, one thing I'll say real quick. Everybody across the board, we got to stop putting times on when someone can actually like come up. At 2 months shy of my 29th birthday, I was homeless. Right? But I ain't homeless now, right? Like, so anyone could kind of turn it around, right? So I don't want anyone to think that because they're at a certain age in life, like it's too late for them. Right, you can make a decision on any given day and come up, and because of technology now, you could come up fast. So that's all I want to touch on that, like in terms of the age thing, man. Because I don't want guys right now thinking like they're older than 30 and they don't got it going on yet. That you can't make shit happen. But that's in different context to you guys' argument.
And I'm not. Here's the thing, Rob. I'm not even trying to say that. But it's like, here's the thing. He doesn't like my life and how I'm choosing to live, when it's like, sir, don't throw stones when you live in a glass house.
Mm-hmm. No, I get it. It's what I said is a different context.
Got all that going on, but it's to the point where people can look at you and say, "What have you been doing with all your time as a single man?" And you're 30, but you want to talk about me and where my life is at.
No, yeah, I get it. That's why I said what I'm saying is different context.
People do things on their own time. My point in saying that though was, again, he's steady trying to, you're doing this, your life decisions. Focus on you and your life decisions, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, y'all squabble keeps going back and forth about how old you are when I get it. Y'all are arguing in that. But for anyone else that's listening, you can be past what the societal times and still get it going. Is that Yusuf? Is that Yusuf
like
here?
To say something.
Yeah, that's me. What's up, man?
Go ahead, Nat.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak about this whole salute to Yusuf. Welcome, brother. Just about the whole men beef with women.
Hey, Rob,
online.
how you doing? You can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Go ahead, finish it up, Nat. We all know Yusuf's new.
Yeah, I got you. He's gonna be on a fight show. But back to the beefing with women online. Okay, at a certain point, because I've had, so-called beef with online content creators that happen to be women. You gonna say something, I'm gonna say something, and then I'm gonna let it rest. I'm gonna tap out. I'm not gonna keep jaw jacking with a woman online. You lose either way. If you win, your image takes a hit. If you lose, then you lost to a woman. There's no wins for any man beefing with a woman online, especially when not even shape, right? I would never even take it to that. I remember telling dudes like, yo, no real man concerns themselves about whether a woman has natural hair or she got weave or not. That's whole shit. But when you take it to further and further and further, now you're getting into a realm that most men shouldn't be a part of. Getting into snapping and cutting up contests with a female is not masculine. It's not. And the thing is about these spaces, if you're going to then come back to, and this is for our homies hub, and salute, respect to homies hub. Um, if you're coming back to a space where you're going to be asking or trying to be employed by someone else, you really can't be doing this because people in these spaces are ruthless. They will do research. They'll do Spokio searches and try to find out who you're, you know, working for and this, and they're canceling people. I have my own business, but still, I have clients that I don't want to see me beefing back and forth on some nonsense. So we do have to move responsibly. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, now I sound like CC. End of the day. At the end of the day, men have to take responsibility. At some point, I'm expecting the man to say, you know what, enough is enough. I done threw enough shots. F it. Let's get this money. You can't let a woman just decide and keep you going. At some point, you just gotta walk away. But yeah, 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 you got that. Whatever. Go do some sit ups, fat ass, and then be done. But if you would go, yeah, yeah, nah, that's not how men do it. On a cultural tip with homies hub, bro, you African, right? Specifically, you from Benin. Act like it, man. Act like it. Don't get into this fucking online bullshit, bro. At some point, you got to step back and say, this shit is enough. You shot your shots. It was a good war, it was a good battle. But as of now, we're crossing lines that do not need to be crossed. And you can never win that battle when it comes to a woman. And I'm going to drop my mic right there.
Yeah. Hey, did we lose Yusuf?
Yeah, he may come back up. Mariah, drop the link again because Charlie and a couple of other people, I guess somebody else maybe want to hit. So Yusuf, if you see the link again, hit it again. So you can come up here so Rob can talk shit about whipping your ass or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I wanted to show that.
Here, I'm adding, and then Ronan is on here.
Okay, before we get into any more of that stuff, I want to talk about the boxing real quick, right? Because it called out a bunch of guys, and everyone got quiet as shit, right? Except for Nak is here, Yusuf is here, so we got three guys that are going to be on that card. The guy that's winning the belt is talking right now, right? But I wanted to give these guys props because they're making sure that event for charity is going on. So I wanted to bring them on and let people know a little bit about some guys that are going to be involved. And I mean, they know Nak is now involved, but Yusuf stepping up too and getting involved in this so that we can help some kids and have some fun in it.
Okay.
How you doing, Rob? Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you, Yusuf.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay. Yeah, how y'all doing?
Good. How you doing, bro?
Man, I'm doing good. I'm just ready to, I'm just ready to, I mean, at this point, man, I'm just trying to realize I never met so many black men that scared to box in my life. We got my boy Rob, white boy over here. He calling everybody out, and we got crickets. That's crazy work.
Yeah. So why are you stepping in, Yusuf? You think you're gonna win the belt?
Oh, I know I'm gonna win. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm knock you out with Nakneezy next, and then what we do 3 fights one night.
3 fights one night.
Yeah. So yeah, you know, it's good because that's part of it, you know. And I always like to tell people you can't play boxing. I'm loyal to boxing. No, y'all all think it's all good, but you can play football, you can play basketball, but you ain't gonna play no boxing. And y'all find that out.
All right, Knack, what you got to say about that, Knack? We got two guys right here saying we're gonna whoop your ass. So only one of us gonna get the chance though, because I'm up first. No way, Knack got quiet.
What happened? What happened?
Knack's duck. Knack got quiet now. No. Where you at, Knack?
I'm
You know,
actually, I'm actually at work.
I feel like
I'm actually
I should
walking into
fight
my
homie
office.
Hub
So
for
Hey,
yeah.
a
y'all,
fight.
I'm
You
sorry.
know what I'm
Y'all
saying?
mute when somebody else is talking. Mute if somebody's talking. I think it's next turn.
I was listening,
I
but I
was
was in my
listening, but
office.
I
I
was in
just
my
stepped back
office. I just
outside,
stepped back outside,
and I hear an echo
and I
now.
hear an echo now.
Yeah, man. Look,
Yeah, man. Look, you know,
I got Rob
I got
first.
Rob first.
So if you
So
want to
if
knock
you want to
Rob
knock
first
Rob
out,
first out,
we got to take a flip on who's gonna whip his ass. But I supposedly have him because I called him out first. And who we meet in the finals is gonna be what it's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, Yasin. You sound like he's from New York or some shit, so I expect him to speak like that. But you know, we'll see when it's in the ring. That's it. I let my hands do the talking. I promote with somebody that got a profile or whatever like Rob, but for the rest, I'm a mind. I let my hands do the talking. You heard?
Okay. So Yusuf, man, I'm unfortunately you ain't gonna get to see Knack, but I guess we're gonna have to squabble it out on the 29th. But we don't have to stay on the boxing for long. But I wanted to bring up some guys because everybody
Now
had a whole lot
let's
of
stay on this. Let's stay on it because
everybody.
let me ask you a question, Rob. Sorry, because I'm at work, so I gotta go. Did you reach out to my Dominican homie?
Yeah, the guy that you gave me the contact to, yeah,
Yes.
I reached out to him. So he said he's got to
Did he
get
respond?
clearance. He's got to get clearance from someone for permission to
Oh, okay.
travel. Yeah,
Fuck. Okay,
yeah,
my bad, bro. Thanks.
yeah. So, but yeah, no, I just wanted to bring on some guys because man, a lot of people were talking a lot of shit for a little bit of time, but then only a few guys showed up. So I want to give them some props for being part of, for multiple reasons, for actually stepping up and for making sure that we can raise some money for some kids. But you go ahead, Mariah, because I know we got other people jumping in. So I know a lot of people
I
got
got a
stuff they
question
want to
for
talk.
Yassine though. Yassine, what way you coming in at?
I'm gonna come in at probably like I think 195, but right now I'm walking around like 225.
Same shit like me. All right, no doubt. We're all pretty much the same weight about, so that's peace.
Yeah, that's perfect. I hope homie Hub get involved too, so he could get knocked out too. You know, so you know,
No,
I
that's
mean,
me. That's me.
that's you. Yeah, okay. You know what I'm
Word.
saying?
Homies hopes there still is a spot on the card, man. There still is one more spot. I'm just waiting for someone to claim it. Rico don't want to claim it. But he already getting beat up the last couple of days anyway, so.
What about what's the two dudes, man? You know the what is it, Al and
Intuition.
yeah. What about them?
So Yusuf, you want some passport bro smoke? Is that what you're saying? You want to give him some
Y'all gonna
smoke?
y'all gonna call me the passport bro killer? Make that the belt.
See, I told you all. Listen, that's part of why I wanted to bring it up. I told you guys that guys were in my DMs wanting to whoop your asses too, and no one wanted to believe me. So here you go. He's right here telling y'all. Mentuition. Remember, Mentuition's a 2-on-1 thing. Y'all could both get the smoke at the same time. We can have 9 people if Mentuition's involved because y'all are 2-for-1 package. But I gotta keep flexing
Also,
on those.
Yassine is as an anti-passport bro like me. I've been the boogeyman in this space, but it would be great if we could get 4 passport bros with a presence to fight against us. But unfortunately, we got to fight against each other. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
cause
Because
they
they be
pussy.
ducking
Yeah, they pussy.
ass cheeks.
Oh, I love it. All right. Well, yeah. What's up with Ronan? Who else is here? Is that Charlie?
Yes, sir. How you doing, brother?
Oh, I will put pause on y'all. Bro, I will whoop
Yeah.
Al's ass in my sleep. I will whoop
Who
his
said-
ass in my sleep.
Salute, Charlie. What you got on it?
Well, hold on, y'all. Ronan, hi to Ronan. Is this Ronan that was on there talking shit yesterday? And there's Charlie. Now, Charlie, shout out to you. Just wait a second. Ronan came up first.
Yes,
So let's let him speak his piece. Go ahead, Ronan. I don't know if he's still on here. You can unmute your hold on.
Mic check. Mic check. Can y'all hear me
Okay,
or
we
not?
can hear you. Can hear you.
All right. Well, thank you for allowing me on the panel. But to the second point, I don't talk shit. So if you have a problem with me, you can tell me what it is. I don't usually like arguing or going back and forth with women. But if there's something you misunderstood about my position, then you can let me know that. And maybe somebody can interpret that for her.
I can't hear you well.
I can hear him. I can hear him.
I can hear him. I can't hear him well. He sounds very low.
It's coming. He's got a clean mic.
Okay, can you repeat what you said?
Ronan, can you repeat it for her?
All I said was, thank you for allowing me on your panel. And the other thing I said was, if there's something that you misunderstood about me, we can have a conversation about that. But I normally go around and around with women. Like even Nakmizi said, you wind up looking like a loser either way it goes. So I don't like doing that. You know what I mean? But if there's something you misunderstood about my content, then we can discuss that. Because if you heard me yesterday, I stick up for women that I know, like vibing with Misha. I call her my sister. I understand their relationship and I stand up for her. So there's no time in any of my content you will ever hear me talk down about Black women or those situations. All I do is encourage Black men to travel, be financially aware, be responsible in their travels, and to conduct themselves like men.
You're muted. You're muted.
So you don't think that there's anything? Can y'all mute y'all mic real quick? There's an echo. So you don't think that there's anything that you could have said or done that came off as disrespect?
Disrespectful to who?
To me.
In what way?
Okay, so I'll make it very plain. I remember the first time that you disrespected me. I was on Dominican Route Channel, and they asked me on the panel. Now, if you didn't want to hear what I had to say, that's fine. You didn't have to watch it. Same way how Fearless don't like what I had to say. He don't have to watch so many of my lives so that he can clip it. I don't understand that behavior. If somebody talking, I want to hear what they have to say, or I feel like what they have to say is not valuable, I don't listen. You made it a point to let it know that you don't feel like anybody should listen to me just off of the strength that I'm a woman in the space. To me, that's very disrespectful. That's not only is that disrespectful, but that's sexist. And whether y'all like it or not, y'all can clearly see people. I'm not twisting nobody's arm to be over here. They asked me to go on their show. And as far as my channel, I'm not begging anybody to be over here. They're coming over here on their own accord. So it comes off as you being a hater when you're like, oh, we shouldn't be listening to her, but they are. And it don't matter how many times you shout it to the rooftop that they shouldn't be. And here's the thing. I never told the men, oh, y'all should just be listening to me about advice for life. I come on here and I give my opinion. I didn't ask to be in this space. I high-key got dragged into the space, but I'm here. So if you feel like you're making it seem like it's not personal or it's disrespectful, But again, it is personal because you're saying, oh, you don't have a problem with Misha being in the space, but you have a problem with me. So that lets me know it's something personal. And that's disrespectful, whether or not you want to admit it or not, to tell somebody that they shouldn't be somewhere. They shouldn't be. This is YouTube. It's for anybody can get on here. People shouldn't have me on there talking just because I'm a woman. That's sexism at the very least. And that's disrespect. I'll yield the floor to you.
I got a package coming in. I got to run downstairs. I'll be right back.
You're on mute, Mariah.
Okay.
Did you hear him? He's got to step away for a minute. He'll be back.
Okay. Who's still on here? Okay. Charlie Chan. What's up, Charlie?
Nothing much. How we doing tonight?
I'm doing good. And you?
I am blessed. Thank you so much for asking.
Okay. You're the one that Misha was telling us about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good to meet you. What's up? What's on your mind?
Well, first off, I like to say, my first interaction with Rob was last night, and when I asked him what he stood for, he said he's against guys messing with young girls. I said we're kindred experience in that case, because I could never ever be on the side of men dating underage women. I've said that many a times on my channel. So maybe it's just a disconnect of what's going on, or people just painting a narrative. But at the same time, I think, like say, speaking to Rob last night, I got a different perspective of his mission and what he got going on. Now, and I'm not on here to kowtow or to bow down or anything like that. I'm just here to speak my point. Like I say, when they talk about Uncle Rico has been on my channel, Ronan has been on my channel, and hopefully Rob will pull up on my channel soon. But what I tell them, like say, over there where we at on our small side of the internet, to where a lot of times we get somebody got an echo. But a lot of times where we get that same backlash that these dudes that I'm against, we get that same backlash, even though that we're not on that same type of timing. Like I said the other day, we did a 6-hour live with a gentleman that's a multi-millionaire, and he's sharing game with my community. Like, even when I connected with Rob, I'm like, I want you to bring something of value to my community, because all of this is for the birds, being honest. Because at the end of the day, grown people are grown people. You know what I mean? They're going to do what they want to do. If you got to leave the state just to get some box, I think the problem is with you, and this is not my first time saying it. So I stand on what I say. Misha and Rainier are good friends of mine. That's why I put it in the chat. If you would have played that a little bit longer when Fearless was saying what he's saying, I put in the chat. They met when she was young. He was perceiving, in my opinion, it as if she was 35 years old when they met. You know what I mean? So that, in my honest opinion, was a little bit disingenuous. So that's the standpoint that I come from, and things of that nature. So shout out to Uncle Rico on my channel, and if you guys want to look it up, I have no problem. I mean, if you guys want me to go get it, I have no problem. There's a guy came over there on my channel talking about Uncle Rico got his page took down and all of that stuff. I'm like, if you don't have no solid proof, you're doing, in my opinion, there's no disrespect to no women, but you're doing what women do. You're just making accusations, and we don't do that over there. We're on our side of the internet. Come with some proof, or don't say it at all. That's like putting a jacket on a person. If you're from the hood, you know what I mean. You can't put a jacket on a person if you don't have proof behind it, because that could get dangerous extremely fast. You see what I'm saying? So my thing with Uncle Rico, when he asked me, he said, "Do you think I'm coming off as a security guard tonight?" And I immediately I said yes, because I think Rob could hold his own and things of that nature. But it almost seemed like Uncle Rico was trying to come off as he was trying to shield Rob. Now, speaking to him, I could get like a couple of his points, and now I'm never going to be on the side of a can we say PDF over here? Okay, I'll never be on the. Okay, I'll never be on the side of a PDF. That's not what we stand for over there, and we done had that conversation many a times. But at the same time, like I say, a lot of times it came off as it was just aimed at the black community. And now, one thing that I learned last night is not just black people he come after, and I told you that last night is right. Will, Rob, right?
Yeah.
Because I was under the impression that's all he come after. So you know what I mean. But at the same time, Mariah, this is my first time seeing your content in real life. This is my first time. This is my second time interacting with Rob, and a lot of times, like a lot of what you said, I don't have a disagreement with. Now, like we got a brother on the channel to where they don't like the way he delivers his message, but are you gonna focus on the message or the delivery? You see what I'm saying? Now, from keeping it a buck, that's why I stay over there in our little community, because we're like-minded people. We try to help each other grow, and we try to hold each other accountable, especially for things that come out of their mouth. On the simple fact, a man shouldn't just be able to say anything out of his mouth and not be accountable for it. Maybe because I'm from the South, that's how I grew up. But if you say something as a man, you got to stand on it with all 10 of your toes and not a pinky hanging off. You know what I mean? So that was my thing, and I had to come up here and express that, and like express my love and respect for Misha and Rainier, because I'm always giving pushback on that. If I rock with you, I rock with you. It ain't no in between for me. I'm sorry you muted. I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. I was saying they cool. Both of them cool. Rainier cool. Misha cool. Yeah. No, they cool people.
Yeah, for sure. And if you don't understand their lifestyle, that's on you. But to criticize them about their lifestyle, something that you don't understand, that's also on you. You're speaking on something that you don't really know. So there's that. I'll land there because Rona's back. But listen, I stand on everything I say with all 10 of my toes. I tell people it's just not what I say. You can look at my channel and see what I do. Because I'm walking the route that I'm telling people to walk. I'm doing what I'm telling people to do. I'm telling people, if you going out there once every 3 months for 3 to 4 days and you talking about you got a girlfriend out there, you're leading people wrong because you don't. That's the equivalent of me going to Avis and say I have all of these cars. I don't. I got access to them and I can rent them. But I don't. These are not my cars. So I'm not in. And if you go through any of my videos other than the one in the background, you see me. I'm in Brazil. You see women in traffic moving around, but I don't show women on my channel because that's not what I'm about. So I land there.
Well, here's the thing: the common misconception, and I'm a yield the floor to Ronan. The common misconception. First of all, I got dragged into this space because I was making videos, just living my life in Colombia on Instagram. I was like, let me start posting videos. And the dudes was coming in there mad that I was in Colombia. I wasn't even talking about them, right? It was like, oh, why are you in Colombia? Why is a woman in Colombia? And then of course, Homies Hub made his video. I'm not even gonna go into it, but it was very disrespectful. A lot of things were being said, but even before the Homies Hub, it was a lot of people just disrespecting me. And so then guess what? I'm the type of person, okay, if you want to do that, I'm going to go in on you, right? But I've never, and that's what I'm saying. People make it seem like they should just be able to talk about you. This is what they don't understand. When you talk about me, I'm going to come 10 times harder. But here's the thing. I'm not going to lie on you. Man, these men lie. They say so much stuff. The biggest lie being told in the space right now, like this dude, you're in the space talking down on people in the space. Yeah, because they talking down on me first. So I'm gonna talk down, I'm gonna talk back. Let's be very clear. I'm gonna talk back. Do you hear me? Like, I'm not finna shut up. But here's the thing. I never said, oh, y'all shouldn't do pay for play. I've always said a couple things, like you were saying, quit lying in front. Y'all be up here comparing prostitutes to American women. The rest of us that live abroad, we know what the hell is a prostitute. We know which girls is working girls and regular girls. We can clearly tell y'all bringing prostitutes on y'all videos and stuff. And then on top of that, all of the just putting that stuff on the internet, period, is making it hot for everybody. it's causing stricter immigration policies in certain areas. And then they'll be like, well, it don't affect you. Why? Yes, it does. Because at the end of the day, they can't just come right out and say, oh, we're not going to let white men that fit the description in this country, we're going to have stricter immigration laws for them because we think they might be pedophiles. Or we're not going to let black men that's coming in big groups into the country. They can't do that. What they have to do is they have to put the laws or put the restrictions in a way that's non-discriminatory. So that's going to affect every person. And that's what they're not getting. And but here's the thing, on a deeper level, it does begin to cause racial discrimination when you act in a fool. Yes, and I've said this before. What people don't understand is anytime, like in law enforcement, they have profiles. Okay, they have this person could be a white male with such and such background, this and that. They more likely to start doing serial unalivings. Okay, a black male might be more likely to commit this crime. See, law enforcement don't care about these feelings when they're creating these profiles. They go by data and patterns. So guess what? Yes, it does cause racial discrimination when you're going through immigration. And the men are noticing it. Y'all are not crazy, but it's for a reason. It is. I'm just being honest. Am I advocating for racial discrimination? Absolutely not. I'm saying that's just the way of the world. And instead of people being more mad at me for saying, hey, check the stuff y'all doing online, than being mad at the people that's making it hot for everybody. And with that, I yield the floor to Ronan.
Hey, real quick, Rob. Look in the back chat and see my contact. You can just thumbs up. You can go ahead, Ronan. Do you see it? My contact.
I'm sorry, Mariah. I missed what your statement was. So if you want to repeat it real quick, just to remind me. But typically what my channel is about, my platform is pretty much geared towards men. And the age group that actually follows me are between 29 and 55. While I do have female followers and pretty faithful ones too, that's not what my main focus is. So when a woman comes into the space, that's not my main focus. And I don't know why, sometimes, and not to say it's just you, but some women feel like men's platforms are obligated to basically show equality or encourage women in the space they're building to mentor a certain age group of men. There are so many women's channels out there right now, and very few positive male mentorship, especially in the Black community, on men. Men are so used to, because they brought up in single mother homes, hearing women's voices. So just like men are used to being in the hood, and when they travel, they go back and forth to the hood because that's what they're comfortable with. Sometimes having a female voice in a space is a comforting thing. While other men, I'm Gen X, I'm 58. My oldest son is 35. You get what I'm saying? So I'm mentoring men that I have raised. So my main focus is on that.
But
while women come into my space, while women come into my space, and I very welcome them, I've had them on my panel. I've included them. We used to do a Thursday night therapy session where we had a female therapist that would come on, and we would talk with young men about different issues they were traumatized with in America. Okay. So if you looked at my content, I don't centrally focus myself around females because male voices of structure are already lost with all the Jerry Springer and Maury Povich shit that's going on in the Black community. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, but I'm very confused because I don't recall a time. Hold on, I'm going to mute you. I'm very confused because I don't recall a time when I asked you for a seat at your table. I'm very confused because I don't recall a time when I asked you to come onto your platform. If you want to have a platform that's focused, that's male-centered, That's fine. What you did was the Dominican route invited me onto their space. Mind you, it was invitation. I did not ask to go on there. It was invitation. And you felt the need to say that I shouldn't be there or that I shouldn't be there because I'm a woman and it's a male space. I never asked you for a seat at your table. I never asked you for the opportunity to speak. I never asked to come up on your panel or have anything to do with what you got going on over there. I just never did. So I'm very confused as to this conversation. I'm over here on my own lane. I can get on YouTube and speak on whatever I want to speak on. I don't have to ask for permission to do that. But go ahead.
You're absolutely correct. And Dominican Route and myself, we follow each other. I've been on Dominican Route's channel as well. We even talk through WhatsApp. So while you were invited, I'm also a follower of his as well. And we have done panels together. I just happened to be in the room. And I was also in the room when you were on Love Crossing Borders. Me and Andre collaborate a lot. You get what I'm saying? I just happened to be in a room. And because you were saying something, I made a comment in the chat. People are obligated and they can make comments in the chat. Because you focused on the chat and not your mission, now all of a sudden you have a grief with me. I'm entitled to an opinion just like everybody else. You didn't have to acknowledge it. You could have washed past it. But I have never made it a point of coming after you. Even when people bring up their names, I say, stop using names. Old Krusty tried to use your name specifically. And I kept on saying women in the space, not one specific person. Did I not, Rico? I'm very direct with my guidance on what I talk about and what I will not talk about. But Rico, you can verify that.
Well, for the most part, I know you do that. I'm not sure what particular instance that you're talking about. And I probably did bring her name up because I don't know what the conversation was about. So I cannot confirm nor deny, but I do know for the most part, you try to make the conversations generalized and not specific.
Yeah, but the question was, what did you do to disrespect me? Now you're saying, Ronan, oh, well, I just made a comment. The comment was disrespectful. So here's the thing. Just like you said, I didn't have to acknowledge your comment. If you didn't like that I was on the panel, you should have just left. But because we're both in the YouTube space, guess what? Once you comment something, if I don't like it, I don't have to ignore it. I can say something about it. And what you said was disrespectful, especially considering that I didn't even know who you are. I've never disrespected you. I've never said anything about you. And I've never came under any panel that you said and had anything to say to you. So if you're saying you don't want women on your platform,
so let's get right to the point. What was in the comment that was disrespectful? Because I'm still lost.
I just told you what was disrespectful.
I told you
You said that women shouldn't be in. You said a woman should not be in this space.
Yeah, I reconfirmed that just now. That's my mission. I just reconfirmed that.
It was disrespectful because, hey, first of all,
how's it disrespectful when it's my opinion?
I just explained to you earlier, but first of all, that's not your decision. It wasn't your panel. It wasn't your channel, right? Furthermore, that it was sexism. I was invited on that channel by the man who runs the channel, who decided that he wanted me to be there, whether or not I was a woman or not. So telling somebody they don't belong somewhere, that's straight up and down disrespect, when you could have just kept it to yourself, or you didn't have to watch it if you felt like what I was saying was not valuable. Again, I never asked you for a seat at your table. I'm not busting down anybody's door asking to be on their channel, to be nowhere. I do my own thing over here, and if people invite me over there, then I go. But that's not your place to tell anybody to try to tell somebody they shouldn't have me on. And yes, that's disrespectful if you tell somebody they shouldn't be there. Okay, put it in the reverse. What if you walk into a restaurant? Let's say a restaurant owner invited you into a restaurant and somebody told you you don't belong there on the basis that you're Black. I just don't think Black people should be here. And this is my opinion, and you should ignore the disrespect.
Been there, done that.
Okay, so you've been there, done that. Cool, then you should understand that what you said was disrespectful and that it's not going to fly with most people.
But Mariah, you're missing the bigger point. I was in a mutual room, meaning Dominican Route's room. I just happened to be in the room the day that you were on the panel. I just told you I've seen you on Love Crossing Borders. I'm in his room. I collaborate with him. People I collaborate with, I go in and out of their rooms. Just like they
It's
come
not
in and out
about
of
you
my
being in the
room.
room. Okay, Ronnie, here's the thing. You copping out. It's not about you being in the
copping
room,
out.
whether or not
Best
you know
believe
Dominican
that.
Route.
Can
It's
I
not
interject-
about your platform.
Can I inject one fact just so people understand? I was the one that made sure that Mariah got invited to the Dominican route. I called Coach. I said, I want to have her on. The reason why, and I'll just say it, we're not a male-centered space. We are an expat-centered space. The Dominican route is different. It's not one of these Passport Bro channels. We don't do all male shit. We probably have more male subs. We have a large number of female subs. That's our audience. So I knew she would be an asset to our channel, and I made the decision. I made sure that Coach got it, and she's going to continue to collaborate with us because she helps what we are doing. Now, I will say this as well. However, Ronan, the sentiment that Ronan shares about you being in the space, there are some other people in our channel that feel the same way. I tell them, so sad, too fucking bad. Because I'm not going to shun the women subs in our space just to make other men feel happy. You know, we're trying to be, we do have a more inclusive space on the Dominican route. He's married, he has his wife, he has his daughter. We are not a male-centered space. So sometimes I think males who do come over there, they may feel like we should be more aligned to the spaces that they are, and that's where it gets conscrewed. But we also don't go to male-centered spaces and tell male-centered spaces that they need to open up for women. Usually if I do go to male-centered spaces and I say something about women, I get my fucking head kicked in. That's usually.
Well, let me add to that.
And
real
I don't
quick.
know do I ask all the male-centered spaces and
Right.
ask to be included.
And Mariah,
So
to your
I never
point, you're
asked nobody to
absolutely
have
right.
me on.
Listen, Mariah, to your point, you're absolutely right. And after I made a few comments, and I know you were on the panel, I did leave. You didn't see any more comments from me. Did you? You're muted.
I can't recall. I just remember that one comment and that's it.
It wasn't.
Right. And once you reacted to that comment, I backed out of the room. So you're absolutely right. Once I saw Dominican Route had you on as a guest, I went ahead and backed out. Like I said, I don't enjoy confronting and going back and around and forth with women. Even when I have women on my panel, I'm pretty fair when women are on my panel, and they're invited on my panel a lot because we do want female points of view. That's one of the great things I love about vibing with Misha is because she's very honest. She goes against what girl code would be as far as being protective of women in a space where she can't tell the truth. That's what I love about her and Rainier's relationship.
And Ronan, I will back you on that. You did leave after that because then shortly after I saw you left the chat was when Fearless came up, and then I was like, oh wow, I thought you were going to come up too, but you were gone. It was like you just like, fuck it, I'm out. So I didn't. That I do remember. He didn't say much more after that in the chat because I do be watching the chat too. But then Fearless came up, and then that became a whole separate thing, and that was the conversation in the video that anybody that wants to see it, they can see it. So I will agree with you.
But let me say this: shout out to you, Mariah, for your content and you catching the wave. And I don't hate on anybody. I don't need to. Like Rob, I've made my money. I'm in semi-retirement. I'm not hating on you. I just know that there needs to be a clear voice when it comes to mentoring men, and I'm pretty staunch on that opinion, regardless. You know, you can do your content fine, and you don't even need my permission to do that. Like you said, you're going to do it anyway. Right, exactly. So why would I? You know, I just know where I need to be and where I don't need to be. If I'm not welcome in a space, I back the hell out. I don't need to do that. You know, that's why I said I don't like going around and around with opinions. I just think we got off on the wrong foot. You misunderstood me. But if you look at my content, I don't speak ill of black women. You know, I got a granddaughter. You know, I don't speak ill of black relationships. I encourage them. I have 2 wives that are black. You get what I'm saying? So none of the things that are stereotypical in this space, aside from the fact I'm not a passport bro. I'm a Marine veteran. You get what I'm saying? I come with a different angle. I've been traveling longer than any of this shit has been around.
I have another question though.
Go ahead.
Because you came on here asking me what you did that was disrespectful. You don't think that y'all doing a show where majority of the conversation, I'll say at least half of the show, was about me and my personal life and how, like, you didn't understand that would come off as disrespect. And I know y'all were trying to make it seem like, I'm gonna let you up here in a minute, Fearless, but I know y'all were trying to make it seem like, oh, we're just using her as an example. See, when I choose a topic and I want to use people as an example, when I don't want to focus on a person, I bring up multiple people that's proving my point. I don't sit up over here and hyper focus on one person when it's not personal. And then I wouldn't say it's not personal when I got super personal, right? So you don't see how that came off as disrespect and that warranted my response on this live. You can't see how that could possibly have come off as disrespectful.
No, you have every right to react to my co-host's opinion. That's Fearless. I did not personally bring you up. That's Fearless that focused in on some of the things you were saying and hyper like focusing on the content that you do, right? And even when Fearless tried to hyper focus on vibing with Misha, who I know, and I know her story with Rainier, what did I do besides defend her and the position of their relationship? I don't know you like that. And if he wants to focus on that, that's my co-host. It's hit and run. It's 2 of us. It's not my show. He has a right to his side of the opinion. If you look at our show a lot, both of me and him go back and forth. To be in an echo chamber and not challenge each other is not manlike. Iron sharpens iron. So at the end of the day, sometimes me and Fearless will go round and around. You would think we're ready to go to blows in our room. But again, at the end of the day, it's a conversation. This is YouTube. We can't get so personal and wrapped up in somebody saying something like they're dishonoring you. That becomes ego more than just allowing somebody to voice an opinion and just move on.
It's one thing to voice your opinion, and it's another thing to be disrespectful, bring up my parent. And I'm not talking about you, because I'll concede that, Ronan. You really wasn't saying too much. You wasn't the one doing the most. If anything, I'll just say it's kind of like you didn't say. I'll just leave it at you wasn't doing too much, right? Because really it was Fearless, and it was Fearless that continued, even though I explained on another show, he came up there and chose to act like he didn't know what the hell I was, why I was living over here and tying it to men and doing all that foolishness and being just doing too much, hyper focusing on me, hyper fixating on me. But here's the thing. Yes, it's YouTube. Yes, it's the internet. But y'all, I mean, you can't expect to say stuff about people, and when they have their platform, they don't say nothing back. And it is what it is, because at the end of the day, again, like I said, it wasn't you that was hyper focused on me. And I told Misha when I talked to her earlier, that you defended her, that you ain't saying nothing about her, that you was defending her and saying she was your homegirl and whatnot. And I respect that. But I just feel like it's not even just a you thing, you kind of thing. It's like a lot of people in this space, they be getting out of pocket, and they like to throw their rocks at me. And then when I say something back, then all of a sudden, oh, you shouldn't say anything, or this is that. Why everybody else gets to say something and I don't get to say nothing back? I don't understand that. It's just that when I come, I'm gonna come 10 times harder. It just is what it is.
So just like our conversation with Rob yesterday, Black men are painted with a broad brush. And just like with him using passport bros as a default instead of specifically saying a name, when there are issues, and I'm not saying this is what you should do, but you might want to consider it. Call out those specific people, and just because you might be associated with that person doesn't make you guilty by association. You get what I'm saying? Fearless is always going to be my brother, and y'all can go round and around all you want, but that's still going to be my brother. And we have opposite opinions sometimes. And sometimes we agree straight down the line, but just like, in education, you got to learn to argue both sides of the point. So sometimes we flip a coin, even though we both agree on something, we have to argue the opposites, like a debate, just to make the live entertaining. A lot of times we get in these rooms, hyperbolic rooms, and it's an echo chamber. We used to deal with Zed, and I'm gonna say her name, and I know I got to pay a fucking super chat for saying her name now. You get what I'm saying? Because we have a bet not to say her name anymore. She was like that in this space. She would come in, blah, 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 blah. And I'm not a passport bro, but I just don't like when that happens. And we can have differences of opinion. All that does is make us stronger in our beliefs in whatever we want to further ourselves with. So to you, all I say is congratulations on your success, continued success. Even with Rob, I'm getting ready to do something else with Rob. You know what I'm saying? So it's not personal. This is still a business at the end of the day. Leverage your ability to capitalize on the moment, and let's move forward. I mean, with Homies Hub, I've had to mentor him about browbeating people too. Why are you so hyper focused on this one person, man? Keep getting your bread, keep growing your business. Stop focusing on one person all the time. And this is where the male mentorship needs to come in at.
Yeah, one thing it's echoing is
I'm gonna
last night, because and just being there, and watching this conversation go on, that is, I could see Mariah's, because yes, Fearless showed a lot of videos of your stuff, but then to your point too, Ronan, you did try to keep coming back and being general about it, but it for someone else, like if it was me watching, right, and it was all my videos, and then we're talking about a guy can't do this, then I'm gonna immediately associate that they're talking about me, even when you try to go general, because all of the content up until that point has featured the same person every time. But to Ronan's point, yes, he did try to keep pulling it to, like, I'm making my comment to everybody. Which you're in that category as well, but it's not directed at you.
Mariah, drop the link for Fearless. I don't want him to go to bed, so he can come up here.
I'll drop it for him. And then honestly, when I think about even how I talked in this live, I wasn't even going too hard on Ronan, because again, he wasn't really the one. Look, here's the thing. At the end of the day, I can see who orchestrated it all, who was hyper focused on me, who was doing too much, honestly and truly. But I will say, like you said, it was both of y'all show. So of course I'm like, okay, because my whole thing is, you didn't say that during the thing. You could have said, hey, you focusing too much on her. But I get it. That's your co-host. And hey, we can just let bygones be bygones, But I do just want it to be very understood in this space. When people talk about me, I'm gonna say something to them. And I don't care if people, especially if it's like directed at me. It's plenty of stuff that gets said that I don't say nothing about. But like, for example, you explain your position, but that left a very bad taste in my mouth when you came on Dominican route. That was my first impression. So that left a very bad taste in my mouth, and it was unnecessary, in my opinion. But it is what it is.
Okay, drop the link so we can move forward. His co-host can come up, and his co-host can defend and explain himself.
Okay.
Because I agree. I don't think Ronan did too much last night, which I was surprised, because I really thought he was going to tear into my ass, but he didn't. Of course, Fearless and Charlie helped a little bit. He threw a few shots in there, and a few other people. But
I'm not done though, Rico. I got a lot more shots.
But I'm gonna tell you right now, Fearless, before I let you up here, don't come on here with that foolishness. If you coming up here to be sexist, if you coming up here to be misogynistic, best believe I'm finna give you what you want.
Hey, and we already know why Ronan wasn't too busy with Mariah. Ronan had to spend a whole lot of time making them slides coming at me, bro. He was already on another mission.
Can I say that? Ronan,
You was too focused, Rob. You was too focused.
Hold on for 1 minute. Ronan, now I got some smoke for you.
You right.
Your
You
slides.
right, Rob.
Your slides. In particular, when you did that slide comparing Rob and BMT, and I mean, it was great fucking work. Oh my God, I wish you would do some shit like that.
By the way, before you comment, let me just say that was all AI. I had AI evaluate BMT.
Hold on, let me say something to you.
And I had AI
AI
evaluate Rob's.
AI fucking live.
Came out with every one of those hot points. It was not something that I came up with. AI independently evaluated those websites and came out with those comparisons.
AI is a drunken monkey. It don't see videos.
You want to say
it
that,
don't
but
hear
facts
the
are
shit.
facts.
AI lied. Well, then that's all
AI
I'm saying. It's not. I'm just saying that description of what his core values was does not line up with his content that he's put out over the years, with the bashing black women, tricking with the hoes on the boats, and everywhere else. Those core values does not line up with his content. So that was the only thing. I was like, huh?
Ronan.
Okay, so
ChatGPT is just mad that I'm using Claude, bro. That's all that was.
That's crazy.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Hold on, real quick. Chosen one. Thank you so much for
I knew you.
Hold on. It says stop letting people trick you off your position. Ronan, old school Marine. Many people like him. You must push forward. Here's the thing. It ain't no problem with people like it. This ain't about forget Ronan. I'm just saying in this space in general because y'all be trying to tell me. Ronan, I seen you do this too with Rob yesterday. And it's something that a lot of y'all do in this space. Rob was talking to Andre. Shout out to Andre. Of course, y'all know I've been on Andre's channel. He interviewed me. But Andre was in the chat going at Rob. So Rob was giving it back. So it's like a lot of the times I think y'all feel like because somebody is new or because they're XYZ, whatever the case it may be, that certain people in the space are allowed to talk to us any kind of way and we're not allowed to say nothing. And honestly and truly, I don't care. That's not how the world works right now. That's not how the world works. You can't disrespect somebody and then expect them to think, oh, okay, because you just can't expect them to not say nothing back. That's not how this goes. You got to understand, we coming into space, we don't know y'all. We don't care about your title. We don't. Especially if your title is coming with disrespect. We do not. I personally never gave a damn. If you disrespect me, I don't care I don't care who you are. It matters not because you're not even relevant to me. You're relevant to somebody else in the space. You're not relevant to me. So that's my point. Like y'all can't do stuff like that to people and expect them not to say nothing. Fearless. I'm about to let you up here. You gonna stay in my chat. Don't talk to me if you won't let me up. Sir, y'all did a whole show. Y'all did a whole show on me yesterday. I'm gonna come on my panel and say, don't talk about me if you won't let me up. You did a whole show on me yesterday. So I have a right to come on here tonight and go off. So don't be a hypocrite. You literally did.
I would have let you up. I would have let you up. You came into the chat and I said,
but you're not gonna tell me what I can talk about on here. You don't have a right to do that. Just like I didn't go on in your chat telling you don't talk about me. Then now you gonna say what you want to say. Now I'm gonna come over here and say what I want to say.
Let me know when you're ready for me.
Go for it.
All right. First off,
do you have anything else for me? Because I'm gonna step down.
No, Ronan, don't step down. Because I need you to stay up because I know Uncle Rico gonna try to change what he say.
Okay, so
the first thing, Uncle Rico. Yesterday, when we were on live, several times you kept saying, why don't you like Mariah?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what my response to that was?
I can't recall. I'll let you
Okay, well, I'll say
I can't recall.
said, I have no issue with Mariah. I said, this is about how women behave in general. And I said, the reason we had you up is because I hate when you go on one show and then another show and say something different. If you're going to hold one person accountable, hold the other person accountable for the same thing, and you don't do it. Matter of fact, we got Chris, who is in this chat, who I said something about, and Ronan knows, and he's mad at us because we talked about him. And the reason we talk about it is to make an example. It's not you, Mariah. If I say anything bad that I don't like about you, it's just what comes out of your mouth. I hate when a woman, if she can be attractive, cusses and says nigga and bitch and To me, that is unattractive as a lady. So it's not about your looks, it's not about how you move, it's what comes out of your mouth. That's it. And it's
Well,
not,
great
hold
thing
up,
is
hold
that
up. You
you
said I
never
could
have
talk.
to listen
So it's
to
not
me.
just about you. I say that to other women we've had on the panel to say, be a lady, be a ladylike, and talk like a
No,
woman.
you can't tell me how to behave.
I'm
you don't
not
have
telling
to
you.
listen to
Did
me.
I say
you
how
don't
you
have to be over
behave?
here.
I never said how you behave. I said if there's one thing I don't like about
Mariah,
you, behave how you want to behave.
Hold on, Fearless. Mariah, give me 5 minutes for me and Fearless to converse, just so I can make sure, because I hear what you're saying. I hear you saying you use their clips to show a hypocrisy or something in my behavior.
Not just in hold up, and not just in your behavior, Uncle. We
Okay.
talk, for instance.
But let me finish. My thing is, I get where anybody would be upset. You used the clip, but you didn't show what the hypocrisy was. Because I'm still
I'll say how the
waiting
hypocrisy
for where
is.
the hypocrisy
I'll
showed
say
up.
what the hypocrisy is every
Huh?
time. I'll repeat what the hypocrisy is.
Okay, please.
First, I'm gonna get on Rob because I'm gonna go in order. Rob, I said when you started the show, I didn't know much about you. Was there any time that I came at you for your color? Did I say, "Are you white in this space?" If anything, I said you asked us, "What's wrong?" And I said, "Rob, the problem probably is you only show blacks. You only show this. Maybe you need to show everyone." And then I gave the example and said, "Rob, if I dated 99 black women and I dated one white woman, they would come at me." And you said, "I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't." And I said, "You're right, because we've done the exact same thing. Were we damned if we do, damned if you don't." You said I was a racist, not you, Rob. Mariah, maybe you don't know my background because you say I don't like white people. Nakmeezy says I'm not black. You don't, my mom is white. My mom is straight European. I have no races in me. I grew up like that. So I have no problem with Rob being white. And I told Rob in the beginning, I said, "Rob, what my reflections and questions are to you are not my opinion. It's what people are asking me. So I'm going to ask you." I have no problem with collaborating. He was talking about collaborating. And I even gave a story. Matter of fact, this is my mama. My mama white as day. So I have no problem. It's nothing about black or anything like that. When I talked to Rob, I said, it's a problem in this space trying to collaborate. And it has nothing to do with his color. I gave an example when I came up and I was getting a $10 million contract and I couldn't get the people to collaborate. So I let him know. So first I'm going to start off with Rob. And the second thing, you stated that you didn't say this, and this is the very first time I ever had any communication with you. You were saying that older men should not date women 18 to 25. That makes them more like a PDF. That's what I brought up to Rob. So if my wife is not 18 to 25, I only brought that up to say how ridiculous that sounds. And then I said to Rob, hold up. I said to Rob, "How old is your wife?" And he said 24. And I said, in Mariah's eyes, that makes you a PDF. And I'll stop and we can keep going.
I'm 42.
Okay. So 42 with a 23-year-old is not the same as 42 with an 18-year-old. It's not the same as 60 with an 18-year-old. It's just
you didn't say 18. You said 18 to 25. That's exactly what you said.
She's 24. You got to give her a year.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying.
No,
I'm saying what you said. You said exactly 18 to 25 because their frontal lobe is not there. And I said, why does it matter?
But okay, so what I said was, hold on. Let's go back. I'll address that. Let's go back. So first of all, your whole line of questioning last night was racist. Okay. And even
now Nakmeezy would say hold up. This is crazy because Nakmeezy would say I'm with the white people. So either I'm racist and I don't like black people.
But I don't care that your mom
or
is white.
I'm white.
Here's the thing.
And I don't like it.
My
so
mom
y'all
and my dad
is
white. No, I'm picking a lane. I'm
racist.
Saying that you're
I don't like white people. I don't like white people.
That's not what I said. The line of questioning was racist. That's what I said. The line of questioning was racist.
Hey, real quick,
let's be specific. Rob,
let me
what
finish.
line of questioning did I give you that was racist?
I'll let you talk. I let you talk. Your line of questioning was very, very racist. See, Rob didn't see what was going on. And Ronan, you had a part to play in this too. The whole purpose in bringing Rob up and y'all was to basically show, he trying to eat off of us and what these men have already built. That's why y'all put the picture up of Rob and comparing him to a black man, BNT. Then when Rob talked about what he was doing, then y'all got a list of a whole bunch of other black men to show, well, look, these black men are already doing. Y'all don't act like y'all didn't make it about race.
Y'all,
Furthermore,
hold up, stop one of y'all.
hold on.
I didn't
No,
make
I'm
any
not
of those
done.
PDFs.
I'm not
I have nothing to do with
finished.
that.
I'm not, you didn't say anything about it. And I don't know who was clicking it. But again, I'm talking to both of y'all. When people were making racial comments in the chat, y'all did not check that. As a matter of fact, you would pull up some of the racial comments and you did not check that. You just let it happen. So to act like that there wasn't a racial conversation being had and that you did not check the blatant racism that was going on is absolutely insane to me. It was set up as a racial conversation, even if you're saying, oh, my people are asking this. Okay, it don't matter. Y'all took that line of racial questioning and ran with it. Another thing that I saw you do that I felt like was very, very tacky, because I don't see this get done. I see these men go on panels all the time and flex about, oh, I built this and I got that. It just looks so tacky that y'all were so focused on his. I was very embarrassed that y'all was just focused on his finances like that. I was like, this
now,
is
can I
just
address
tacky.
it? You think that's tacky? You know how many times they focus on my finance? You know how many? You said y'all been docked. Chris, the dude in here, they docked.
I'm gonna need to talk sometime because this
go
is
ahead,
irritating.
Ron. I'll say it. So, but can I just add Rob? Rob, do you think that I was being racist to you?
I never felt that you were being racist to me. And that just for me. And you brought up that people were asking questions, and you did ask, did I feel like things were happening to me because I was white? And then I did ask you guys questions because I wanted to learn more so that I could move the way that I'm actually really. I can not move. I can accomplish what I'm actually trying. I could actually accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish in the space. Right. So
wait, don't ask another question. Let me go through why the charts were looking the way they did, because I'm the one that put it together. Okay. I've been in sales for almost 40 years. I can hear certain similarities between one group and another. I'm capable of doing those things. And even when I pressed Rob's on the similarities of things, initially he said no. But again, as salespeople, we're ABC, always be closing. We're always looking at angles to capitalize or exploit a new niche. He's in that space. He even said he brought up his mentor that taught him to do these things. So ultimately, with his new program, it is geared towards that. Not specifically, but he sees an opportunity. He admitted to that on the show. And I said this to him initially. We all know as black men, when a white man shows up in the space, he's there to sell us something.
But here's the thing. So Ronan, to your point, and I brought this up on the show last night. For anyone to think that my message, my marketing, my offer is geared towards black men is grossly mistaken. There's 49 million people in the U.S. that have said they would be willing to move out of the U.S. if they had the skills and the means to earn the money that they do. So, and then my program itself, like Mariah's in it, can see who's in there. It's a mix of everyone. So my message and what I'm doing in no way is me trying to infiltrate, right, and get into the black community to extract.
I agree,
money.
And we came up with that solution as we spoke out everything.
Yeah, we kept talking about it.
You could tell the level of my conversation is elevated to a point where I understand sales techniques and tactics and coaches.
Rob, when you said,
so I get it, but Mariah needs to be clear that as men, we hashed that out during our live. Why else would Rob contact me offline and say, hey, man, I want you to sit in on this other thing we got going on the next day?
Rob, I asked you specifically.
Being malicious. Hold on. If I was being malicious to Rob, at no point would he say, that's somebody I want to further my business with. There's somebody I want to continue to do content with or collaborate. So let's get really clear that sometimes people don't take things as personal or don't have that big of an ego They can't see through the line of questioning, because at the end of the day, Rob, what do we know about YouTube? It's a business. You got to drum up interest. You got to drum up excitement. Even with selling the boxing match, you got to do fight hype. There's a lot of things that are over accentuated on YouTube to sell it. Not necessarily going at somebody personally.
Yeah.
So Rob, I did ask you a question. Remember I said, who is your audience? And we were talking about that. And what did I say about that? I said, well, if they're not them, F them. F them. F the pass. Whatever they say about you, I said that. F the passport bros. Did I say that or not?
Yeah, you did.
So if Rob didn't think I was being racist, maybe, and that's the person I was referring to, maybe you heard something a little different.
Well, here's part of it.
Didn't I say
I think
the line of questioning was racist? It was. I don't care if Rob didn't feel that way at all. Rob don't feel like he walked into a whole setup. He did. I could see it. The rest of it, like, anyway, here's the thing.
I don't know how I set Rob up. I ask questions.
You
But
like
the
to play.
thing is, Rico even tried
here's
to
the thing.
step in and speak for Rob. Rob didn't need that help. Rob's a grown man that knows how to market.
I'm on my
He's in
channel.
corporate
I didn't go on
America.
there and help
He
him.
knows how to defend himself.
Yeah.
Hold
So
on.
what?
I didn't go. Hold on. We're on my channel, so I didn't go on y'all channel and help Rob out. I came on here and gave my opinion on what y'all was talking about yesterday. So it's my opinion that the line of questioning was very racist and that he walked into a whole setup, and I'm giving my opinion. Furthermore, Fearless, you like to sit up and act like, oh, I don't have a personal problem with Mariah, but the behavior is showing otherwise. Again, you chose to make me one of the primary points of focus during that live stream. Y'all talked about me so long. You got very personal. You did. You got extremely personal. And then furthermore, I don't like that you came on the live and act like I didn't explain to you why I was over in Santo Domingo Este. Then you bring up the whole man thing again. I already talked to you about that. So here's the thing, Fearless. I think you're very disingenuous and you don't own the shit that you do. It's clear
I'm here to own it now. I'm right here. That's why I said don't talk about me. I'm right here.
So say it. Okay, but I'm talking to you. What are you talking about?
So what you want me to say? I would tell my, and I told
you're not gonna tell
I would
the truth.
never
You're
want
very
my son to date a stripper. What you want me to say? I think that they grow up with trauma. I think most of the time they grow up fathers.
Sir.
I would never want my. That doesn't mean you're bad. That means I'm going to tell men not to date that type of woman.
Then tell them what you want to tell them, bitch.
Then
but you don't gotta talk about me, hoe ass nigga. Talk about strippers, but you chose to make me the focus.
Because you
are
a stripper.
You could have did a whole show on strippers.
What's the problem?
And I wouldn't have gave a fuck, hoe ass nigga. But the thing is, you chose.
Here goes the mouth.
On me,
so I tell men, don't the type of women that use this type of language. Stay away from them. If you're gonna level up and become a successful man,
you can't even stay away
this
from
type
me.
of woman
You
will
steady
not
watching
make
my
you
shows
successful.
and recording what I say. So how you gonna tell me to stay away from me when you can't stay your ass away?
I'm on road because
You scurrying your ass over here too. So hold on, you can't even stay the fuck away. You watching everything
going around and
that I
around
do,
like
hoe
this.
ass
Thank you
nigga.
very much for the opportunity to be on your panel, but I'm gonna go ahead and step down now. Thank you.
Okay, you have a good night. You have a good night.
And what I will say around the situation, so what I could appreciate is you knew me going into that, all the smoke that I've been getting from everybody. So like the context of kind of what I've been up against before I ever stepped into that, right? So I go into open, so I could see why you think how you saw it for sure because of all the shit that's been coming my way. So I appreciate you looking out for me like that.
And before Charlie, I want you to get on my ass a little bit because I want to be clear. Who's C that came up? Who's the letter C?
I'm sorry. C is I know who it is. I just forgot. Sick of Lies. I had him on.
Sick of the Lies. What is?
Oh, okay. I didn't know who it was. But
what glad? What the bumper glad?
Hold on, Sick of the Lies. Okay, Charlie. Get on me. And again. I don't know why everybody think I was being the black savior last night. Like I was trying to save Rob.
Oh, you were sometimes kind of. I think you were trying to not save me. You were trying to shield me. You were trying to shield me, like
because
shield me.
it kind of goes to a little bit what Mariah said was like. I could smell the setup a little bit. So that was all I was trying to do. But you know what? Fine. Fuck. I could see the room. You know, it's like if I'm the only black person in an all white room, he's the only white guy in an all black space. So it's like sometimes like we can press them without being dishonest.
That's counterintuitive.
Well, here's the thing though.
Because according to him,
hold on.
pros are not just all black guys.
No.
Okay, Rico, hold on, Rico, real quick, and Mariah. I appreciate both of you guys looking out for me. And at the same time, I want everybody to know that if I step on the panel and I step into the room, I will hold my own.
There you go.
Tell them you don't need no help, man.
You didn't out your neck, Rob. I'll get in your ass too. So
you didn't look like you needed any help last night, Rob.
No, he did.
Was holding your own very well.
And you did. You did. I was just coming on here tonight because we're reacting to it. But you did hold your own. But also
very well.
Rob don't let nobody run over him last night. Nobody can say that. Perspective, what I saw as the person, as the viewer, as the person watching, and I didn't plan to have Ronan or them on here, but they wanted to come on here, so it is what it is. And I know so you just now watching me, it may look harsh why I talk to him the way I talk to him. But here's the thing: you don't have to like strippers. You don't have to like want your son to date a stripper, whatever the case may be. But here's the thing: once you come in my face and you be disrespectful, I'm gonna disrespect the fuck out of you because his intention was to disrespect me, so now I'm gonna disrespect the fuck out of you. He could have did that whole. He could have did a whole show. Hold on, real quick. He could have did a whole show talking about he don't like strippers and he don't like ghetto chicks, and he could have did that, and he could have chose to use other examples of women that wasn't me. But since you called me, right? You sent for me, so I came running. So it's personal. He's disingenuous. He did the whole show. He couldn't stop talking about me. Homies Hub couldn't stop talking about me the whole time he was on there. So you're not going to convince me that it wasn't personal. So it is what it is. If you're telling me to stay away from me, you can't even stay away from me. You steady bringing your ass over here, recording and clipping everything that I say and do. So you practice what you preach. I need you to practice self-control so you don't ever have to come across my content in my mouth again. Okay.
Hold on, Mariah. Charlie, I want you to address me since this is my night of being corrected. But I would like, if you could, can you tell me where I've been hypocritical? Go.
Well, you do some backpedaling. Let's keep it a book. And last night, if I'm you guys know I speak candidly and I speak what I feel, and I don't have to disrespect anybody to get my point across. I feel like my vernacular, and I don't even have to curse to do it. I feel like my vernacular is well equipped enough for me to be able to get my point across. Just do it, Charlie. You gotta say all that shit. Or without disrespecting the person. That's just who I am, though. Like if other people feel that, more power to you. But at the same time, if I'm keeping it a buck, when Rob gotta call you off, it make it look like you a guard dog or something, bro. You know what I mean? He telling you, chill, bro, I got this. That's like me and somebody trying to catch the fade and you stepping in front. No, I'm gonna fade for him. He telling you, I got my own fade, bro. I'm gonna fade as a man on my own. And you like, no, they're black, so I'm gonna fade for you. That's not what it is, especially when it comes to being a man. We're speaking as men now. Let's keep it a buck, Uncle Rico.
I'm asking, where's the hypocrisy? I understand that. I take that L on being a black savior. I take that L on that. I take that. I take that fully. I accept that criticism. You're correct on that. I want to know because everybody keep telling me I'm hypocritical. So I want to know where my views or values have changed on anything, whether it's a black man or a black woman. They say this shit because they just want me to shut the fuck up. But
I've never told you to shut the fuck up.
I know. I'm not saying you. Even for I'm like, show me where I'm hypocritical.
Hey, Rico, real quick. What you did last night trying to do for me is not wrong in nature, okay? But you have to understand the position. I've been making content. I have had a lot to say, and guys want to question me, so I have to be the one to respond to that. No one else can do that for me.
I got you, nigga.
Hey, hold on. Can I say something? Can I say something?
The channel took down.
Can I say something?
He just P-bombed you, ma'am.
Can I say something right quick? Okay, look.
Hey, obviously, do have enough of you know what I'm saying, following or whatever. Hey, let that man defend himself, man.
I
And with
accept
that
that.
being
You
said,
feel me? Like, cause I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest. Let me just
hold on.
go ahead.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
just say that. Me
Go
and
ahead.
Sick of the Lies have a personal relationship. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And when he asked me, because I just was going off of what people told me about Mariah, and when he asked me what I thought, I said, "There's no lies detected." You know what I mean? You may not like the way that she presented it, but there's no lies detected when she's talking about these creeps and the way that creeps move. But hypocrisy and being biased is a completely different thing. It's a completely different thing. When Rob was on the channel last night and I said, "Bro, what is your end goal?" And he say, "I'm after these PDFs." I said, "Bro, we're Kendrick Spears." Did I not? You know what I mean? So that I'm saying that to say I stand on what I stand on as a man. You know what I mean? And I don't care who give me pushback on it. They call me Pushback Charlie for a reason. And I don't have to get up and I'm gonna do this and that and the third. No, man, I'm scared. For the record, I'm scared. Run up on me, bro. I'm scared. Go ahead, do what you gotta do. I'm scared. Everybody know that I'm scared. Come on, try your
Hey,
luck. But I'm scared. But do your thing. My bad. My apologies. Sick of the lies. Go ahead, please.
I want to speak candidly too. All right, look.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I take up for people who I feel can't take up for themselves, right? Because ain't nothing you can say to me about me, whatever, to hurt my feelings like that. Okay. I think Mariah can stand her own because, like, I think she say she from Texas, but man, if she ain't from Memphis, I don't know where the fuck she from. Cause she be destroying these niggas. Like Homies Hub, that nigga. I like. You have to pay. Like I have a background in psychology and history. Pay attention to everything. Pay attention to body language. Pay attention to this the subtleties. Right. You see a person being defeated. You can see it in real time. You know what I'm saying? Just pay attention. I like to see a person be able to take the soul out of a person in front of everybody. So I fuck with it. I think Mariah is a very creative too. Like she don't need no backup or none of that shit. So I never be like, get off her back. She can hold her own. I mean,
And she don't come off as a damsel in distress.
But can I say this? Stick of the lies and Charlie. Okay,
go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
when we were, as I called it, called to the principal's office yesterday, right? I feel like when we went on that panel, I knew me and Rob's views were more closely aligned. And I knew going into it, it was expected that we're getting called in to get our ass chewed out because we support Mariah. So the way I kind of looked at it a little bit going into it was
crazy,
like,
Rico.
Huh?
Rico,
That's
you
crazy.
too old. Who the fuck checking you and putting you? What the fuck are y'all on?
No,
That's what they be on in this space.
And here's the thing. Hold on.
Man.
Hold on. Here's the thing.
Listen, they called me and said, we want you to come up here to explain your support for her and blah, 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 blah. This shit was preset. That's
First of all, this shit ain't even big enough. This shit ain't even big enough to have conferences and shit.
But this
What are
is
y'all talking about?
What I'm trying to tell you guys is I didn't hit the link because I wanted to. I was called up there to be called out. So I accepted. I said, let me go up here and get my talking to.
So you Jesus.
That's how I walked into it. And that's why I felt like, okay, I got to watch Rob back. He got to watch mine because I know.
You ain't got to watch nobody back.
Listen.
Look, and I'm going to be. Okay.
This is the internet, bro. Did you think he was in danger?
No,
not in danger. I just wanted to say something real quick. I don't like the way. I'm going to say this real quick before you finish. I don't. What's the guy name in the middle? I don't know your name, bro, but I know. Rob. I don't like the way all you melanated motherfuckers jump to his goddamn defense. Let him hold his own. Fuck him. Let him hold his own. I say that not disrespectfully. Let him hold his own. Like he been doing this shit for a minute. I'm sure he can hold his own.
I'm not disagreeing with you guys. That's why I'm taking
you feel me?
Criticism. I'm accepting the criticism. Because like you said, Rob was up there for 45 minutes before I even came on. Right, Rob? Rob was on there from 9:30 to 11 before I even came on. So he was up there by himself. But I'm telling you, maybe
by
you guys don't
himself.
understand.
Did he not say he a millionaire? Don't feel sorry for a millionaire.
I don't know if he is. I don't talk to
Man,
him like
fuck him. Let him fight for himself. What I'm saying, he'll be
I
okay.
accept that 100%.
Cause I ain't gonna lie, I didn't like y'all jumping to his side like that. Let that man speak his piece, stand on his ground, like set his foundation, and let that be that. Cause don't nobody do it for nobody else. Let that be that.
No.
Okay.
Sick of the lies. We gotta call
Go
a
ahead.
spade because I have done that on my channel. When I feel like the men was picking on the women, I came to the women's side. Like we're not gonna do that over here because that's
I'm talking about dude though. Y'all cover the his side.
I'm gonna be so for real.
Hold on,
I'm
hold
gonna be
on.
so for real. This is why I came on my show and I said the things that I said. I see it like this. Okay, so I talk to Rob behind the scenes, right? So I know he coming into this with a good heart, right? I know that I've been watching it from the time he started blowing up on Instagram. Okay, we talk about other things. So Rob is of the mindset that all I gotta just keep doing is showing up and being me, and it's gonna change hearts. And it's genuine intention, right? It's genuine intention. But I also understand too, and this is no shade against Rob or something. This YouTube thing, Rob do Instagram more than anything. He just now getting to this YouTube thing. This YouTube thing, even though I just now kind of started blowing up a little bit more on it, I've been following it for a long time. These panels and things like that. This is a snake pit. This is a snake pit.
And Rob is a pipe thumb in the snake pit.
What I'm saying is this, Charlie. Dudes but Charlie.
This shit's irrelevant, man.
Be honest. Dudes have defended dudes in this space ad nauseum. I say something about a dude in the space, 900,000 motherfuckers are coming after me. So to pretend like
it's crazy that you say that because on my channel I blocked the nigga for coming up talking about you.
I know, Charlie, and I appreciate that. I thank you, sir, and that's why I said.
You gotta appreciate that because those are morals that I stand on. But don't talk about a man that's not here to defend himself.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
Acting like a broad. That's
But hey, look, if y'all gonna be on YouTube, that's what. Don't block them. Invite them. That's what you want.
I'm just saying.
Invite them. What are y'all doing?
I'm gonna let Rob fight all his own battles, but I'm just saying is that I
If
have
somebody talk about Rob
men,
on my channel,
I have
especially if
defended
I
men
feel like
before.
they trying to play him, if somebody talk about Rob in my channel or my presence, especially if I feel like they trying to play him, same thing with Rico. Same
Or they
thing.
being dishonest.
Whether or not Misha came on here, not tonight, I was gonna step in and say what I had to say in behind her and what was said on Fearless and Ronan channel and the stuff that he said. So here's the thing: I'm the type of person when I rock with you, I rock with you. And if I rock with a person and somebody to me trying to play them or do some whole shit or set them up, they don't gotta feel no way about it. When I see it, I'ma speak up on it. So I was gonna defend Rob and I was gonna defend Misha because I feel like the stuff that was done was uncalled for, regardless of how they felt. And that's just me. That's just me personally. If I got your number and we talking and we making plans together, ain't nobody finna come up and hoe you in front of me. It's just not happening.
I feel you.
Yeah.
But with that being said, do y'all think Rob is capable? Yeah, I don't want to finish. And I ain't trying to pick on Rob. Do y'all think, and I say Misha too, do y'all think Rob or Misha are not capable of defending themselves?
I think they very
Misha right near kicking doors.
Exactly. So let me finish. With that being said, let them folks develop into their character. Let them be them. Let them show that, like, okay, I belong here. You know what I'm saying? Or like if Rob,
the only pushback that I got on that Sick of the Lies, I'm only pushing back or giving people hell when Misha and Rainier is not there to defend themselves because Misha and Rainier are well equipped to defend themselves.
And I do
and they came on here and did that. I don't know if you was on here, Charlie.
Yeah, I guess.
I let her know. But here's the thing: if she didn't come up here, I was gonna hold it down.
And I think this too. But here, Mariah, here's the thing: if you have a platform, and you let somebody come up there and say something derogatory about a person that you fuck with, that you know that's not true or outside them, and you just let that shit go, because that seems like complicity. You know what I'm saying? Like you say,
Yeah.
Charlie, you corrected it because I wasn't there. And brother, I appreciate that. You're absolutely right. And again, Rob was there, so he didn't need me to correct it. He could have corrected whatever the issue was himself. So I'll do better with that moving forward. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. But you do, I just want to say again, we do defend people, whether they're male, female, black, white, whatever the case may be. If their values align with yours, you're going to defend that shit.
Hey, let me jump in. Let me jump in. Let me jump in real quick because I'm the topic a lot. Let me share. So first, like, I appreciate that people that are my friends looking out for me. Last night when I went into that podcast, I knew at least some of what was coming. Right? If I didn't think that I could handle the smoke, I would not have been there. Right now, what I did not know is that eventually it was good. Other people were going to be pulled into it. I thought I was going into the podcast that it was going to be around the shit that I was, that we were doing, and that's my own thing for maybe not asking enough questions. So that part, right, is if it's going to be about me and come at me, then I prefer just to even keep it that way, right? So, but the other parts I didn't know. But when I walked into that last night, right, I knew that I had actually, you know what? I told those guys that I kind of appreciated the stuff that they came, because at least they come with something different than the shit that I have been getting, right? So we could have a different kind of conversation, right? So I like that, and that's actually why, an incident happened today, right? Because what happens is a lot of people keep trying to say, hey, I'm the one trying to tear down a black guy, which is absolutely false. But you know what? Something happened with the guy that I shared with you about, and I reached out to Ronan, Fearless, and Charlie, and said, hey, something came up. This is what's going on. I want to talk about it. I want you guys to come on, because I want other guys to share about this, and let's have a conversation about it. Because last night, at least I got to have a real conversation. Because look, I have sat on panels for hours where guys are talking about they're gonna snipe me, this kind of, like, where we get absolutely nowhere. So I enjoyed last night because at least we could get somewhere, and I felt like it was productive.
To you, and like I said, even with him saying that, I can admit I'm man enough to know that I'm not right all the time, and when I'm not right, I can point it out. Because when I said I thought all your content was about black people, and then when they pulled up your content, you got the same smoke for white people as well. I'm like, oh, okay. And then when you said, what's your goal? Like, I'm trying to get these PDFs out of here, bro. With Kendrick Experience, not one time are you gonna see me on my channel saying, no, man, it's legal over there, so go ahead and do it. Where your morality at? Where your manhood at?
I flew to Texas to meet with a congressman to try to get a bill introduced that, based off of what's going on in Colombia, is going to keep a lot more white guys out of Colombia, because the white guys labeled the pedo, right, for the most part, right? I flew to Texas to meet with Congressman Mike McCall. I wrote a whole damn bill, because, like Ronan talked about earlier, ChatGPT can help us with that shit, right? Like, I wrote out a whole bill to hand to them to screen the guys, right, before they're going, the single guys that typically fall. Actually, the demographic is single 42-year-old white man. Well, I'm not single anymore, but at one point was me, right? And on paper, that they would be looking at harder, me. Because those are the guys that are typically getting jammed up. Hunter's a lot younger. That dude is over there, a sexual predator. Those are the guys that I'm really actually going for, and I will keep saying it out loud, right? I am in Hunter Moore's shit. I don't care what anyone says about my, like, I will go to the feds to take Hunter's ass down. They're deep in his shit. Go to Anonymous, go to Bullyville, guys that have actively already brought him down. That is the one guy who shit I am really up in. Right, but because that I have kids in Colombia.
But let me say this, Rob. I wanted to say this because, again, and I know this was one thing that Fearless said before he left, right? Because I do want to be clear so people can understand what your guys call hypocrisy doesn't make sense to me. Because, again, like, I am not a fan of age gap dating or marriage.
Me neither. I don't fuck with it. Shit's sick to me. It's sick to me.
Sick of the lies.
Sick to me. I don't like that shit. I'm on Mariah shit. I don't know her like that.
Hold on a second,
okay, and you know how I get down.
Right. So but just because I don't like it doesn't mean I got a problem with people who do it.
I do.
Because especially they're above. Your wife is well above the legal age. So I was like, I wouldn't be a fan of your marriage, but it ain't my fucking marriage. So it really ain't my business. But that doesn't mean I got a problem with you doing it. I'm still going to say my position is I don't like it because I'll list the reasons why I don't. But that doesn't mean people can't. Oh, well, Ricky, you said, so what? That's not hypocritical. Just like I could be a Catholic and you could be a fucking atheist. It doesn't mean we can't work together. If people of different religions, supposed to be the most powerful driver in your life, can still coexist peacefully and together, what is this? You a hypocrite because you said I don't. That means it doesn't work for me. Yeah, but if it works for Charlie or Sick of the Lies or Mariah or Rob, you have at it.
I said this before. I don't mind age gaps relationship, but some shit is just ridiculous. Nobody will ever be convince me that a 40-year-old needs to be messing with, or a 50-year-old needs to be messing with no 18-year-old, 19-year-old girl. Like, damn, they ain't even been through college. Like, damn, at least give us some time to go through college. The fuck? Like, nobody's gonna be this a teenager. And then my whole point is, if you're gonna sit up and look at NYU to see the future, like, he was messing with a 15-year-old, he gross, he this and that. Well, 18 is literally only 3 years older than 15. Ain't too much difference. Now, it ain't too much different. That's a damn teenager. So what are we talking about? And that's what I was saying when Easy came on my channel, and that's what Fearless didn't like. And it's like, my whole purpose is the legal age limit being 18. That should not be your moral governor and your moral compass. You saying I'm gonna go right up on that line, that already let me know. If you like 18-year-olds, that means you looking at 17-year-olds and 16-year-olds. It ain't that much different. If you attracted to an 18-year-old, you attracted to a 17-year-old.
Exactly.
You're attracted to a 16-year-old.
Mariah,
can I say something?
Now hold on, because I'm gonna
after you.
this, Sick of the Lies.
I was looking for the thing where you put your hand up. Go ahead.
I would call my brother Sick of the Lies. I said, man, bro, I'm sick. He's like, what you mean? I said, this is a little chick in my building. She's 31 years old, man. I feel like, because of you, man, I feel like I'm sick. He's like, no.
How old are you, bro? How old are you?
I'm 41. I'm 41.
Oh, boy, stop.
But that's how my mind works. Did I not call you to say that, though?
Wait, way to keep that pressure up, Sick of the Lies. Keep that pressure up.
Charlie. Hey, you know, I don't vouch for that shit. Go ahead.
Charlie, look.
That's not the conversation that we had, Sick of the Lies.
Look,
nah,
Charlie.
But I don't remember. Go ahead.
Charlie, my first wife, 7 years older than me, right? Now my wife is 24. And look, everyone's entitled to their thing. And I don't, and you know what? And I don't give a fuck. And I don't mean that personal.
You should. No.
Yeah,
you should.
Yeah, exactly. Because I know how you get down.
You sick to me. You sick to me, but it shouldn't matter.
It's not the same.
Yeah. It shouldn't matter.
I don't
You
care.
say you 40 what?
I'm 42.
You 40 what?
42.
42. And you got a 24-year-old girl. So what's it like?
Right.
18-year-old age gap? Something like that?
18.
Damn, dog, you can't find nobody you vibe with your age?
Look, bro, if I showed you my lineup before, bro, like you would have a whole different kind of conversation.
Ain't about
bro.
the lineup don't matter though.
I had women.
When you overseas, it don't matter.
I had women 7 years old. No, I'm not talking about overseas, bro. I'm not talking about overseas. I got this shit. I'm top. It's fucking 3% in the United States, bro. I don't have to go overseas for shit. Right, I got 2 Benzes in the fucking driveway. I got houses in multiple countries. I can get it wherever I can get it. I'm blonde hair, blue eyed, fucking fine ass dude that chicks run to. I got it going on.
Shit, man.
I got it going on. I got it going on. I got it going on. Right? I listen to men that are living the type of lifestyle that I'm living, right? I used to go for women that were older than me, right? When I started to look for someone that was younger than me, right? What are the reasons why? Not because she's young, right? Because typically, right, women that are going to be in their mid 30s up, whatever, I was in that relationship. You know what happened? She had a crazy ass ex and made my life fucking miserable, right? So I tried to move away from that. So because women typically, right, and I'm saying typically, that get into the closer to my age group, right, where I would go to try and date, right, it becomes very difficult. So I have my own reason. I don't care if anyone does it, but what I'm not going to have anyone say, bro, I don't have to go to another country to get the baddest chicks, not even close.
I think
Yeah, you may have to. You probably don't. You got to pay the premium in the United States, but it's all good. I feel you. Do what's best for you, especially if you say you're a millionaire, bro. Live your life. I still think it's sick,
I
but
don't
my
say
opinion
anything.
means nothing. I
I
tell
don't say
all
anything.
type of niggas, just like I tell you, nigga, you sick.
I don't say
I
anything.
tell all these motherfuckers they sick.
I put the bank statements online, bro. Bank
No,
statements are online.
it ain't about money though. That's what I'm saying.
But no.
People,
You just said I said this. I didn't say shit. I put the bank statement online for
You
everybody.
did. Okay. No, I haven't seen your shit. What I'm saying, I've seen you say that you did. I haven't seen it, so you may have.
Shout out to my good
And
brother
I'm not.
Prime.
Yeah, I'm not trying to battle you. I'm just telling you what it is, right?
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Live your life.
You're entitled to it.
I put everybody on the same scale. I treat everybody the same, bro. I don't give a fuck if you're a sultan or a motherfucking junkie, a crackhead. You know what I'm saying? I treat everybody the same.
I can
That's
tell.
because we should treat people like humans. Fuck all that shit. Sometimes we get caught up on all this goddamn the mystique and all that bullshit. At the end of the day, we still humans. Cause guess what? If your ass go in Iraq and you stay out there all day, you're gonna be stank as a motherfucker. I don't care if you're a woman, a man, rich or poor. You a stank ass motherfucker, a stinking nigga.
I think
no matter what color your skin is.
Look, Rob. I think that's what he's saying, and I respect your right to do whatever you want, especially because your wife is legal. But it's still not something that I would
fuck with it.
And that's okay.
All.
It's okay.
I know.
Look. Hey, here's the thing.
I ain't gonna rock with you because you ain't doing nothing illegal. It's just like,
listen.
Hey,
but y'all see how I take the more moderate position.
Hold on. Look, here's the thing.
Mad at me?
Here's the thing. Look. My wife is 24. I'm 42. I know there's no. I'm good. Look, but I can also put myself in your shoes and to be able to say, you know what? I can see why someone want to date in that age group. I understand it, bro. I'm not going to argue with you at all because I don't think that you're wrong.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think it's.
Well, here's my thing.
Exactly, and I think people don't understand this. When I say it's sick,
take the moderate position, and people still be more mad at me. Like y'all. It's two men
they
on the
can hate.
more hard. Y'all going more hard and saying men should stick to women around.
And not really going hard.
That shit nasty, bro.
Standing firm in our position.
But I'm saying
to me, look,
y'all position is more extreme than mine. I'll say that.
Because I'll say this.
My position is more so. Look, I don't have no problem with a 50-year-old being with a 25-year-old. Would I want a 25-year-old with the 50-year-old? Hell no. But
I do, because it's not realistic.
With a 40-year-old or 50-year-old being with an 18-year-old or a 19-year-old.
Look, these niggas so freaked out. These niggas so freaked out, Mariah. These niggas say that women are cooked at 35. Bro, you 50. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh yeah.
You said a woman cooked at 35 and you're 50. What are you talking about?
On the Dominican route, they said she was washed up at 25. And
these niggas delusional, dog.
One dude, he was like dang near 50.
I'm not lying.
He said, I said, why would you date an 18-year-old? Easy. He said, because I don't want to date a 33-year-old. Sir, you're damn near 50.
They said 25.
And he was trying to take a shot at me because I'm 33. But
look, like, check this out though.
How do you think younger women think of you if that's how you feel about 33-year-olds?
And it's the thing. What's your name in the middle? What's your name again?
It's Rob, bro.
Man,
Rob.
You think that lust of me, man? Can't even remember the name. Gosh,
it ain't even that, bro. Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. It's people I talk to in the back office. I don't even know their names. To be honest with you, we've been talking for a while. Look,
shout out to the back office.
You have any daughters?
Me right now?
Yeah.
No, I have a son.
How old is your son?
I have a daughter, so
he's 3.
Oh, shit.
3. Okay, you a late bloomer or whatever.
Yeah.
To me, I don't give a fuck if it's goddamn George Washington, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. I don't fucking personally vibe with the shit. Do what you want to do. Like I tell people all the time, my opinion is my opinion. I'm gonna feel the way I feel. You still gotta live your life at the end of the day. Because guess what?
Okay.
Your opinion versus what I do, I'm still gonna live my life. I still think it's sick.
Yeah.
Because I don't
listen. And I want to say this.
Do you have a daughter? Sick with lies. You have a daughter?
Yeah, my daughter 22.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, if I had a daughter, maybe I would look different.
Yeah.
Maybe through my experience, it would be different, right? I'm not gonna. So that's why I'm saying when you have your position, there's probably a good reason, and like I'm not gonna even argue against it because maybe if I had a daughter, you know what? fuck, my wife and I right now are trying to have a kid. Maybe I end up with a daughter, and I'll be that fucking dude a couple 20 something years from now saying, you bet you staying away from that motherfucker.
Let me tell you something.
That's
So
what will happen, Rob.
What do you have in common with an 18-year-old though, bro? No.
I don't date 18-year-olds. I don't date.
It is like okay, 18 to 20. Okay,
ready to go meet Jesus.
come on, dog. Come on, though, bro.
Let's not move because 24 is a far cry from 18.
Yeah.
So let's
Yeah,
not move the
fact.
goalpost that far.
You know what? Hold on, Charlie. You know what my rule is, right? The closer to 30, I give. You know what I'm saying? I give a pass. The closer to 30, give them folks give them an opportunity to live life without you polluting them. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, that's what I think. Like,
That's what I'm asking, bro.
Let them go to college at least.
Because
Like, let 'em go enjoy
these
that
fat ass niggas, these fat ass husky ass niggas talking about like, oh, I only do 18 to 25, and your cholesterol high, you got goddamn hypothermia and shit, you fucked all up. You know what I'm saying? Like these niggas, they that fucked up. They on land, they got hypothermia. Niggas about to die talking about some. I don't do. That shit sick to me, man. And I like when they turn them niggas around at the border.
See, that's the thing.
I like that shit.
They act like the gag is. They act like they hurting the older women by going younger.
They can't get them.
Take care of your ass.
They can't get them. Look, let me tell you something about passport bros. To me, my opinion, passport bros are sex tourists. That's my opinion. And I ain't trying to like. I'm not gonna be like.
That's what I say.
Excusing everything that Rob say. This is my motherfucking opinion. If your trip is based on if I don't fuck, it's a terrible trip. You a fucking sick ass motherfucker.
And a sex tourist.
You a sick individual, and you a sex tourist. And even though I've done it. You know what I'm saying? But
and you was a sick motherfucker.
I was a sick motherfucker, bro. What I told you.
There you
go. I said I should be last for this shit.
We gotta keep it fair across the board. What
Sick,
I was gonna say to that. The
Sick,
first
my ex-wife.
woman I ever lived with, I was 17 and she was 27.
So
that was weird.
My
you were
ex-wife.
molested, bro.
Oh, that's not.
Listen, my ex-wife.
She wrong.
My ex-wife.
She wrong.
My
You
ex-wife.
got touched, Charlie.
My ex-wife is about.
I was the one doing the touching. What are you talking about?
Boy, stop.
Sick of lies.
Right.
My ex-wife is about to be 50. So when the guys say I only do 18 and 20, like that ain't me either. My ex-wife is about to be 50.
Understood.
I'm 42.
But this is the thing. I ain't gonna lie. You know what? Maybe I'm jaded. I'm gonna tell you what.
Wow.
The best relationship I ever had in my life, it was and maybe this was it was an 11-year age gap.
She was older.
Right? Yeah. I prefer older women.
It's a lot.
No. She didn't break my heart. She didn't break my heart. I actually exited the relationship because I felt smothered. And that's what women feel when older niggas try to wipe them up too early. They feel smothered because you didn't even give them the opportunity to live life. Because it's not. People say it's natural, or whatever. Look, let me tell you something. It's not natural for a woman to wake up and be like, "Damn, that 40, 50-year-old nigga sexy as a motherfucker." They don't feel that way, bro. They want to use you. So you have to be comfortable being. Not when they 20. Same shit. 24-year-old, like she don't wake up saying, "Damn, that 50-year-old nigga, that's who I want." No.
If I may I propose a scenario? Nobody
Yes,
talk
sir.
about baby boy because nobody know how to do math. Forgetting that when Jody got Yvette pregnant, he was 15. She was 25. He was 20. People don't.
Tell me he's sorry.
Oh, I didn't realize that was what happened in the movie.
Yes, ma'am. And when people be like, "Are you sure?" Like this nigga main transportation was a bike. How many times you seen Snoop in the movie on the bike?
Hey, real quick. Hey, on this. Hold on, I'm gonna touch something real quick. Charlie Chan, Rob, up. He's 20. She's 24 now. His son is 3. She was pregnant at 20. Spade is spade. Yo, I adopted my son, bro. My son is adopted.
So let me say this,
my
though.
son is adopted.
To be honest with you, again,
I don't fuck with it.
We have our position because it's in our head. I'm a father of 2.
It don't make sense, bro.
But I don't think you're doing it because your wife is well above the age of 24. I mean, 20. She's 24. I'm not. It's not a feeling I will ever be comfortable with. I'm not even going to try, but I'm not going to try to convince anybody against it. I'm just like, don't fuck around with nobody too close to being under the age of consent. Make sure they're well above it. And I can imagine what problems will be later on down in life as you all get older. But I think that's everybody's choice. You got to prepare for it. You got to plan for it. I don't pass a judgment. I just say, in my eyes, it will always look the same. But there's a lot of things that I think differently. That and like I said, when I said the conversation with Mariah, like I would never bring my kids overseas. I see people with their children overseas thriving and their children doing well. So my position isn't universal, but in some cases it's not good. In other cases it is.
With that being said,
hold on, Rico.
There's no manual that come with parenting.
No.
I see when I go to Vegas, I see kids out on the strip with their parents at 1 o'clock in the morning. I think that's inappropriate. But who am I to say something about them? That kid may grow up to run the world.
Yeah.
I'll say this, Uncle Rico.
Yes, sir.
Actually, I don't call nobody uncle. I'm calling you Rico, man.
Yes, sir.
Look, check this out. I feel like guys talk about women trying to exploit them all the time, right? The crazy part about it, if you got 20 years on her and she changes her mind and you say she exploiting you, she's not, bro. That's a natural progression. Because you didn't give her the opportunity to search her options. You wiped up early or whatever. She's gonna get tired of you because like you're old nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a reason why like I want a woman. You know what? I ain't gonna say what I want.
I think a lot of my reasoning is rooted in that as well. Me and Mariah had a conversation earlier today where she knows some people personally in the same situation. So and I base it on all of the age gap relationships. Now maybe they're a little bit different overseas because there's a financial percentage there. But every time it's tried in the States, it usually doesn't end well. A small percentage of those what they call May December relationships succeed in the U.S.
Let me tell you something. I like in my younger years, I thrived off being the other dude, the side dude. You know, I fuck with married women in like so-called successful relationships. Yeah, I'm cool with it. I'm gonna tell you why. Because there's give and take, bro. All these guys are trying to tell other guys on social media that you're in your prime when you're in your 40s and 50s. They're lying, bro. You're not in your prime. Physically, you are on the decline.
I don't.
You know what I'm saying?
That's where we gotta.
Let me finish, Charlie. Okay, just because you're more financially set, and most guys aren't financially, you know what I'm saying, like thriving like that. Like the average 40-year-old in America probably making about $70,000 a year. Probably making about 70, and we living in a time where 100,000 ain't shit. So you really still ain't that dude. You know what I'm saying? You think you are because you listen to this propaganda on social media. It ain't what it is, bro. Like if you make $100,000, you really can't even afford to have two side chicks. Because to be able to have a chick where she's mutually exclusive to you, you need to be able to put about $40,000 in her, and that's on the low end because I live in the South. $40,000 towards her life. Can you afford 40? If you're giving her 40, then now you only have 60. If you got a married woman, then now you really actually only have like $7,000 a year. People can't afford to have another woman unless you're the guy that they actually desire. A hardworking, good man, don't nobody want that. That's the last resort. So when guys be like I'm financially stable and shit, yeah, you the last resort, bro. I used to fuck with a chick. She was dating the doctor, you know what I'm saying? And she cheated on me. The doctor came in there. I was laying in the bed, and she didn't even give a fuck. Money don't mean that, bro. If you ain't him and if she don't respect you and really love you for real, it don't mean nothing. No matter how much money you get or how much clout you think you have.
And let me just say this too, because like Harold Hendricks, 1160, what you say is true. Staying in shape, healthy, exercise, all that. But that is certainly not the average 50-year-old man. Certainly not the average 50-year-old black man. Health-wise, man, I'm just saying.
Don't say black man, say man, period. Because you could be 50 in your shape, and your boobs are still sagging.
Right.
In shape.
I'm going to say man, period, but there are still some racial disparities even further into the conversation. I'm a 61-year-old man. A lot of motherfuckers that's 50 as men, we do not take care of ourselves after years.
Don't say we. You 60.
Right, but I'm just saying. I'm just making a general conversation. I'm not talking about anybody specifically. I'm not even talking about any group. Our diet is the best. Everybody wants to drink. I'm guilty of that. A lot of people want to smoke. I don't do that, thank God. And the exercise is moderate at best. And the fact of the matter is, even if you did and lived a completely, purely clean life, age is fucking age. The older your body gets, the more your body starts to deteriorate. It doesn't matter.
Hey, one thing that I'll say though, for me personally, well, I mean, I come from a gym background, training background. I race professionally. I'm in the gym all the time, but up until with my son, right, I didn't go through life raising kids, and I think that can age you a lot quicker too. So I've been so I just started raising kids recently. So I'm telling you, the body's one thing, but damn, man, even right now with the kid, like I can't even sleep in the bed at night, like trying to knock my ass out of the bed. Fucking, you're tired as shit from a long day of work. Got to go keep playing with the kids. So I think me just in the gym, take care of myself.
There may be some validity to that.
But I just say it's a small percentage of men who will keep themselves in shape, because as Chris said, if you got to weigh, it's like, okay, it's going to be always about the bag. And if it's about the money, those are got guys who are in their 50s who really got their bag up, they might be working 60, 70 hours a week. They may be working some long hours, entrepreneurs, things like that. And it's like, they're not in the gym because they're working all the time. They're making money. So it's like
bullshit.
You're going to be really financially well off, which takes a lot of time and commitment to make sure of that, or you're going to be less financially and you're going to put all your time into your health and your energy.
Hey, but here's the thing. It's not either or. It's not either or, because being a business owner and having business coaches and things of that nature, one of the things that we really harp on is taking care of yourself. Me being as a business owner, I control my schedule. Right, I can go to the gym and hit the gym every single day because I have power over my schedule, and me being in shape ensures that I can continue to make money, that I can work more hours. I can always find time, like 30 to an hour a day, to fucking get the gym in. 100%.
But most entrepreneurs, I'm just saying entrepreneurs, that's primarily who we talking about, because we ain't talking about the 9 to 5. The overwhelming majority of entrepreneurs they are serious workaholics.
Yeah, I'm a workaholic. I was on that yesterday. I worked all day. I was on a panel 8 hours all night. I did not sleep, and I worked through the day. I ended up falling asleep for a minute on my damn chair here. Right, but it isn't. And I'm not gonna make a habit out of it, right? But I'm just saying, when you talk about workaholic, man, I work my ass off all day, every day. On the weekend, I work on the weekend because I know no one's gonna be calling me and bugging me, and I can lock in because I got ADHD and I can get a lot of shit done. So I don't really even take weekends off. And I love my work.
Hey, I think we should move the.
Comment was funny as hell. I ain't gonna hold you. I had to pull this up. This shit funny.
Oh.
That's all I'm saying is
the last resort sound like a nigga without, man, get the fuck out of here, fuck nigga. Pull that whole ass nigga up.
But they put in close to 100 hours a week, and they're making money. Believe me, they're printing money. But I'm like,
it doesn't matter. It don't matter, bro. At the end of the day, look, all these guys that have all this money and all that shit or whatever, they chick probably still get smashed by the limo driver or all that shit. Like, it's just
it's in you, not on you, baby. Now the money, if it's in you, the money is just a plus. But if it's on you and it ain't nothing, if it's just on you, ain't nothing, no money, no dollar amount is gonna make you have it in.
And that's why, look, every situation is different. Everything is case by case.
I have a formula though. I believe in formulas, right? I think they should pull it back from the 6 figure. So I don't even think that's a real thing. I think that's a social media thing.
It is.
To be honest with you, like, I didn't know, like, until I got, to traveling with my coworker or whatever, because I was in the military or whatever. I traveled back then or whatever. But until I got with him and he come to me with this whole ass shit, talking about how, man, they don't like us, man. You got to have 6 figures, be 6 feet, and have six pack. Bro, I'm 5'6", bro. I've been short my whole life. Hey, women ain't never been an issue, bro. Because I was raised with like you got to have personality, you got to have something to the table, you can't be poor. But honestly, moving from the goddamn 6 figure to 60,000, that's a more realistic thing because most women deal with
Yeah, you know what?
regular
But
dudes.
that's that Andrew Tate message shit that goes on like that. The
I don't know who that
666.
is.
Y'all,
Yeah,
this
okay.
that was a lie. Did y'all still see them new statistics that just came out that said that the stay-at-home boyfriend is on the increase and that women for the first time in the United States have are more employed than males?
Well, black women been thriving for a minute.
But just
This is a
now
thing
it's
too.
extended to outside of the black community, to where across, like, just in general, women as a whole are more employed than males.
Well,
So
Mariah,
and
you
not
know,
just that, like today more than ever, women are like becoming more of the primary breadwinners in the household. So that's how you know all the social media shit is cap. These women
it's
who be like,
bullshit.
I'm only dating a provider, man, bitch, you lying. So, like they be lying. It's all cap. Like women, if they like a man,
That's
they
what it
will
boiled
date
down
the
to.
dude that makes enough money to take care of himself. Let me say that. They will
He don't
date
even gotta have
enough.
that.
Yeah, my
He don't even
ex-wife
gotta
got
have
me.
that.
My ex-wife got me with me when I was broke. And it's like, yo, I roll with you. I got your back. I want you to start trying these things. If it don't work out, I'll still be by your side. And she's the reason why I blew up. Because she came when I had nothing. And then I wanted to give her everything because I always used to say she's the ace in the hole. She
You
got
left
this
her like
thing
a
to go.
motherfucker. I feel you.
Hey, so
Look.
Rob, a question that somebody asked in the chat, and I think it give great context. How long have you and your wife been together?
Since she was 23.
Okay, so
Damn, dude, were you 16?
What's
You were
that?
16? Were you 16?
No, they only been
No.
together a year.
No, he's talking about
Oh.
his wife.
Oh, you talking about your current wife?
Yeah, my current wife. Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
that's what I
23.
mean.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you was
bro.
41 and she was 23.
No.
What's that? Yeah, I'm
Because he's
42.
42
I'm
now.
42, she's 24. Yeah, 41, she's 23. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you said he was 21. I was like, hold on now.
No. I'm not good at a lot of things, but math is my forte. But so with that being said, by you guys' standards, is that above board or no?
It's
Nah.
above board, but we
You
don't
know I
like
don't fuck with it.
Well,
You know I
what
don't
I'm
fuck with it,
saying,
child.
right? I still don't fuck with. I'm saying, it's
I already told him he's sick.
Right, it's well with. I ain't gonna use the word sick. I just don't.
That's my.
I know
my
that's fine. I
vocabulary.
understand where you coming from.
I mean,
it's still something that I don't like, and I'm
not gonna say he a
approve of,
pedo
but
because
I'm
of
just
that.
one person.
No, it's not a pedo. It's exploitation though, because he got 20 years on her. He got 20 years of life. You know what I'm saying? Like, some guys would be like, okay, I want to mold the woman that I want, bro. If you 50 and a woman didn't fuck with you, you just failed. It's over with. You
But I don't
want to
think,
put
Rob, did you
your
come
shit on a
into it with
20-year-old.
that mentality that you come into? Like, help me understand, because here's the thing: we like that age.
I can't even find a 20-year-old attractive, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I can't either. But my whole thing was, were you coming into it, Rob, with like, oh, I want to find a younger woman so I can mold her to who I want to be? Or were there other reasons? Like, okay, I haven't had kids yet, so I want to get with somebody that want to have kids. Like,
Don't give them the out.
or was it just simply like you just met her and you liked her?
No, it's simple. I never have even approached it like at the age, right? My ex-wife is about pushing 50. The woman that I dated before my wife in the US right now is 38. So in the States, like
cool.
it's not she's the first time I've actually dated someone that was younger than me like that. Well, I mean 38 is younger than me, right? But around the same age. So for me, it has I'm not like what they were saying, like, hey, if she's not between 18 and 25, it's not for me. It's never been like that. It's been who I vibe with, right? And there's some kind of chemistry there, and there was chemistry there. So that's what that is.
With that being said, with you being a businessman, 40-year-old, I guess you at least average intelligence, right?
Absolutely.
So you vibe with somebody that is 20 years your junior.
My wife is smart as shit.
Okay, so you vibe with her too. Okay.
She
Yeah,
speaks
she's smart.
English too,
Yeah,
right?
I still don't fuck with it. Do you,
Yeah,
bro?
look,
I still
here's the
don't fuck
thing.
with it.
Look, I explained it to the other guys last night. When we could talk about age, but then we got to just talk about how someone could carry themselves, right? And I shared it on my Instagram. I shared it last night, right? My wife just had a family member die in the earthquake in Venezuela, right? One of the most important people in her life. She had
I
to
heard it.
drive. She had to drive all the way to Cucuta. She got to the border. The immigration hassled her for about 4 hours because of me. She just did this 3 days after a miscarriage. Okay, goes into that country. Had to dig in shipping containers for 5 hours to find him in a body bag and identify his body. Watch them put 2 other men in a fucking oven with him, extort us, right? Handle all that, get home, keep holding down our son and keep it moving, right? Like that is a woman that is well put together, that can handle her shit, that I have a lot of respect for. Like, yeah, so she can operate in my world with me, and we have.
So they let her dig. They let her dig through dead bodies.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I put up the picture at first, and she made me take it down because we were dealing with.
Most soldiers don't even do that.
Let me ask you a question, Rob. Though, go ahead.
Yeah, most soldiers don't even do that.
I want to ask you because.
My
Okay, hold on, real quick, because I think this is an important point to make too. A lot of the men in the space are like, you got to get an older woman so that you can mold her. Now, I want to ask you this, and y'all relationship dynamic, and you can tell me if I'm overstepping, because like,
Yeah, I already said it.
I'm just hold on, wait, I'm curious. Like,
yeah, you can ask.
Is it a situation where you feel like you gotta guide her or tell her who to be, or do you feel like she already kind of know who she is and what she wanted? It's more like a partnership.
It's a partnership. The only things that I've ever spoken to her about in terms of like on that type of level is, going to like business functions, like probably how they'll look at us and how it might be perceived. And she doesn't speak perfect English yet, right? And that as long as she's with me, like we're good. Like only thing that I've ever talked about, because she's never obviously dated someone like myself, that I go to business functions, we go to conferences and stuff like that, where it would be a new environment for her, that I've spoken to her about that. Apart from that, man, she that woman handles herself very well, right? I don't need to have that conversation with her.
Because it'll be Rico
I got a few questions for you too, bro.
Hold on, Chris.
I got a few questions.
I want to ask him something though, right? Can you highlight Harold Hendricks' comments, because this is one thing that I did want to point out in particular, right? And I hear people say this. They say the same shit about women in the DR, and I strongly disagree with this point. Chris, you tell me if I'm wrong. Again, like you said, when you do the age gap thing, the guys who want to date younger women will always say they're more mature than women in the United States. That's bullshit.
They don't want a mature woman.
Can I say something? If I can,
go ahead, Charlie, and I'll come in right after you. Let me go behind Charlie. Go ahead, Charlie. Okay.
For one, a lot of y'all responses seem like that'll be the shit that R. Kelly will say in the Gayle interview. Let's just call a buck. Which he said, would you date kids? He said, how old is a kid? That's pedophilia language, bro. Let's just be honest. Now, a question that I want to ask Robin, just because I keep it square across the board.
I got a couple of questions for Charlie. After you.
I'm after Charlie.
I gotta go before you, Rico, because we're gonna be like 3 o'clock in the morning. I gotta work tomorrow.
Plus 42 is what?
Well, what did you say? 24 plus 42?
Yep. 23 plus 42. You would be
60, like 65.
She's 24 right now.
65, bro.
24
no,
plus.
But you met her when she was 23 though.
And I was 41. Yeah.
Okay, that's why I said 41.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
23 plus 41. Those numbers are accurate, right?
Yes, 23 and 41. Then if you add those
64.
together,
64.
Yes.
And when you're 64, will you be okay with a man that's 41 dating your 23-year-old daughter?
Well, that's what I said when we brought up the topic, when the guys had different opinions. I said, right, do you guys have daughters? They said yes, and I said, hey, I don't yet, but we're working on having another child. That if the day that ends up, if I have a daughter, right, how I look at the whole situation and even you guys' perspective might change, right? And I can understand. I can't completely understand something right now that I haven't lived through an experience, right? But I can conceptualize it for sure and understand like you guys' position, right? It makes sense.
I think that's a fair question, though, right? I'm not attacking you.
No,
right?
I like the way you answered. I'll say this. Let me ask you something, bro. Okay.
I just
Do
don't
you
want nobody
think?
to be like, "Oh, you attacking him? You being
No, I'm
I just,
good.
And I'm not
I
trying
said
to
I'm
be.
gonna let him defend his own battles, Charlie. Stop fucking with me.
I ain't trying to be. I ain't trying to be. You know, this ain't no freaky shit or whatever. Okay, you enjoy sex with her, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you be uncomfortable with her having sex with a person her same age?
I mean, I would be uncomfortable with her having sex with anybody because she would, you know what I mean?
Okay, but
I'd agree with that.
okay. Do you think it's unfair that you get to have sex with a 24-year-old, but she doesn't?
I mean, I can't. I'm sure she has.
No,
You know
no.
what
I'm
I
talking
mean?
about right now. I'm talking about like, do you think
right
like
now?
did she?
No, not
Like
even
okay, I
close.
put like this. You're
Here's my
43,
question.
right? You're 43, right?
42.
42. Like, would you rather like have sex with a 62-year-old or a 24-year-old?
I mean a 64-year-old or a 24-year-old. I mean,
62-year-old, 42.
I mean, we're just going.
I
Are we?
mean,
We're just going right up. We're just going right up.
I know a bad 70-year-old is gonna make you fold.
I was about to say we're just going off the age right now, man. You got to
know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
talking
about.
Yeah,
it's the same thing though. What I'm saying, like, would you rather have sex with a 62-year-old or 24-year-old?
But there's
no. It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no question.
But it's not though. That's the thing. It's not.
Okay. Would you prefer the 24-year-old or the 62-year-old?
It is the 24-year-old ugly. It's the 64-year-old hot as shit.
No, the 64-year-old, the 62-year-old is average looking. Because what do you think? Do you think you're average or attractive? Which one?
Me?
He said he's attractive.
I don't think I know.
No, I didn't say shit, nigga.
I said he said he was attractive. That's what he
No,
said.
he's
basic
average.
and average. Fuck that bullshit.
He's average.
No, I'm not.
So what I'm saying, like, would you rather have sex with a 62-year-old that's average or a 24-year-old that's attractive?
I mean, a 24-year-old that's attractive. Why would I go for a 60-something-year-old, a not attractive woman, right?
So why would your wife do it though?
Okay, let's say
Because
this. Let's say they both
I'm
attractive.
a bad dude. I'm a bad dude. Like,
No.
Okay. But would you have an issue if she fucked a dude her age though?
No, not ever. If I had
Chris,
it, well, she
messed
did.
up.
She did it before she messed
Rob,
up.
the 60-year-old is a baddie. The 24-year-old is basic.
No.
Okay,
No. The 60-year-old is average.
Let's say they
The
both
64-year-old is no.
Then
she's
whoever.
average.
Let's hold on. Let's say
They both fine. Okay,
both
then
look good.
whoever's
That's
got whoever's got more skills.
Okay. Well, you already know which one that's gonna be.
No, she fuck with him. I said the 64-year-old, the 62-year-old is average, because you're average, and she's attractive, right?
Oh, I'm not even close to average, bro. But I mean, I'll take it from a guy.
Well, but you're below average. What I'm saying.
Not even close. Not even close.
Okay.
You just
You
haven't
get what
seen
I'm saying?
you haven't seen the women that pursue me, bro. You'd be surprised. There you go.
Well,
You would be surprised, not anybody
It don't
else.
matter. This is like when the passport bro saying, like, I don't pursue them, they pursue me, nigga. You gotta, your money is 3-1, 4-1.
They're chasing your wallet. They're not chasing
Exactly.
you.
That shit don't matter.
Yo, the hottest, my ex that's 38 is fine as shit, bro. I got fine ass women all through my years. It ain't never changed. When I was 22, look, when I was young, the woman that's 8 years, I got a bad chick that was way older than me. I've been getting bad chicks my whole life, bro. That ain't never been all of a sudden become a thing. I told you my ex rolled. Hold on 1 second. My ex rolled with me when I was broke, right? I told you that, and she was fine. I'm getting fine women with or without money in Colombia, in the United States. It's never been an issue, bro. Never.
Okay, okay. So your chick probably looks on the level of Kim Kardashian. Would you say that?
My girl looks on the level of Kim Kardashian. My girl don't look anything like Kim Kardashian.
Okay, so
is she beautiful?
Like, give us a comparison. What's a comparison?
Who does she look like? Celebrity.
American celebrity.
I never.
We ain't doing too much. We being real.
I never have looked at her like any kind of celebrity. I couldn't even say.
Okay.
Okay.
Most of the celebrities that we know in the United States are all fucking got fake tits, fake ass, fucking Botox all over the place and shit. My girl ain't like that. My girl is no surgeries, nothing.
Natural beauty.
Natural petite paisa
I
girl.
agree. Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah.
And so you the one on social media that's like reporting to the authorities and shit about these passport bros and shit.
Yeah, I've sent stuff over for sure.
Hey, guess what? No, I don't have a problem with it. I fuck with it. I'm sick of these niggas.
Good night, praise. Y'all, Chris.
Let me just say that. Let me just say this.
The way
Because
he said that.
Hold on, Mariah, because again, I didn't want to get away from that maturity comment because that's how people get into the dating super.
But understand, hold on. Why you reporting them and shit? Understand you sick too though. Just know that.
Hold on, Chris.
Go ahead.
Hey, look, I'm not reporting guys.
Hold on, Rob.
I'm not doing anything because guys are hanging out with chicks, bro. It's the behavior that's getting all of us jammed up. They're getting all the pedophilia.
So you reporting the pedophile.
Both.
I fuck with it. 100. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. I ain't got shit to say.
But
I flew to Texas to introduce a bill to keep them out of the country.
Hold on, Chris and Rob. This is what I'm saying because again, that comment about the maturity, the people in this space will say, "Oh, a 18 or a 17-year-old in Colombia is like a 25-year-old in the States." So they rationalize that shit in their mind.
No, when I see an 18-year-old girl, man, they ain't matured enough. Like you could still tell they're young as shit, bro.
Right,
It's different than a 24-year-old.
That's all I'm saying was why I always call out that argument. And again, I'm not picking on you, Mr. Harold Hendricks, but people in the space will always say that.
Oh, let me look at these comments. I ain't even read them.
They're more mature. I'm like, maturity is based on the years around the sun, how fucking old you are. It's not based on geography. You're not more mature in Africa, or you're not more mature in Asia or South America because you're dealing with poverty. Okay? Maturity comes with years around the sun and experience. Only age gives you maturity. So
what they're trying to say is that those girls is more down to, they more down. Y'all gotta understand.
She's 17, she's been babysitting.
They 18, y'all gotta understand, like according to like what the local Colombians has told me, boy, they be in high school getting busy. Do you hear me?
Right.
By the time
they in high school in America getting busy though,
but
right?
But I'll say that's more like I'll say it's y'all I used to, I don't know if you know this about me, Charlie Chan. I was a teacher before I went to Columbia High School.
I did not know that.
I did. So I'm gonna say this.
Hey, these niggas can't be fixed or corrected. These niggas poison, bro. This is over with.
Hold on, real quick. And then I don't let y'all talk.
No, I'm talking about. I'm responding to the message in the chat, bro. Keep thinking you special. Keep going overseas, bro. Look, I hope they drug you, motherfuckers, and I hope they kill you, motherfuckers, and I hope they rob you, motherfuckers, because you deserve. Like, honestly, no disrespect, bro, but rob you too. Whatever you get, you deserve, right? Because like you know what the rules supposed to be, and you go against the rules. When you go against the rules, you get what you deserve. They go for everybody.
What rules am I breaking?
No, okay. I'll tell you what rules you're breaking. The rules of like, okay, so we in 2026, guy, right? And guys want to take it back to biblical days. They be like, hey, once a woman is 12, she's a woman.
Well, that ain't me.
I'm not talking about you, Rob.
Well, I said what rules. I said what rules did I break? And the first thing you went to is when
you broke. The rule you broke is that you think that it's a natural mutual attraction with a 20-year age gap, and I don't think that's realistic.
Oh, you want?
Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm gonna get her, and she's gonna tell you I'm not fine as hell.
Bro, because you got bread. What the fuck? Why would she lie to you?
The first time she saw me, she didn't know I had the bread that I have. And here's the thing. Actually, no. Stick with the lies. Let me explain something.
You are European.
Let me explain.
You look white. She said that he's rich.
Let me explain let me show. For Mother's Day, I bought my girl a 5-carat diamond ring, and she don't even wear it. She don't like wearing it because she's super humble. She
gonna get killed for that shit.
So no, but she won't wear it anywhere. We've been on vacation, gone. She don't wear it. Well, listen, I took her to the mall to try to get her clothes. The first time I took her to the mall, we go shopping. She said, "Hey, can you just give me some money? I like to buy my clothes in like Central. I don't even want to be here." One day I try to buy her clothes. She's like, "Hey, I have a list on Temu." I'm like, "Yo, I ain't buying you no shit off Temu like that." That's my girl.
So you fuck it up for everybody. Nigga, buy that Temu shit.
I got some questions that, if I may. You
I'm finna go though, y'all.
what
It's
you would
damn near
consider
2:00.
Yeah, y'all ain't let me ask my question, but go ahead, Charlie. Hey, salute to you, Chris.
You would consider yourself rich,
Sick of the
though,
lies.
right?
Go ahead.
Nah, I used to be, bro. Nigga, I done fell off, nigga. I ain't got no money no more.
I'm talking to
Hey,
Rob.
I'm broke. I'm broke.
Shout out to Dave Chappelle. But here's the thing, I'm talking to Rob. Like, say, you would consider yourself rich, right?
I mean, no. I mean, I'm
You
doing
said
good,
you're a
but
multi-millionaire.
I mean, just the
Hey, this ain't the 90s, bro.
I hang out
That's
with.
doing okay. That's doing
Yeah,
straight.
there's guys. The world
Are you
that
a
I'm in.
multi-millionaire?
Yeah, I bring in look, I bring in $250,000 a month, and I run at 70% margins. So
Okay, with that being said, okay,
Yeah,
with
you
that
rich.
being said,
That does good.
when you say you met your wife, she's 24 now, right?
Yeah.
She got a kid that's 23.
My girl's got a kid that's 3, not 20.
Nah, that's impossible, Charlie.
But three,
Charlie, that's impossible. Hey, Charlie smoking crack online.
Man,
What the fuck?
Charlie trying to date. Charlie trying
That
to
nigga's a
date.
drug addict.
There you go. Hey, whenever a nigga that stand on this square, goddamn it, make a mistake, y'all gonna point it out. So I'm with it.
Like you did me. Like you did me.
And I'm not done pointing you out, Uncle Rico. So we're gonna come back to that. But
Don't save us on the Project Pat shit.
her child is 3, right? Not 23, but 3, right?
Yeah. He's 3.
Which mean, huh? 3?
He's 3. Yeah.
He's 3. Which mean that if you take 3 from 24, she had that child when she was
21.
21.
21. And you met her when she was
23.
So that means she had a 2-year-old child when you met her then, right?
Yes.
So you don't know her for 1 year.
You wouldn't think you being a multi-millionaire would influence her decision as a young woman having a child at such a young age.
She didn't know my girl didn't know the kind of money I had when we first started dating.
Would you be uncomfortable?
That you walking around in Colombia and people think you're poor?
No, they don't think I'm poor, but she had no idea what I got. You know what I mean? There's plenty of guys coming into Colombia that got like 50 G's a year.
Mitch uncle said to him when on Paid in Full, he said you could smell money when you walk in.
Well, yeah, maybe.
So you look and walk and talk like money. So
I ain't gonna say all that. Hey, that's enough.
And here's the thing. Actually, sick of the lies. Actually, you know what? You asked about her sleeping with the guy that's like her age, right? So Martin is my son, right? I adopted Martin. His father, right? Is
you should have done that, but go ahead.
Is about the same age as her.
Oh, as you?
No, as her.
Oh, he's the same. Okay.
And I figured that. That the baby's father was about the same age as her.
Because women fuck who they actually like. Okay, the women who the men they have kids by, them the men that they actually like.
Think I'm poor.
Well, let me say this as a woman.
Bro.
Let me say this as a woman. Okay, I'm gonna be so honest. Most women that are like young or in their 20s, their goal in life isn't to date somebody that with the significant age gap. We prefer men our age. However, if it is gonna work, sometimes it's a situation where when I see the young girl start dating the older man, it's because the men that age was taking them up and through there. So they're like, I'm tired of this. I'm ready for some stability, right? Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? Especially if it's a situation where she already has some kids, she already been through some things in life, whatever the case may be. This is where the older men go wrong, right? And I don't necessarily see Rob making the same mistake. If you're gonna date a girl that's 20 years younger than you, and you're gonna maintain the relationship, right? It's got to be a couple things that you have to do. Like, for example, you can't be controlling. You got to let them be who they want to be. You You can gently guide, or if you know something more than her, you can tell her about it, but you have to treat her as an equal partner and allow her the space to grow. Also, she gonna want to do young things. You got to do that. Also, you're gonna have to keep up with her sex drive. It is what it is. The second you stop doing that, from what I see, they start cheating or they start stepping out. Okay. Now you can do all of those things.
So can you be rich? Will they still step out?
Wait, Chris.
Okay.
Hold on. No. I'm telling y'all, there's a scenario where it can actually be a good relationship. The second you stop doing come on, Chris. The second you stop doing any one of those things, you got a problem on your hands. The problem I see with most older men, again, is that they go into it with that mentality. I'm getting her young so I can mold her. So that what does that look like? You telling her how to speak. You telling her who she can hang out with. You telling her how to dress.
You can't be her dad.
Or demanding too much. Oh, traditional this, traditional that. You're unbudgeting, right? You're not flexible in your opinions or flexible at how you go about the world. She might want to go out and have a good time. You don't want to go out, or at the very least, just let her go out and you stay at the house. You know what I'm saying? You stop wanting to have sex. You're not doing anything about your sex drive. So
we don't have that problem.
Those kind of things.
But who did that sound like? Who did that sound like, Mariah? That sounds like a father.
It sounds like a dad.
Yes.
And that's what I've heard the girls tell me. They're like, this is like my dad. And it's controlling. He like my dad. He's inflexible. So if you are an older man and you're going to date a younger girl, you need to have the flex. You need to be flexible. You need to allow her the space to grow into who she is. You need to treat her as an equal partner. And you need to either have the energy to keep up with her or give her the space and flexibility and freedom to go do her own thing without bothering her or acting controlling. And I think that actually could work. That is a good scenario. The problem is most older men are not gonna. Most older men they gonna let that controlling side.
It's not gonna work, bro. It's just not gonna work.
Here's the thing.
Because look, when you give her freedom, she gonna fuck who she really want to fuck for real.
Not necessarily.
Here's the thing.
For the most part, that shit is not natural.
Look, I don't get on my wife about what she wears. I don't care what any of that stuff. The sex life there is far from any issue at all, right? Look, here's a perfect example. My wife dyed her hair the other day, right? She hit me up to show me she dyed her hair. She didn't hit me up to ask me about did I think it was good if she dyed her hair, right? She just did that shit and said, how do you like this, right? There's like our relationship is very much like mutual. I don't control the shit that she does at all.
Yeah.
And you know, another thing though.
Let me say this, Rob.
Okay, go ahead.
You're in
I wish you the best, bro.
Hold on. You're in a marriage. So I would say this to you. Again, irregardless of what I think about it, fuck me. Do you make sure you're happy? Please your wife. I love you being, stepping up, being a stepdad. Again, motherfucker, I'm gonna be called every simp beta motherfucker on the planet for saying that, right? But I've been a stepfather twice, and I don't even use the word step. But again,
it's okay, Ellie.
Yeah.
Baby, I prefer to be a stepmama. Okay. Come with your kids because I'm not having none. You need to come with
what I'm saying is this: is that I do think some of the challenges that me and Chris are bringing up, you should be aware of so that you can better prepare and plan. And even the things that Mariah said. Because again, sexual health, physical health, all these things. I do know that some of these age gap relationships work.
250 milligrams of testosterone a week. Make sure that I'm good for a while, bro.
But I'll say this, bro. Do you think you still think you fuck like you did when you was 20 years old, bro?
Hell yeah, bro. I fucking got plenty of stamina, my guy.
Since I've been 20. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, that's why
I don't fuck like I used to put bitches through the mattress, so I don't do it no more.
Rob.
Now I can rest them softly into the mattress.
Up, Rob, you think everything is in the bedroom.
No,
And
I'm just saying.
said,
You talk about the sexual health part. I
right.
already don't control her, treat her like a dad.
Right.
All that other stuff is not even close to being relevant.
But I'm saying,
so the
like,
bedroom would be the first pot that popped
right.
up, and that ain't gonna be an issue.
But here's the thing:
Would you be okay with being a cuckold though? Would you be okay with that?
Hell
No
no.
disrespect.
Are you talking about
You
like
ain't going
getting
for that
like?
shit.
Are you talking about someone like tie me up and then watching that shit? Hell bro.
You ain't with that shit. I wouldn't be with that shit either.
This is what I'm talking about, Rob.
wrong with you, Chris?
Like Mariah
No,
said.
that's why I fuck with women my age, man. I ain't finna get played with by no young chick.
Because because that's what gets shown. Hey, what he's bringing up right now is the kind of stuff that gets shown. An old guy with a younger hot chick, and then that guy's getting fucking cuckolded while she could bang someone young. That's the kind of shit that gets shown out there. That's why he's asking.
Hey, you know, motherfucker in the corner talking about banger hard.
But Mariah,
banger hard, BBC.
Mariah, is it more than just fucking? Like, for example, Rob, are you going to still be young enough at heart to take her on trips? Shit like that. Yeah, the chick want to be fucked, but you still got to be a young living motherfucker too.
Hey, by the time I'm like 50, we're gonna be able to fly around and shit, bro. I'm gonna be all right.
Are you going to be up to it?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Your mental, your emotional, all that shit, that makes a difference.
Yeah. I get it.
That's what I'm saying.
So the most important thing for me right now is to keep taking care of myself from a physical standpoint, which I do. If I stop and I got plenty of injuries and stuff, then I probably be
that shit.
Okay, y'all. Honestly and truly, hold on, pause, y'all. Can we change the subject? We been talking about
Okay. Hey, you know what? I will say
his age gap relationship for like an hour now.
Mariah is, I guess, a super loyal friend or whatever. She ain't gonna let you keep going at her dog like that. It's enough. Okay.
But Mariah also knows that I'll just keep going, bro. Let's go. I'm with it.
Hey.
Let's go.
Charlie, get on Chris' ass like you got on me.
Hey, but let me finish.
I'm gonna take the creatine.
Let me
I'm
finish
gonna take
one
the
thing.
creatine, get on the liquor, and I'm shooting at everybody, bitch.
Mariah, let me finish one thing though about something that came up earlier because I want to touch on it real quick. And they say that the 18-year-old girl is like the whatever in the United States, right? And you're talking about maturity and stuff like that, right? You know what? They're to be that young, they haven't experienced enough life, right? So typically in Colombia, they have grown up harder and stuff like that. But what the difference is that you typically find, not always,
we're splitting the pool.
not always. Right, is the family value, right? How they are with their family, close, right? Keeping like my wife's parents are together. My wife's all of her grandparents are together. The family component is super tight. She's very much about a super tight family component. That's what you find typically, not always. That is different. Not the label that a lot of guys try to put it on it. No,
right.
You know what I mean?
The maturity is the same. But the family values, I can agree that family values will be different.
Yeah,
you live there too, right, Rob?
In Colombia,
yeah.
It's like a 25-year-old in the States. I'm like, no, they're fucking 18. She only lived 18 years in
You speak Spanish too?
Man, my Spanish sucks. Not enough.
Yeah,
I'm working on
it. It's over with. It's over with. You don't speak no Spanish?
I have a Spanish teacher that lives in my house working with it.
You have a Spanish teacher living your life?
That lives in my house, yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. You still don't speak Spanish, nigga. You trash.
No, she just got there before I left, so I just started working with her.
Did somebody say they had a question for me?
Yeah, Charlie got smoke for you.
What's up, Charlie?
Every time I speak, I don't have smoke, but I do.
Keep your foot out my ass and put your foot. I know you better not.
Whoever, just point me in the right direction.
Give her the smoke.
I'm an equal opportunity smoke giver.
Come on, hypocrite.
My thing is this.
Come on, hypocrite.
Okay, let him get to his point.
What make me a hypocrite? No, what Mariah said. She said women do like to date men their age. Well, didn't you say that, Mariah?
Yeah, I did.
Shit. Mr. Pepper said Mr. Pepper said the protection
Chris,
is greater than
get his thought
Okay,
out.
I said go ahead. I'm acting like I'm Rico. My fault. Go ahead.
Shout out to you. But here's the thing. So what'll make a younger woman go away from what she preferred to get something different? Like, say, an older man, if they really are attracted to younger women, to men that's their age, what'll make them go out of what they're actually naturally attracted to go out of that realm?
Oh, yeah. Most of the time when I see it, 9 times out of 10, I'm just going based off of like my experience with the girl. I have a family member this happened to, girls that older man might have took him out the strip club and all of that. Most of the time, I'm gonna be for real. It's like the guys their age took them up and through there. Like whether it's cheating or non-committal, not ready to get married, not ready to settle down. a lot of the times they was taking care of the dudes, the young dudes that was their age. And it's like the older dude is coming and he's like stability, you know, because you got to understand, she might, like, I know several girls who they got an eviction on their record. So now, like, the older dude, he has property. So now I got somewhere, you know, I'm gonna have somewhere to live, and then they're gonna help me with my kid. And then, you know, older dude got credit. You can get you a car. Like, it's just you gonna have access to far more resources. Now, what I hold on, let me. But, oh no, that's not what I meant to do. Okay.
No, I'm cool with the Summer Jam.
No. So, but what I'll say is this: I have seen situations where these girls will actually genuinely fall in love with the man, and they be like, I love him, or whatever the case may be. The problem is the older men be fucking it up because they be getting too controlling. That's it. I don't think it's necessarily if the girl is like, you know what I'm saying? If the girl is, you know, in her mid-20s or whatever, close to that, like I don't necessarily think it's a problem with the age gap relationships. What I don't like is the attitude that the men have coming into it. Like this whole, I'm gonna mold her, make her into who she want to be. But no, I have seen some of the girls, at least for a time, they will fall in love because, you know, just attachment will make you fall in love with a person. But it be them dudes' fault why they be falling out. The girls will, like, eventually as they get older, like, so now all the girls that I know, they got taken out of the club and they married an older dude. Now they like, they hate this dude. But at the same time, they were controlling and all this other stuff I was telling y'all, like they the bad type of older dude. So they want to lead the relationships now. They don't want to be there, but they're stuck. But those dudes knew that, but they're stuck because they didn't have nothing else going for themselves. Like he literally took them off the strip club, but some of the girls were stay-at-home moms and didn't go do anything else. You know, he convinced her, oh, traditional wife, all this kind of stuff. So now they stuck. They 30, they more mature. The stuff went left. They, you know, and now they stuck, and it is what it is. They don't have the means to get out the situation.
Okay, well, my follow-up comment to that, do you understand that you said nothing about the personal, like his characteristics, his morals, the man that he is? It was more of a financial thing. He's more stable. If they got stuck fucking with these younger dudes that they had to take care of and things of that nature. Do you understand, like, that is an actual thing, though, right?
Majority of the time, yeah. Majority of the time, yeah. Now, I have heard one of the girls say that, like, because she went through a lot of traumatic things in her life, and she was saying how, like, she likes that the dude that she's with, like, listens and doesn't, like, judge the things that happen to her. And that was a good, but no, most of the time they talk to me about, like, the stability aspect of it. But I think, here's the thing, y'all got to understand it. It goes like this. The majority of the time, the older man that's looking for a younger girl is not going to be a person of good character. That's not all of the time. Okay. Majority of the time, you're saying why I didn't talk about their personality traits? Because them dudes at majority of the time, they're not coming with good personality traits, which is a part of the reason why a lot of they're seeking a younger woman. But you got to look at things on a case-by-case scenario because it depends on the older dude. Okay. Yeah. If it's an older dude that just happened to fall in love with a younger girl, but he's cool, that's way different than an older dude that went out and intentionally was like, I want a younger girl because I want to have my way because I'm tired of dealing with these old bitches and these bitches my age. They already coming into it with two different type of mentalities. I'll even say this. If it's an older dude who gets to, like, okay, let's say he got to, like, 40 or let's say he got to 40 or 50 and he didn't have his kids yet. Then it doesn't even become a matter of whether I do or do not like women my age. Now this kind of becomes a matter of, well, I want to have kids. So obviously you're going to go date a woman that can still have kids. He might go between 25 and 35 because he want to make, you know, so that's a matter of necessity, not necessarily I'm going younger because that's my preference, or you get what I'm trying to say? It's different. Those men are in the minority, Yeah,
May I respect
Mariah, Harold just said it actually, and I haven't really thought about this. Harold actually just said, I never approached a younger woman the 21 dated approached me. Actually, that was speaking about it, going back to Sick of the Lies, how I met my wife was me walking and her giving me that look. And I was like, man, I think I know what that look is. Let me turn back around and walk by again and see if I get the same look. And then I got that same look again, and I was like, I know what that look is. Let's go talk. That's how we met. So that I met her when she would give me that look, and I double checked, and it came twice. So we went and we started talking. Mariah, to your point, in my situation, right? Me, when I met her, right? I have no kids. I'm geographically free, right? I'm out hanging out, right? I'm 41, but me in my mind, I still operating like I'm 30. You know what I mean? Because I am
42.
I'm now. When I met her, I'm 41. I'm 42 now. Yeah.
I was 41 is what you meant to say. Right?
Yeah. Okay. So it just every situation is different, right? But yeah, when I met her, that's how I met her. Her gave me the googly eye.
Can I say
quick question? Did they look at you like hold on? This will be quick. Did they look at you like they look at me when I be on Hollywood Beach?
Okay, let me say this respectfully.
Because I circled around. I circled around too.
Hold on. Respectfully, let me just say this, Rob. I will say this, that I don't think that that's unusual overseas.
Nah, if they look at you like that, bro, nah, that's what pros do, man. Come on, dog.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying get your wife's a pro. I'm not saying that. Please.
I'm not either, but I'm saying like the regular chicks that got money, they don't look at you goddamn gringos like that.
I've gotten looks with my old ass. Let me be clear. My old ass have gotten looks in the DR walking down the street holding my wife's hand. They don't give a fuck.
But
Your
y'all,
chick just
okay,
hit
hold
Rico.
on. Y'all, come on. I'm so for real. Can we stop talking about this? Here's the thing.
Okay.
Rob is already married to his wife.
Yes.
It's not a girl he's just dating. They're already married. The marriage is going forward. Is that like? Come on now. Like,
It's all good.
It's
cool. No. And you're right, Mariah.
He keeps
you're right, Mariah.
That type. So we talking about things that Here's the thing: it is a possibility that his wife looked at him and saw, hey, he's older. He's gonna provide more financial stability. I got a child.
Well, maybe
that ain't necessarily a bad thing within. Hold on, it's not necessarily a bad thing in itself. And that don't necessarily mean that it don't come with genuine feelings for the type of man that he is.
True.
So that's what I'm saying. As long as he feel like he getting treated right, he get what he want out of the relationship, then it's like, what can we really say?
Hey, the crazy thing, actually, how I actually met my wife, just being 100% honest. I matched with her on a dating app and had not even spoken to her yet, and I didn't even realize when I was walking and she saw me that she gave me that look. And that's kind of what drew me in, because at the time when I was single, yes, guys, I was on dating apps, right? 100%. I wasn't.
And I just want to say, Rob, I didn't mean any disrespect at all.
I don't take it disrespectful.
No, but I want to be clear. I want clarity that I think it sounds like you and your wife have a true, genuine relationship. I don't know one way or the other.
She loves the shit out of me.
I'm
not gonna say you don't mind, motherfucker,
but to disrespect him, Rico.
Say what?
You interrupt him to tell him that you didn't mean to disrespect him?
Because I don't want him to walk away feeling like I was being disrespectful about him or his wife.
He don't look like a delicate man that you gotta cover his feelings.
I wanted to let him know what my impression was. I'm not trying to protect him or save him. I don't want, because the nigga, he already ran around talking about throwing hands with motherfuckers, right?
If I was delicate, I wouldn't be on Mariah's panel, because there's too much fire here. There's too much fire.
So you don't want him to call you for a fade.
I already got that.
Please tell him you're not gonna call him for a fade.
Can you tell me you ain't gonna call me for the fade?
No, I can't beat up my grandpa. Well, actually, no, you ain't my grandpa. I am getting old. You used to be. You would be my dad now. Actually, you'd be my dad. I still think young. You know what I mean? You'd be my dad now.
But
I would actually. No, never mind. I would beat up my dad, so I'll fight you.
See, now he finna start, goddamn it,
I got whoop trauma out your ass, Rob. I'm gonna have to beat the trauma out your ass.
I do got daddy issues, bro. I ain't even trying to lie. I got fucking
Here's
real
the thing.
sore feelings.
When it comes to McMeasy and Rob, I'm taking McMeasy. But if it comes to you and Rob, I'm taking Rob.
All right, well then don't put no money on that fight. Just do your thing, but just don't put no money on it.
Yeah, I'll take
money.
Rob over Mariah. I'm with you, Charlie.
I'm taking Rob over you, Uncle Rico.
Yeah, I'll fight Rob all day over Mariah. She ain't to be fucked with.
Yes, I did. I dated other Pisces before I met my wife. I've been there a couple years.
Cool. I just want to be respectful. That's all. I respect the hell out of you. I respect the hell out of Charlie, Chris, everybody that was on the channel. And I know sometimes people will hear me say something and it'll sound a certain kind of way. So I just wanted to be clear that I wasn't trying to go that way because, again, I think when you date overseas, whether it's Thailand, Brazil, Colombia, DR, whatever, the age gap thing is more normative overseas than it clearly is in the U.S. And you would agree with that, right, Rob?
Yeah, it's far more common.
So you see people with these things. So it's like, younger girls flirt with older people. That's it. But let's move on.
Y'all. Let's switch gears. I want to change subject.
I wasn't speaking about younger girls. I was just talking about Rob beating up Uncle Rico. Like, I'm cool to talk about that. Like,
you got my back, Mariah, right?
Mariah don't want to talk. Mariah don't want to.
Mariah, you got my back. You ain't gonna let these fools kick my ass, right?
Mariah don't want to talk about the.
You doing like that?
She don't want to talk about the relationships, and she don't want to talk about me beating up Rico either.
Nah, y'all quit. Yeah, but hold on. Let me ask y'all a question.
It's all fun and games for me, guys. I'm not taking none of this personal.
Do y'all think I be going too hard on these niggas? Do y'all, like, for example, y'all think I went too hard on Fearless?
Me personally, no. I'm done. Next.
Y'all think I went too?
I think you
if
can.
If you're asking my honest opinion, I think you went from, like, I wouldn't say 0 to 100. You probably was like at 5 and went straight to 100. You know what I mean?
I wasn't even at 5. I was at 1.
Look,
you come in hot, Mariah. From what I've seen, honestly, if I'm speaking candidly, you come in hot a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, the demeanor that you have now is a lot more chill. It's a lot more laid back. And I appreciate that we're having a very intuitive conversation. We're conversing on a higher level. There's nobody calling anybody out of their name.
Hold on, Charlie. I smell some hypocrisy, Charlie.
No. Hey, hold on real quick.
I smell some hypocrisy from you, Charlie.
Call me out.
See, if that was me, you would be deep in my ass. You would be kicking Rico. Now it's Mariah. I think you were this and you were that. Like, why are you talking to her so nicely?
Here's the thing with Mariah. Here's the thing with Mariah. Mariah's having to come from a very defensive position, right? She has multiple guys calling her out, right? That everyone keeps bringing up that it's a man's space and she's a woman in there. She's the only one woman in there, she's holding her own, and you got multiple guys coming at her, right? So in terms of actually getting somewhere, right, you can't even come soft. And when people talk about the message, how I share my message, right, because I know who I'm speaking to and how to get through, right? So and on top of it, right, if I sit here and try to break it apart, Fearless gonna say that he was using those videos to call out Rico, right, and his hypocrisy or whatever. Okay, but at the same time, Mariah's in every single video, and then we are talking about women's behavior, and Mariah's been in every single video, right? So if you put me in there, and we're talking, and I'm the topic of every single thing, and then we're just talking about guys in general, but I'm the target the whole time, I'm gonna take it as I was the target.
Yeah. And me personally, I just don't like fake shit. Don't come on here and try to make it seem like, oh, you ain't have a problem with me. When again, I seen from that live, mind you, I don't even watch them dudes over there like that. Yesterday was the first time watching I didn't even know they. Hold on, Rico. I didn't even know they had a channel. So I was just so surprised when he had all these clips of me loaded from my YouTube page. Cause I'm like, bruh, it look like you don't miss an episode, sir. And that's why I was like, bruh, you can't tell your sons not to stay away from me when it's something about this ratchetness that draw you over here. Like, it's something to where you want to sit up and listen. So for me, it's this. Chris told me on one live, it's not that I don't like for people to disagree with me. Chris told me on one live, personally, he could never date a woman that's a stripper. Here's the difference. when Chris established a friendly relationship with me, so I knew it was no hostility, and I knew he was not trying to hurt my feelings when he said that. And then we went on to a conversation about, you know what I'm saying? Fearless he's always been disrespectful. He started off disrespecting me, his first impression. Then you do a whole show about me. My point is, every time he talk about me is to try to take jabs at me. So you're not gonna come on my show and first of all, be disingenuous and make it seem like, oh, I was just trying to prove a point about women in general. No, it's been very personal with you. And furthermore, what you're not gonna do is then proceed to disrespect me in my face, because now I'm gonna disrespect the fuck out of you.
Yeah,
and that's how I feel about it. And that might be the wrong way to go about it. But I feel like if I don't, they're gonna sit and play in my face all day, like they do a lot of the other women.
But my question
Hey, here's the thing. Hold on, real quick. One thing with Mariah is, see, when I heard coming up last night, because when I sit and I listen, and they're talking about like women behavior and stuff like that, and talking about being in the hood and living in the hood, and almost like like maybe like hood behavior or something, because your language and how you talk. But the other side of that too is, and I think you're seeing it right now too, Charlie, is Mariah can sit here and have a conversation of substance and talk on a topic and go past skin level and have a good conversation, right? So you can't pigeonhole her into this one corner, because you'd be way off. Because Mariah and I talk offline and stuff all the time about a bunch of different things, right? So the narrative, well, look, you can live wherever you want, do whatever you want, right? But when you get pissed off, that other side, hey, when I used to how old are you, Mariah?
I'm 33.
Shit, when I was still 33,
yeah, I'm a Gemini for real.
When I was 33 years old still, because I got a bad temper, man, I be fucking getting crazy as shit too. When I
sister's a Gemini, and I don't like one of them.
But Rob,
right.
Yes,
two of them,
it's that side.
Hold on, Rob and Mariah and Charlie. This is where I'm still struggling, because again, when they did the videos, the whole purpose of the videos was to call me out for hypocrisy. Hypocrisy, as I understand it, is saying one thing and doing another, right? So here tonight, right, I brought up a couple of things where I disagreed with you, Mariah, and I disagreed with Rob. But I also said that even in disagreeing or basically choosing a separate choice doesn't mean I can't fuck with you. They seem to believe because you have a different choice than people you rock with, that means you can't. So, for example, Charlie, if I sat there and said, there are some things that you can be different with me about, and I can still be cool with you. There are some things that you can't. So when we talk about the PDF, that's a red line. Right? So I'm not going to sit there and go like, I got a problem with PDF, and then you a PDF and I'm still hanging out with you. I got a problem with you putting your hands on women and you putting your hands on women. So I think that's where they get confused. Certain things are red lines, and other things is just like, I just disagree. So nobody has to live everything the way I live. But there are certain red lines.
Yeah, Rico, if you were just like me.
I understand I'm in the lion's den, and I'm okay with that, because I'm a man where I stand. And
that's all I'm saying.
And if I take a flight, I'm going to be a man where I land.
That's all I'm saying.
And I tell people a lot of times on my channel, and a lot of people don't agree with this because for some reason it's different. I tell any women that I fuck with, I don't believe in men shouldn't put their hand on women. I believe in shouldn't nobody put their hands on nobody.
That's a red line.
A man shouldn't hit a woman, and a woman shouldn't hit a man. Women be like, oh, well, women don't hurt. This, that, and the third.
I don't believe in that bullshit. Right.
I don't believe
but if
in
you
that.
hit a younger woman, I'm not going to.
I have a daughter, and I tell my daughter, don't you go out there and put your hand on no grown man.
Yeah, I tell my daughter that too. But then I feel like this: if you're a woman and you put your hands on a man, you got to be ready. Like, don't just put your hands on him and it don't. Cause you got to be ready for that smoke if you gonna do it. You know.
But Mariah, that's my 100%. Issue was they took your clips.
I don't be beating men, y'all.
But here's my thing: is Mariah, they took your clips, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Rob. All night they were talking about they're gonna call out my hypocrisy, and I'm like, I haven't seen one incident of hypocrisy that you called out.
It was just to talk about me. But
yeah. So if you didn't Somebody tell me what hypocritical position I took.
They
One
were
way
saying
that they
were
called
trying to
out. So I was like, y'all did just call her out because you show no hypocrisy.
Yeah, what they were trying to say is, oh, it was
They
basically
don't like
the
my
argument.
position.
They were
Rob
trying to
may
say,
not like
oh,
my position on the age dating. I don't give a fuck. That's my position. His
Well,
is
they-
different. There it is. I'm
You're
not
gonna apologize
hypocritical.
offline though, Uncle Rico. Let's be real. But go
Huh?
ahead, Mariah couldn't hear you. I said you're gonna apologize offline.
yeah.
Because
But let me say this too, because I know
Do you?
online, I understand why
I
people
might owe
think
you
that-
one, Charlie. I don't think so. No, I'm
No,
not.
no, you don't owe me an apology. No, sir. Because
I ain't
if you said
apologizing to nobody
anything,
because I need to I need to be shown the hypocrisy for me to make the apology.
I didn't see it, and then a lot of times they was clipping stuff up and not showing the whole thing. But my whole thing is this: I know online it can come off that I'm a very abrasive, mean person, but I'm actually not. Uncle Rico, you've hung out with me at the restaurant. I'm
Yes.
very polite. I'm very cool with people.
Super.
I ain't really cussed nobody out in person since I worked at the strip club. No, I'm lying.
Do
I
me a
had to
favor,
cuss-
Mariah.
I
Drop
had
the
to
link
cuss-
one more time for Black Cleaner. That's one of Charlie boys. He want to come up and say something. So
I ain't gonna lie. I had
wanna
to
give
cuss
him
one of
that.
my students' mamas out, but that was a long time ago. That was in 2024.
sometimes they need to be cussed out.
They
My
did.
ex-girlfriend was a teacher, and
Yeah, she deserved it.
well, you
She
wouldn't be
deserved it.
surprised because you was a teacher. But you would, like other people would be surprised what these teachers go through with these parents.
Yeah, and guess what? I was a very good teacher. My students had the top scores in the districts, and I taught high school. I taught what you call it? I taught 11th grade, right? So I had to prepare them for their state examinations. My students had the highest score in the district. Like I was a very good, very very good teacher, right? But at the same time, I was one of them teachers where I worked with kids that was rowdy and their mamas was rowdy, so I had to be rowdy. But that's why in real life I stay away from ignorant people. I don't be around no fake ass people like people like Fearless. He's like, oh, I don't want my son, sir. I would never hang around nobody like you because I don't like people that's fake as fuck. I don't like people that's trying to throw shots and be slimy and greasy, but then you trying to dress it up as you're not. I don't like that. Say that shit with your chest. I don't, because I'm gonna say it with mine every single time. And you could really just move around for me. So I only be around genuine people. And the great thing about these Latin American countries is people are so friendly. So you don't really even gotta go off on them. And that's why I know how I am, so I stay away from foolishness. And I have a very, very peaceful life. And I don't go off on people in real life because I don't have to, because I don't hang around foolishness.
Well, let me say this, Mariah, as well as what I said, what I shared with Rob last night. What I was going off because I like say even with Rob and things of that nature, from what I seen, because you got to understand, as you being a polarizing individual, the things that go viral is when you going off on somebody. You know what I mean, or when
It's viral videos of me going off on people.
You don't think so, man?
I ain't seen them. Nobody sent it to me.
I think you being disingenuous. That come on now.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen them.
Now you got viral videos of you going off on people and things.
They're
of that nature
viral?
for sure.
So viral is relative, I think, nowadays.
There you go.
Like
there you
it don't have to be a lot of millions. You know what I mean? Like, hey, 20,000 views is viral to an extent.
100,000.
Honestly, I think compared to what I like, I think I don't know half of what being said about me online. Because I'm gonna be very honest. I don't consume a lot of social media. So somebody literally has to come tell me, hey, such and such did this live and they said this. If don't nobody come tell me, I ain't never gonna see it.
That's how it is with me, especially on YouTube. People are like, yo, you see her? I'm like, who? I don't even know who that person is. What show you talking about?
I don't even know who Ronan
Viral
and
travel
was. Like, and then I see that yesterday, and I'm like, damn. And then I was just so surprised that he had all this content on me, and I'm like, bruh, you as a viewer, like, boy, you dedicated. You feel me? And it was just kind of like, I really don't see. I've even had people come tell me, oh, they was talking about you on such and such. And I'm gonna be for real, unless I just feel like it that day. Most of the time, I don't even go look. I just be like, whatever. So I really don't know.
Now I'll be honest with you. Typically, when I hear in the space, that everybody's upset about someone, that's the person I run to because I try to figure out like why. Like why? You know, so like Rob, I call you Robert, and I'm gonna fucking hate to say it because I don't think your ass is good looking at all. You look like the average white guy, right? And I ain't saying it in a racist way, but I call you Robert Baratheon because I'm a Game of Thrones fan, right? So I call you Robert Baratheon, King of Westeros.
Not all.
You
You
ain't
didn't
good
take off the
looking.
glasses, did it, bro?
Right?
Yeah. You want to see them baby blues are dangerous.
No, I call you. I'm a Game of Thrones fan. I'm like, oh, that's Robert Baratheon, the King of Westeros, and King's Landing, and all that shit. Because you landed in this space with a certain splash, and I don't think you know superstar, but it just like it disrupted shit. Mm-hmm. And that was some of the thing that, like me and Peso, 5-6 years ago, we were in the space, and people who know, literally, I'm just. Y'all bringing up old shit that we brought up way long ago, and we were demonized, we were put down, we were just everything else in this space. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Your cachet in this space is your white skin. I'm not gonna, we're not gonna bullshit. Like you landed in this space.
You've been bullshitting though, because this is the first
No,
time I heard you say that, though.
because I've said that, Charlie. If you were black, Robert, they wouldn't have paid no attention to you
at all.
They went
at all.
Crazy.
And that's Uncle Rico being genuine. And
I'm
he don't say a lot that I agree with, but
they would have said that. They would have said, "Fuck that nigga," because that's what they did to me.
Hey,
They did that. But your white skin gave you a level of cachet, not necessarily merit based, but it just is. And then all of a sudden, everybody got the hackles of, oh, who this white guy? And that was the thing. I was like, but my issue was, why didn't y'all address it when we said it 5-6 years ago? We were saying the same thing, and y'all poo-pooed us.
Hey, here's the thing,
that
Rico.
Was my issue.
When I first came into the space, okay, I was calling, the first post I ever made was literally said boycott Medellin. I was pissed as shit, and I was defending Capo. I was calling out the stuff that happened with Eric Molina, the guy flopping around like a fish in Calle Diaz, right? And then from there, I was calling out the scope queens and stuff like that. And you know what happened, right? I would be talking to Capo every day and saying, hey, you know what? Maybe because I said it, that people are paying attention now, but like, yo, let's go. Y'all keep coming. And that was before the stuff ever happened with any of the passport bros. I was saying, yo, y'all jump on. Fuck it. If it took my voice to listen, at least we're in now. Let's talk. Let's go. But then people instead decided to try and come at me. And then that's when the message shifted back in the other direction.
Yeah. I can agree with that, because that's why I asked you, what's your standpoint here? If you would have said to get all the black people out of the space, you would have had an enemy for life. But when you said, man, to get these PDFs out of here, to report these PDFs, we're kindred spirits when it comes to that. Because didn't that no time ever in any show I've ever been on to where I didn't agree, kowtow, or even sympathize with a person that'll be in that category. Not even a little bit. That's not what we stand for over there.
Yeah.
Look,
but you know what I realized too?
Hold on one second. After a couple posts or whatever, with going back and forth with the passport bros, I literally hit up Capo. I even texted homies up. I said, hey, tell them to do whatever goofy shit that they want. I don't care anymore. I'm going after these guys because this right here, it means something to me. I'll get some shit done. I really don't even care about that shit other than it's keeping us out of the country and getting us jammed up. These guys are predators. Do whatever y'all want. I'm going this way. I literally reached out to multiple people. I might have even told Mariah. I don't know but I definitely told the guys. Tell them they're off the hook. Have their part. I don't give a shit about that. I'm gonna focus on what's actually important and meaningful to me.
Mm-hmm. And then what they don't realize too, and this what they don't realize too, and this applies to both me and Rob. What I noticed in this space, and a lot of it has to do with the way that people just clip stuff up, right? They take, and then just kind of like what Fearless did when Misha gave her opinion about the whole children thing. And it's like, damn, now everybody just ran with that narrative, like she encouraging her. If that would have went viral and she ain't cleared that up, it's like, oh, you encouraging your man to be a deadbeat dad, right? And that was not true. But that's what I'm saying. what I notice in this space, people run with shit. Well, I'm not gonna hold you. If I see somebody says something and that shit sounds just too crazy, y'all know I'm finna come on my channel and I'm finna review it in long form, and I'm gonna give it the credit it's due, because it's like, bro, now I gotta hear this. That sounds crazy, but most people are not like that. So it created a lot of hate in the space. People were reacting, but what they don't understand, and I think you can attest to this too, the more shit that they be talking about me, the more traction I be getting on my channel. I ain't
That's a
even gonna
fact.
hold you.
And I brung that up.
It's like I'm blown up. Like they're like, and it's not just the homies hub. Everybody come over here. Most people, hey, it's always gonna be some people that's determined not to like you, but it's a lot of people, whether they admit it or not, they don't never gotta hit the like button. You like what you hear enough to stay tuned the fuck in. You popping up. You may not be in the comment section, but you in the bushes. You know what I'm saying? Like, because guess what? Regardless of what they say about me, how I talk to people, it's fun over here. They like it over here.
You going viral for doing it. You definitely going viral for doing it. And before we go any further, and I don't get off my brain from the viral clips, I had negative things to say about you as well as Rob. And I brought that up to Rob last night, to where, well, I didn't know that. You know what I mean? I didn't know that you was going at white guys too. I didn't know that it wasn't just a passport bro thing, because Rob was like, well, I didn't look at it like that. So I'll just say gringos, because it's all encompassing with that. It's not just looking at black people, it's looking at everybody that travel. And I was like, okay, well, yeah, now I can see where you're coming from with that, because when he said, let's get these PDFs out of the space, I could jump on that bandwagon.
Charlie, I thought about you this morning, because I went into my Instagram, I go into the DMs, and there's always smoke in there. And there was this guy, his message said, yo, I want to beat you up. I want to fight. He's like, I'm not a passport bro. I ain't against the passport bros. Basically, I just want to whoop your ass. And I'm like, all right, bro. I mean, we got space on the card. You want to do it? And he was kind of caught off guard a little bit. And then I looked at his thing, and it said he was into AI or something. I was like, yo, what are you doing with AI? And he's like, why you ask, man? If you're trying to go after more black people and make it difficult for them, I don't want to do anything with you with AI. I was like, nah, bro, maybe I could help you with. I was like, maybe I could help you with something. Maybe I'm into AI too. And he's like, hold on, are you being for real? I'm like, yeah, what are you talking about? He's like, so you're not racist? And I'm like, no, bro, what are you talking about? Like, let's talk about it. And he's like, I don't want to fight you no more. Let's talk about the AI, right? Like, you know what I mean? And I thought about you too. Yeah. Like, yeah, but
that's why I was saying
to have this conversation, Mariah, because I want Black Cleaner to come up here and state his case. He's been in the chat. He's been going at my neck.
Okay.
I want to give him an opportunity to state his case.
Shout out to my brother Black Cleaner.
Hi, what's up?
Salute.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. Salute to the panel. Yep, I've been going at your neck, Rico, because as I said in the panel, you was asking, you kept on saying, explain what is so hypocritical about me. And I sat here and I'm like, okay, I'm very loyal to my friends to a default. Okay. And when you was on vacation time with Ryan's Live and you was drunk and I was trying to cold the fire that was going on, and I heard you what you were saying, and you were saying you was mad with Unc Jay and everybody about when he was talking about your wife, and then you kept on and you went on about starting to talk about Unc Jay, and then you already know what happened with when Miguel stepped in to defend his boy, and then you all started to go at it.
Then Yeezy and Unc Jay.
Then you apologized because you said that you was drunk, and I was like, okay, that's fine. You was drunk and moved on. Then I was watching one of your lives, and I really don't watch any of you all's lives because they're not on my algorithm. I try to stay away from the negative and all of the polarizing stuff because I understand that's some people's shtick to be able to get clicks and views.
Okay.
So I understand all of that. But when I sat there and I watched you talk about Travelversity and his girl and how all the white boys and this, that, and the other, and you're dissing his girl for about a straight 10 minutes, I'm like, yo, didn't he just get mad when somebody just said F his wife and F his old wife? And I'm like, damn, this dude is a hypocrite. And I had to leave it alone. From that point off, I had no more respect for you. Now, as I said, I don't know anything about Mariahsincere, but she was asking, does she go hard on people? Just like what Charlie said, the only way that I knew anything about you, because you don't come up on my algorithm, the only reason that I knew that this live was going on right now was because you was on Vibing with Misha's, and her comes on, and she came on my algorithm. And I'm like, Don, what is Vibing with Misha doing, clicking with Mariahsincere and everybody? And then when I saw everybody starting to come up on here, I was like, okay, well, let me sit here and watch and see what's going on. And the same thing with Rob. I don't see, the only thing that I have with Rob is the fact that he's been doing a lot of damage with the reporting and stuff, but I don't know if he got anything. But as I said, I'm cool with Ronan the Wandering Traveler. I'm cool with Ronan the Traveler. I'm cool with Mr. Flip Flops and all of these people. And I'm hearing his name come up in their live streams and their live feeds about what they're doing to them. So it's in, as Charlie Chan was talking about, that's the Black travel space that's a little bit more positive. So when you're trying to go against the people who are trying to put out positive content, it's like, yo, what's going on? And then when I come on and then I see you all doing your polarizing, I'm one of those people who is like, okay, they're being too negative. They're bringing a loud negative voice to this thing, and we're trying to clean up. Now, the thing that I when you all use Passport Bro in general, okay? Shout out to BMT. He's the one that coined the term Passport Bro. And if you watch what he's doing, he's being a little bit more positive. He's married, he has a child, he's living in Thailand, okay? Okay, well, you have your own opinion, but BMT, and let me say for this fact, just like Ronan the Traveler, I'm prior military too. Okay, so I've been stationed in Japan out back in 1995. So I've been doing this traveling thing. I've been to 6 countries back in 1995, but it was the Passport Bro movement, along with the Blexit movement, that put the battery in my back to start traveling again. So anytime people say anything negative about the Passport Bros, when it wasn't really the Passport Bros themselves, the ones that was out here putting all of this negativity, even amongst the Passport Bro community, we were saying those are Passport Pookies. They're not affiliated with us. The people who are being out here being negative, they will come up and be like, nah, I'm not a Passport Bro. So it was the media that actually made the people who was being negative and put the shine on them as being Passport Bros. And then when you all ran with it and kept on putting that in there, it was like you're throwing a brick at the people who was actually trying to do something positive in the whole ideology. So that's why I was like, instead of just talking trash, I just said, I'm not even like what Mariahsincere said, be like Bill, just ignore it. Just don't go up there, don't give it no support. And I just leave it alone. But what happens is, as she says, when she goes off and goes 10 times hard, she starts shooting at shots, and it's hitting more than just the people who she's aiming at. It's hitting the community that's doing positive. So that's where the whole smoke is at.
I want to go after you, Mariah. I want to be after you. Go ahead.
Let me say this. You could be doing positive work in other areas, and I'm not saying that those men aren't trying to be positive, but you could also be trying to be positive but also be a hater. And that's what I'm saying. There's some people that you might be positive on this side, but let's be all the way real. It's people on that side that seem that I'm getting some traction, and they don't like that I'm getting more traction than them, right? And it's like, well, why her? We've been here forever. And to me, that's a very lame, weak position to come by. If I don't know, again, you're not familiar with the content that I've done, but I've done several videos, and Uncle Rico actually said I give too much leverage, actually. And I've talked about on several of my videos that it seems to be factions, right? And what am I saying? You have men that are calling themselves Passport Bros that are doing the sex tourism. But then you have the men that are the Passport Bros who are genuinely going abroad, buying properties, and having families. And I've always stood up for that side. The reason why I've always, don't I do it on every video? Have y'all not seen me do that? I always say the ones of y'all that are acting up, y'all are making it hard. And I've talked about several examples of Black men that I have met abroad who actually own businesses and have married local women, and they're not on social media. But people don't want to listen to that part. So I can't help that, right? Now, here's the thing that people don't want to accept, but it's the reality of the matter. Whether I get on here and talk about these issues or not, the local people already have their idea of what a passport bro is. And there's nothing that you're going to be able to tell them to differentiate. Why is that? They have whole documentaries of y'all in Spanish talking about y'all. And I ain't in now documentary. I ain't in either one. They have whole documentaries in Spanish. They have whole meme pages talking about y'all in Spanish. They going in on y'all on Migration Colombia. I don't got nothing to do with that. So all I did, first of all, I got dragged into the space because I was just in my life living in Colombia, and one of my first videos that went viral on Instagram was about the passport bros. They was coming under my comments. I was just making random videos about living in Colombia. Passport bros weren't even mentioned. Here come them in my comments. What are you doing in Colombia? This is a man's world. You're following us. You know, all this shit. So the first video I ever made, I made it very clear. I'm not talking to every man that comes to Colombia. I'm not even talking to every man that comes to Colombia to pay for sex. But I'm talking to you bitch ass niggas who is mad at me because y'all want to, y'all coming down here to pay for sex. And y'all feeling like, you know what I'm saying? You feeling like I'm impeding on your territory. Do you own this country? No, you don't. So I went in on those people because guess what? They was going in on me first. But I made it very clear in my video. I said it in my video. Not all men that travel to Colombia, and I wasn't even trying to get on Black men. I said not all men that travel to Colombia are traveling for sex, and not all of them are sex tourists. And I even said in the video, the ones that travel to do sex tourism, I ain't mad at you. I'm talking to y'all ones that's talking to me, period. So it was always on that type of energy. But I've always gotten on here and talked about the men that I know who are traveling, build a business. I ain't never been, don't travel, don't get a wife. I encourage it. Go where you can win. I've always said that. My whole thing is the behavior in terms of over sexualizing the women online, having different prostitutes on these videos, showing like the creep count, all that shit. It's played out. It's played out, but it's never been me hating on y'all for moving abroad and trying to find different relationship. It's not even that type of channel. Like, and y'all can push back Rico and Rob because y'all been on several of my lives. Y'all seen my content. If I'm not being genuine in what I'm explaining, then feel free to call me out on it.
Rico, let me jump in real quick because I know you're gonna get long-winded. I'm gonna be short. I'm gonna be short. So, no, it's okay because he came originally to talk to you anyway. So I'm gonna slide out. So, but you brought up some people that I just want to touch on it real quick. And nice to meet you. Like you mentioned, flip flop and trying to be positive, right? So the first time I ever spoke about flip flop was after flip flop brought my name up in a piece of content, right? So that's where that started. But since then, me and flip flop are cool, man. Right? Like part of how the boxing event got put together was through me and flip flop. Right? I'm all about trying to lift up guys and be part of good things that are going on and not to tear down anyone that's doing anything. So when I first responded to Flip Flop, I hadn't seen any of his content. I seen one piece where he said something about me, and I'm already in a defensive posture going back and forth with guys to where then I'm coming off the hip, right back at him. But then I started to go into some of Flip Flop. See, I want to know who this guy is, right? If someone's coming at me, I want to know who he is. And I quickly, I don't have anything wrong with Flip Flop at all. I like Flip Flop. And Rowan, some of the other guys that popped up, man, like I only mentioned some guys' names because they inserted themselves into an issue with someone else, right? But the last thing that I want to do is tear down anyone that's trying to be positive. Even last night when I was on with Ronan and Travelers and them, look, I asked questions so I could better understand the situation and things that are going on, because again, I've only been doing this for a few months, right? I didn't, until recently, I didn't even know the depth of the Passport Bro, the movement, who started it, all the YouTube streams. Shit, last night when Ronan put up the thing, I had a screenshot because he had all these names on it. I still don't even know who all the names are. I don't even know who so many guys are, right? But the last thing that I have called out BMT, right? Because BMT had a perfect opportunity to hold some people accountable, and he ducked and dodged it. And that is how I view that. Outside of that, right? I don't what Rico speaks on with BMT, I don't know, because I have never seen enough, right? I only go off of what I know in every situation. Even with Misha, last night I seen a 30-second clip, right? And I base an opinion off of 30-second clip that left out context, right? To where tonight I had to sit here and be like, damn, now that I see the whole context, you know, what I learned is I got to shut my, if I don't know someone and I only see 30 seconds of a clip on them, I'm just going to shut the hell up until I know all of it, right? But the last thing that I want is to tear down any men that are trying to do good.
Let me just say this. I've been in this space longer than most, if not everybody. I've been in this space for a long fucking time. I came to this space from the Manosphere, the Kevin Samuels, that sort of space. Okay. So Black Cleaner, let me first say to you, thank you, because again, like you said, the last time you saw me on vacation time with Ryan, I got a little bit out of pocket. I said some things that I regret. I've since apologized to Ryan months ago. That was back channel. You don't know nothing about that. I'm not expecting you to know nothing about that. And I reached out to Ryan and said, hey, look, actually the next day, the very next day after that dust up, I emailed him and I told him, when I get a chance to come and apologize on your channel to your subs, I will, because I shouldn't have behaved that way on your channel. You can ask Ryan. I don't need to promote that.
I gotta call that out though, Uncle Rico. But go ahead. I said I'm gonna call that out once you get done.
But I'm saying that was what I did because I wanted to, and I told him, tell Black Cleaner I appreciate him, because his voice was the first voice that hit me in the head that said, hey, I was doing too much. I was a little bit inebriated, and I was. But nonetheless, it didn't change my feelings about how I addressed that and why I addressed it. So I don't take anything back. I take back the fact that my behavior shouldn't have been what it was. Okay. So now then you come into here and you go about the situation that I had with Travelversity, right? Or Ja. Yeah, I know his real fucking first name. I seen the content with his mama and everything else. All right. My issue with him had nothing to do with his betrothed, which I tell him he need to marry her. My issue with him was the same issue I had with every other black man that come into this space. Everybody's so pro-black, but they fucking hate black women.
Hello.
And he was one of them too. He was in this space. Again, maybe you ain't always watched this content that was heavily shitting on black women. And I'm like, how dare you shit on black women when you are with a corn star? And I got the videos of him being with a corn star. That they tell me I can't introduce Mariah to my kids because she strips, but motherfuckers is introducing their corn stars to their mother.
I've literally seen it in real life.
And I'm literally saying, in this space, as black men, we got to stop doing this bullshit. So you talk about my hypocrisy. My issue and concern is, and he has a huge following. You're a big fan of his, Black Cleaner.
No, I'm not.
You over here defending him. Okay. Hold on.
He did come to Panama, and he was very respectable.
Let me finish, brother. I don't know if you are or not, but you brought him up. You're over here defending him, saying that I talked out of turn by talking about him. I'm talking out of turn about him because he has had a narrative of crapping on black American women. At the same time, He's promoting a corn star and has thousands of subs that support this shit and love this shit. I ain't knocking it. I told him marry her. He should marry her at this point. But when is he ever going to say, hey, when I was talking about sisters in America, I was talking out of pocket. I shouldn't have been stepping on FBA sisters the way that I was. Nobody's never going to say that. They never going to say that.
I want to add to what you're saying, Uncle Rico. I have seen, and I don't have a problem with it. I have seen a lot of these men, because I think this is another issue that they have with me. They be like, oh, they're coming down here spying on y'all. I'm not spying on y'all. It's just over the course of, first of all, I've been to Parqueyeras less than 5 times, the whole time I was in Medellin. Okay. The only time I ever went out there is when, like, one time I went out there by myself. I actually met some dudes that was some weekend warriors, and they was looking for hoes, but when they met me, we started talking because they was, thinking I might be a working girl. We started talking, and they was like, they got off their hunt and was like, let's go. You interested? Let's go talk at the taco shop. And they like forgot the mission.
If I pull up content of BMT crapping on FBA women, because again, that was my point where I pushed Ronan. I was like, and he admitted tonight, oh, that was chat AI. That was AI that made that shit. Because I was like, everything that y'all gave BMT as a core value, his content doesn't support. His content has been about demonizing Black American women. All the women in America and Atlanta ain't trash. They got high STDs. Yeah. They single mothers. They baby
going to places where the STD rate is crazy.
But at the same time, go ahead. My apologies.
So my whole point is my whole point is this: if that's the content, and then you're saying, but go overseas and be with a Thai, a Dominican, a Brazilian, or Colombian woman who has 10 times the body count, right? Because they love talking about body count. I'm like, American women body count can't touch foreign women body count. They're all single mothers. They're typically 3, 4, 5 fucking kids. I know this to be evidence. So my whole point is, it's like, if we're going to have an honest conversation, you can have that conversation with people who don't know. But when you start to have that conversation with people that know, it's like, bro, I don't damn, my wife is Salvadorian. I'm just never going to let nobody shit on Black men. If you want to go overseas and you want to date foreign women, that's a wonderful thing. It's beautiful. I love it. You don't have to sit there and crap on our folks. That's my issue with the BMT, the travel versus, and all of it. But y'all make excuses for them.
I get that, Uncle Rico. See, but you see how you see how different people catch strays, because even Black Cleaner can contest to over there on my channel. We don't say Black women because it's not a Black women thing. Over there we say Western women. That's Black women, white women, Asian women, all women that's from the Western and got this ideology. We talk about an ideology. We don't. And I said, me personally, 100%. If you want me to find it, I can find it. I say I'm not going to be a Black man on the internet putting down Black women.
But let me say this to you, Charlie. Charlie, okay, I'll say 2 things, and I agree with that. I see, my thing is, when I'm talking, I'm not talking about your channel. I know y'all don't rock like that.
I take the slack for that, bro.
But listen, hold on. I have a question real quick, and it's going to move the conversation forward. Should Uncle Rico not speak on the people that's doing stuff like that for the sake of
you, Charlie?
For the sake of you? So is it the lesser of 2 evils to let the bullshit continue so that you don't get stereotyped? So put it like this. Should he not check the men or speak on the men that's talking bad about Black women so that you don't take the hit in the long run?
Yes, ma'am, and I'll tell you why, if I may. It's a difference between going out there. The saying in the hood is, the more shots you got, the less accurate you gotta be. So when you're just taking shots, you don't care who get hit. But when you a sniper, you got to be more precise with your shots. When Uncle Rico know is brothers out there that do not agree with that, where he done seen us call people out for that multiple times. In like, I don't know if you guys have seen it, and it was on shout out to my brother Vacation Time with Ryan. I called when Jay Rello pulled up over there, I called Jay Rello out to his face. And he apologized to my homeboy because I said, one thing I'm not going to be a part of is you trying to shit on my people, because Mariah, the same way that you feel about your people is the same way that I feel about mine. I volunteer tribute.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? That's the nigga that I am. When I could vouch for Black Cleaner, I could vouch for Ryan, I could vouch for goddamn DCPRT, I can vouch for certain brothers over there that's not on that BS.
But listen,
hey Charlie, real quick,
I'm not going after any of them. What I'm sitting there saying is the problem with, and I get you, is like I'm not a sniper. I'm a machine gunner. And the reason why I'll tell you why
you don't care who you hit then.
No, listen. The reason why I'm a machine gunner, because in the space, the percentage of brothers, I don't think anybody knows legitimately how many are doing good and how many are not. What percentage? Is it more doing good or more doing bad? I tend to believe it's way more doing bad because that's promoted. That's what's pushed out in the algorithm. People are telling people, come overseas, you can party, you can do whatever you want. They're pushing the parties. They're pushing this. They're pushing. So what ends up happening is, while there are good Black men in the travel space, I think there are more bad people, because the promotion of come over here, look how fine these 304s are, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. That's
Rico,
what I think.
That's no different than they're saying it's more Black people doing bad,
Whoa.
but there's more Black people than doing good. That's
I'll
no
say
different than
this:
saying
who's
that.
gonna
And
make
Uncle
more
Rico as
money,
a
the
Black
bank
man,
robber or the 9-to-5 worker?
So hey, real quick, first of all, I like that guy, Vacation with Ryan. He's cool. I see his stuff. But
have you ever seen him on any slime ball type of shit?
No,
Ryan's solid.
But
that's what we represent when we come up here.
Ryan's
Black
100% solid.
Here's the deal, though. Here's what happened. So even in my situation, right, because I didn't know about all YouTube streams. I don't know a lot of stuff. All I seen for the most part is I'm on Instagram, right, where I would be. So the only contact that I had for a while with anyone that's in the space, right, is doing the goofy stuff. Right, like doing the goofy stuff. So like, Charlie, I know about you. Even last night, I like talking to Ron and them. Their issue with Mariah is their issue. How I had a conversation with them, I like that. I like Vacation with Ryan stuff. Right. What needs to happen is here's the thing. If we're trying to promote positivity, okay, and in a new way, or not a new way, but the right way, okay, and we could say the algorithm is against it, this, that, whatever. I own a marketing agency. You know how you get the algorithm to listen, right? You gotta get louder, you gotta get bigger. There has to become more of you, and then the algorithm will listen, right? To where if you're not gonna typically be able to just do it by yourself, right? So you have to start to get more and more people collaborating. And when I even had the boxing event, hey, we have to be creative and find creative ways to promote positivity that will get reach online, right? So just coming on panels and talking about it, that's not going to be it. Like, there has to become more, right? And that's where, like, the collaborate. Hey, what I'm talking about with Flip Flop, right? Flip Flop's having his party. I don't want to intrude on the party. I thought, hey, could we do this? Even back it up next to you, right? We can get more people here. We can do something positive. We can get more attention on it, right? And then we could point to something that's saying, hey, we ain't just coming into the countries and doing X, Y, Z. Look at us over here. We're doing something positive, right? So, but real quick, and I'll let you guys jump on it. One real quick, Rico, you said that guys that got, businesses, this, that, and the other can't go work out. Bro, I just took a shower while I'm on a live stream.
That ain't a workout, Rob.
I just took a shower. I took a shower.
You went in bed, boy. Stop.
I'm glad you washed your ass, but that ain't a workout.
I took a shower. I still
you
get shit
need
done.
one.
Well,
you need to wash your dirty ass. Go ahead.
If I may, they call me Pushback Charlie for a reason, because one thing I learned about you last night is people underestimate you. You're a fucking genius, low key, and it's only low key because people don't understand like what's happening and shit. I'm like, bro, really done pulled up and is making moves and shit like that. So I'm like, he using a vehicle that's already going to slingshot. It's like you understand NASCAR and how they do the slingshot method.
The draft. Yeah, I got to get in the draft, baby.
But no, I want Black Cleaner to address the issue about you said I was wrong for what I said about Unc Jay girlfriend, and I apologize for that to Ryan.
And may I speak to that? Before
Yes,
Black Cleaner,
go ahead,
the fact of the matter is, and people have seen me do this on my channel, when
Go
a
ahead,
person get blatantly out of line on my channel, I have to check them on my channel. If you did something wrong on live, you should have came on live and corrected. No back office shit. When people now, it's been sometimes me and some brothers that has a misunderstanding online, and guess what? That's a back office call. That's a back office call to where, bro, I didn't like the way that you said this, that, and the third, because I get where you was coming from, but the way it came off is like you were saying that. But when a person called me a B word online, I'm telling them you wouldn't say that to my face because I will break your jaw.
And I'll be honest with you, Charlie.
I gotta handle that in person.
Here's the deal. It was my intention. You check with Ryan. I was supposed to come to his channel because, again, I told him I owed an apology to Unc Jay. In particular, I'm not gonna say I owed Unc Jay an apology. I owed his girlfriend an apology. She didn't deserve it. She didn't deserve none of my vitriol. I was mad at him about what he said. She didn't deserve it, so I owed her an apology, and I owed his audience an apology. And that was my intention, and I never got around to it. So I'm just telling you.
So you agree with what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Okay.
I did tell Ryan he can pull up the email where I sat there and said I was gonna come and do it. And to be honest with you, I need to reach out to him again and say, look, when can I come over? Because I still want to do it. Because I haven't done it.
And that's why I laid off of Jay Rillo, because he came up as a man, took his lashes, because he was like, bro, why you got a problem with me?
Charlie,
I said, first of all, you tried to shit on my brother online.
And the reason why I haven't been over there, because from that point on, I said, I had told myself, I don't want to go over to that young man's channel anymore because I don't want to bring my energy, because I know my energy is different. And I just don't want to go over there.
You should make it a priority to go right your wrong.
Yes, and that's 1,000% correct. I have no pushback for that. I said, you know what? I should have never went over there in the first place. If I didn't take my ass over there, it wouldn't have happened. But because I went over there, I let myself get heated, and I did it. But I'm going to make it a point within the next 7 days to get on one of his lives whenever he do it and make that apology publicly.
And here's the thing: I'm just not just preaching. I like when Rob showed that he's not just coming at black people. I told him, "Oh, my bad, bro. I didn't realize that you had equal smoke for white people."
I just don't want people to walk away thinking like I did that shit, right? Because Black Cleaner, you might think I did that shit and I was on some whole YN shit, but I was like, no. The very next day, and it was because of you, Black Cleaner, that made me say, you know what? Fuck, I hate that he's right. I shouldn't have did that.
Charlie,
I'm told that in the email to Ryan, your name. But I think you're wrong with this other shit.
But,
Charlie,
you
were right about that.
You got to understand, as a woman, you're held to a different standard. Every man on this panel. Oh, okay.
It's a joke.
But
it was a joke.
Even with that being said, every man on this panel understand that we got to operate by different rules. Do any man on this panel disagree with me?
I agree.
Yeah, no, I'm just joking, dog. I'm just joking.
Yeah, but even with you joking, men gotta carry themselves a certain way. If I make a faux pas online, I'll come online and say I messed up, guys.
So I'm gonna go
on my line and talk about, like, listen, I had Rob all wrong.
But Charlie, let me ask Black Cleaner.
I agree with a lot of times. I don't agree with the delivery, but you ain't said anything tonight to where I be like, oh, lies.
But I want to ask Black Cleaner, outside of that, which you were correct on, what else? And again, I gave you my reason about what you asked about Travelversity, and I gave you my reason for that. What else? That, you know, because I'm trying to address. I ain't gonna apologize for shit that I don't think I was wrong for. But I'm trying to make sure that I will address, because I'm not going to run from anything. Again, the shit that I went after Travelversity for, I stand behind that shit. And I've told you why. But what else that you feel like I'm hypocritical about? Because I'm still not seeing the hypocrisy. But maybe
I
I
don't know,
just
because as I said, once I see that everybody is being polarizing and attacking people and being negative, I tune out. I'm like, I'm not on that. That's why I mean the only people that are on my algorithm are the people in my circle. I don't follow Razor Rays and respect to him. But even when he was on Ronan's and he saluted me and he was like, "Hey, what's going on?" I'm like, you got the Jerry Springer thing going over there. Hey, salute to you. But
So
that's not my shit.
can I ask you a legitimate question, right? Because I also noticed in the chat you said in particular that Rob was going after Ronan DR and he's innocent, right? That was what you typed in the chat. Okay. Something along that line. Okay. Now, have you ever heard him do disparaging content about Black American women?
Who? Ronan the Wandering Traveler or Ronan the Traveler?
Ronan DR. Ronan DR. I'm just gonna say Ronan DR. You have heard him have you heard him do disparaging content about Black American women? Yes or no?
No. And I'm gonna tell you why. Okay. Ronan speaks about his experiences. Now, I will say this, all right? Because what happens when when you have these live panel discussions, you'll have other people come on and they will share their experience and they'll be negative and that's what happens normally. Like even with BMT, I've heard more people talk trash about Black women on BMT's channel than BMT himself. And the same thing with Ronan the Wandering Traveler. Anytime that I've heard him talk, he's said personal experiences and made jokes about it, but he's never, said anything like he be trying to be funny with it. But in terms of, because we're all FBA, okay, and I'm one of those people. Since I live here in Panama, this is an expat travel space, just like what you all was talking about. And there's more women here than there are men. There are more retirees and passport sisters here than there are passport bros. I'm probably one of the only a few passport bros that actually live here in Panama.
Okay,
so
can I say this respectfully, right?
Mm-hmm.
If in fact you're saying on the lives, I don't hold anybody responsible for what's said on the live. I'm not responsible for what Rob, Charlie, you, or Mariah said. Nobody's responsible for nobody. I'm not talking about the lives. I'm talking about pre-recorded videos. Dozens of them that I've heard him do that. And you're telling me you've never heard him in all of his videos, these are not lies, videos that he put up, he has not disparaged Black American women in the United States, how they're this, they're that, they're unfit. You've never heard that. I find that incredulous. I'm going to respectfully believe you because I've heard it dozens of times in the videos. And I think that he speaks the way all passport bros speak. They demonize Black American women to build up their subscriber base, to build up their audience. They shit on Black American women. That it's a proven formula.
Yeah, I want to hop in here real quick.
That's it.
I'm gonna say this. I've seen with my own eyes, and this not like I knew about them group chats in 2023 because the passport bro showed me. Like they was like, "Don't tell nobody we showed you." I'll never forget. One thing that was so jarring to mind you, at this time, I was in Cartagena when I got showed this. And I already knew the places where they had the prostitutes, all this kind of stuff. I already knew. But here's the thing, I already suspected that's what it was. But like the first time I ever went to Colombia, I'm not going to hold y'all. And I have a video on it. The first time I ever went to Colombia, that was when Asa Holloman started going viral because he got, the whole situation with Brazil. How that, that the writer, the journalist wrote a story on him and they was talking about they was gonna call the police, all that stuff, and then he ended up on Tanya TKO. And at this time I was teaching, so I was like, I got a vacation I need to plan for spring break where I'm gonna go. And at this time I was talking about relationship content on YouTube, right? So he went viral on TKO and he was saying certain things about how, American women have X problems and foreign women, they're going to find foreign wives in these places because they're better. And you know what? I actually conceded some points. I was like, I understand why Austin would say that. Whoop-de-whoop. Shout out to Austin. I watch him.
No.
No. Let me finish.
Bullshit.
Don't
No.
interrupt me. Don't finish.
Bullshit.
So
No. Don't be conceding
hold on.
nothing. I told you about that, but go ahead.
No. So I what I did was I ended up going to Cartagena and I met some passport bros by accident. I didn't even go look for them because Cartagena was born. I met them in a coffee shop and then they started talking to me. And then I started realizing, like, as we get into conversation, I'm like, oh, these are the passport bros, right? So, y'all, I went to like another Jamaican restaurant. It's over there, like Ethio with them. And then some other ones, they invited some other ones to come. And I'm like interviewing them. And I interviewed them under the promise that I would be anonymous. So to this day, I have a picture with them and all their faces. I've never put their business out, personal information out, whatever. And it was very interesting. They were showing me the ins and outs. Well, one of them showed me a group chat. And in the group chat, I ain't gonna hold you, they was going in on black women. I remember there was a video of some black women. I think they might have been on vacation somewhere, maybe Jamaica or whatever. And they was on stage. It was two black women. They was on stage. They had like a bikini top on, but no panties. And they was twerking their booty, coochie out, all that kind of stuff. And y'all, the men were in the comments, these black whores, these like, they was going in. And it was so interesting to me because it's like, I've literally seen y'all with prostitutes. Like, somebody said, I'm like, bro, y'all out here with prostitutes. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is not, y'all ain't. And then the men that had wives that they were telling me about, they took them off the host roll. And guess what? They were stepdaddies too. Like, she already had a kid. It was all this stuff. So here's my whole thing. If a man fall in love with a prostitute or whatever case may be, I don't care. I really don't care. You take a girl off the host roll, that's your business. It's not a problem. The issue that I did have, if a man go and buy coochie, that's not, I don't care. The issue that I had was y'all over here on internet talking about nanny boo boo to black women. And y'all painting this image like the majority of y'all is coming down here for love and all this. And it's like, bruh, I don't know about that. I'm going to say like at least half of y'all is coming for the
90%,
right?
95%.
Yeah, I already killed that
half.
narrative. I already pulled the stats on that. The stats on that say that statement is absolutely false. Yeah.
99. Which statement is that, Rob?
The statistics show in terms of how many men are traveling into other countries versus like visas and like K9s and stuff that are being applied for, like, it is very, very small in terms of the amount of people that are traveling. So, right, we can't go isolated to like passport bros or anything like that, but just the sheer amount of people that are traveling internationally versus, right, what becomes the women then that are applying for visas to come back into the U.S., right? It's very small. I'll have to go pull the data again, but it's a very small number.
Or even trying to become resident in these countries, get jobs, do businesses. It's very small. Most people are.
I get that.
They're weekend travelers. Flying
as
in.
you said, but the people that are doing it are not getting the attention. It's the loudest people in the room who are doing the negative.
But what they're trying to say is mathematically those men are the bigger majority.
Small compared to
be
people
so.
That's the opposite.
But do you know where and if it wasn't so late, I tell people I would stop showing receipts, because if you're not gonna believe me, you're not gonna even believe me with receipts. But to this day, I can get my daughter on the line and my mother on the line, and they'll both tell you that the greatest gift that my mother has ever given me is the gift of travel. I'm an Army brat. I was born in Colleen, Texas. I've been to Germany before I was even 5 years old.
Is it Colleen or Killeen?
Killeen,
Say it
Colleen.
right. Say it right.
I was a child when I was
Killeen.
I was a child. It's the Army base down there. There you go. Killeen, Texas. That's just like Kissimmee, Florida. It's Kissimmee, Florida.
Exactly. Get it right.
Come on now. Let's not split hairs here. But what I'm saying is that's not everybody. And not ever have I ever took up for Travel University, because he don't align with what we align with over there. He don't stand on what we stand with over there. Now, Mariah, my question to you is, those people that showed you those WhatsApp and said don't show nobody, would you label them as bitch ass niggas?
No.
Why not? Because they did some shit that they wouldn't stand on as men.
They shouldn't have showed it to you.
What you
No,
mean?
I didn't say that.
Let me tell you, all of them. Let me tell you what
it
it is. Hold on, y'all. Listen to me. Let me listen. First of all, let me say this. This is another reason why I don't necessarily have anything against passport bros. Every passport bro that I have met in person, including those group of men, they was cool to me. Even though they was talking shit about black women in the chat, they was cool to me. They didn't treat me with nothing but respect. I don't know what might have been said about me behind my back, but in my face, that was very cool to me. That was
so passport bros are the real hypocrites.
I don't know, but they didn't have no. That was cool with me. But part of the reason why they was cool with me is because I ain't come at them wrong. It wasn't a situation. Everybody keeps trying to make it seem like, oh, she out here to expose passport bros. Anytime I've spoken on certain things, I've spoken on certain things in general. I ain't never ran up on nobody with no camera. I've never put nobody business or information. I will sit there and talk to them just like I talk like y'all, and they be wanting to. So they be ready to talk and tell it, or they be ready like it was a few that was like, hey, yeah, they was telling me the truth about how like they bitch had fucked their homie, or oh, he fucked my girl. Like they was telling me about some of the back. So it's like when you get them alone individually, they be ready to talk about their frustrations that goes on with dealing with some of the other men. And it's more than a few that are like that, you know. So y'all might can say it's some bitch nigga shit, but I think part of the reason why they might confide something to me that y'all might consider is like outside of the group is because a lot of times it's a beehive mentality in those groups. So for example, I've had several men come on my channel, and when we bring up, well, why don't y'all say nothing when they talk about the black women in the group chat? They be like, cuz if you say something they don't like, they're gonna kick you out the group chat. And like even with this situation, with people coming on my channel, this whole situation of you getting called to the classroom, who the fuck are women? We gonna be like, who the fuck are you? But it's like like y'all be so for real about that shit, and people, you know. So it's like a lot of times they'll just confide stuff that they don't necessarily agree with, but they can't come tell the rest of the group because then they finna get put out the whole group. So I wouldn't say it was some bitch nigga shit. I think that person was just trying to confide some things in me that they didn't necessarily agree with, but they didn't necessarily have the courage to say in the group chat. And like, you can't blame people for that, because when you create, you know, a system to where everybody has to be complicit and agree with the same shit to even be involved, then you're not going, you know, people are going to eventually feel the way. And I bring that back to why a lot of them dudes was ready to come when Robert was on his rampage after they talked about his wife and was threatening him and this and that. A lot of those men were ready. People were like, nah, he lying. They're not sending him stuff. No, y'all don't understand. A lot of these men are ready to come vent their frustration. They ready to come tell it because they've been burned. Or a lot of the times these men are frustrated because, damn, I told my homie that this my little chick and he went and fucked her, or he went and did this and that. It's a lot of animosity within the passport bro, built up, pent up frustration, animosity within the movement behind the scenes. You know, I say this too. Anything built on the wrong things, for example, them group chats that's built on lust, anything, it's no honor amongst thieves. So if the only thing that was really the main thing that was bringing y'all together is lust, then that's not a solid foundation, right?
I can tell you factually, they are sharing shit. They've been sharing shit with me and Payson for the better part.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. These men, they talking about the stuff that's going on behind the scenes in the group chats, whatever. But me personally, here's the thing. The biggest issue that I have is sharing stuff online, and I don't like if you get permission for a girl to record her and then you tell her you're gonna share it with the group chat and she say that's cool. I don't like all of that recording girls and then put in group chat. That's lame. Like, what if we don't know how many of these girls thought this was my boyfriend, we supposed to be having private sex, or this is a video for just him and then he put it in the group chat. That's lame. That's whack, right? But I say other than that, just keeping the behaviors offline, not constantly talk about black women and, you know, doing fucked up shit to the girls. I really don't have a problem. Every passport bro I met in person have been nothing but cool to me, and it is what it is.
I'll say this: it's way more gross than what you think. I've gotten sexually explicit videos of several people's significant others, whether it's from the DR, Colombia, Brazil, Thailand, not the Philippines as much, which is weird, but all the other places. And most of the stuff we got from other men. We got very little bit of information from women. It's men telling on men. So you can confide in with these people and think, oh, they're my brothers. I mess with them, this, that, whatever.
No, it's not like that. It's not a brotherhood like
They
that.
said
I
your
thought
ass up
that's
the
not
river
for real.
quick.
It's not a brotherhood. I'm just being honest. It's not the brotherhood that y'all think it is. It's so much backbiting. I done heard so many stories.
Yeah.
I could have believed that.
Yeah, they
But then-
fucking y'all hard.
But here's the thing. Well, here's the thing. Because I'm from where I'm from, I know real is where rare and fake is everywhere. If that lands with anything, yeah, I know it's a lot of fake dudes out of here. But like I was just telling one of my brothers that was on your panel earlier, to where listen, if I gotta meet 9 weirdos to meet one real brother, to me it's worth the cost.
Okay.
It's worth
But you
the
gotta
cost.
have that energy to go through them 9 fucking weirdos now.
I'm on YouTube. Majority of these niggas in the chat are weirdos, bro.
But do you? Let me ask you this, Charlie, and I agree with you. But again, then do you go through that? That's why, like, be honest with you. Like Mariah tell you, like the 2 motherfuckers that she met me with, them, be honest with you, in the travel space, them the only 2 people I fuck with. Coach John DeJohn from the Dominican route and Troy. I really and Peso, who's here in the DMV with me. Razor is my guy. I met Razor. I met him several times, but I don't fuck with nobody else in the travel space outside of that. Because
and that's your prerogative. But I personally know brothers that are linking up and doing business in these other countries. They're going in on properties. They're opening stores in these other countries, and they knit through what we would call this thing of ours.
And what I'm saying, Charlie, is
That's
I'm
not
not
the vast
saying
majority.
right, and I'm not saying
I need
that.
to meet. I need to meet more of those guys because that's what I'm trying to do.
The point is that you're throwing trash in a fountain where we're trying to get a drink, where we're actually trying to build. Okay, the Passport Bro movement was built on us getting out of the matrix because of hurt, because of stress, because of all of these things that are going on to Black men. Okay, now we're going through this thing of a growing pain, just like when a woman is pregnant and she has this little clot in her belly, and then it grows and becomes an embryo and all of that, and then it becomes a full-term baby, and then they're able to push it out. That's what's going on. Because remember, how old is really the Passport Bro movement? The Passport Bro movement probably started really after COVID. It's only been 6 years, 6 months, pretty much, in terms of baby years. But for you all to be sitting here and adding the fuel to the fire that's already been going on with the media, the white media, it's as they say, you're not, you're a part of the problem. You're not a part of the solution. And that's what me and Charlie are trying to do. We're trying to be a part of the solution.
Okay, I want to hold on. Let me talk. I want to talk. I want to go on that because this is pretty much what I do every day. So I want to ask you some questions, honestly. Okay, actually, Charlie and I and a few other guys, we're gonna go on mine tomorrow night, and we're gonna talk about this issue right now. Okay, what we're about to discuss right now, because I want to ask you a genuine question. Okay, because the content that I share, okay, is a result. I'm sharing the result of the behaviors that are going on in the price that is being paid, okay, as a result of those behaviors. For example, what we're going to talk about tomorrow is today in my DMs, a guy messaged me and he said, hey, I'm the guy in that reel that you shared. And that reel was it was a Black man, right, that was denied entry into Colombia, okay? And then he proceeded to tell me who he was. He works for the federal government. He has top secret clearance. He's been in the Army 12 years. He's been deployed 3 times. He speaks 5 languages fluently. He's a solid ass dude, okay? He's a really good dude, right? And he can't even really speak publicly right now because of the position that he holds working in the government. That guy got denied entry into Colombia. He didn't get denied entry into the Colombia because of the white media or because of anyone else. He got denied entry into the Colombia because the Colombians have said, this shit that you guys are posting online, this shit that you guys are doing, we're not accepting it anymore, right? And we're going to start to go after your asses. We're not going to let you into the country. And that everybody is being grouped into that. So when you're talking about what you guys are doing, you're grouped into that. Charlie, you're grouped in that. Everybody is grouped into that now. So my question is this, right? Someone could come at me and say, "Hey, I'm part of the problem." No, I'm reporting on the problem. What I want to ask guys is this question here is, if you're seeing, right, and when we're talking about right now, we're talking about the passport bros and we're talking about men in the black community as well. If you see your brothers getting shit taken on them, solid ass guys like that, right, that are now being denied entry into a country, what is anyone going to do? What is the solution? Right, to let these guys just keep doing stupid ass shit and no one goes after them for it? What are we gonna do? Because good dudes are paying the price for it every day right now.
I agree with you.
Hold
Rob.
on, wait, real
It-
quick. Let me hop in and
Yes,
then I'm gonna
ma'am.
let y'all answer real quick. As far as me, I'm gonna tie this in. This is a direct piggyback off of what you're saying, Rob. As far as me on my channel, I'm gonna keep talking about what I want to talk about. Sometimes it might be something positive. Sometimes I might be pointing out negative behaviors. Whatever the case may be, I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about. Why do I say that? I noticed a lot of y'all are taking the same mentality that we have toward the issues in the black community in the United States and applying that abroad. What do I mean like that? One of the main criticisms that I have of the black community in the United States is that we will allow the people that are doing good to suffer a bad reputation in order to protect the ones that are doing bad. And because we do that, guess what? The ones that act a fool run a fucking buck. But we can't say nothing about them, or we can't tell them, hey, you need to change XYZ behavior, because if you keep behaving like that, people are going to notice and it's going to give us all a bad reputation. Instead, what we do is we let them run amok, and then the rest of us have to be quiet. And then when other groups notice that they're running amok, we're supposed to call them racist for saying something about them running amok. And guess what? Because of that, our reputation is like destroyed in the United States. And I'm just being honest.
Mariah,
So me personally, I'm going to call out bad behavior all the time. And not just, I've called it out, I've talked about white men on my channel. Because for me, I'm like, anybody that exhibits a certain type of behavior, it's not necessarily a racial thing, but anybody that exhibits a certain type of behavior that I don't jive with overseas, I talk about them on my channel, right? So I'm not going to be coddling anybody because I'm like, oh, well, we have to protect, we can't say nothing about them, because then everybody, no. The way you look better, people respect you when you call out the bullshit in your community. People respect you when they see, you know why? Y'all want to know why Asian people, y'all don't really see them running amok that much in the United States? Because when they get to acting a fool, they family disown them. They family telling on them, they snitching on them, they doing all that. They're not going out marching for them, nothing. They sitting their ass in the house. You finna accept them consequences by yourself because you brought shame to my family, right? So I'm gonna choose to take that mentality because I seen what happens when we don't. I see what happens when we don't. So now y'all are saying, okay, we gotta leave the United States to get away from this, to run away from the discrimination in the United States, to get away from XYZ. Well, if you don't say anything about it, what's gonna happen in the rest of these countries is what's happening in Colombia. I'll be very plain with y'all. In Colombia, Black American men have a very, very bad reputation. This is not my opinion. All you have to do is go up under the comment section in Migration Colombia, and if you don't know how to read Spanish, you can translate it. And they're saying, the usual suspects, it's always them. These are the things the Colombian people are saying. They're saying it on the meme pages or whatever. This is the reality of the matter. And I don't have to never get up here and say a word about none of this again. And they're going to feel this way. And the sentiments are only going to grow. So it's like, you don't want to create what is happening in the United States abroad. And the way that you do that is y'all got to check that shit, period. Y'all gotta check that shit.
So
Mariah,
yeah, so look, I want the hold on, no, Rico, I'm gonna give it to you, but I'm gonna ask you guys the questions now, the guys here. Okay, so you, and I've heard you say, hey, you guys want, right, other men to be able to travel and do all these things, and you know now what is preventing them from doing it. So what is going to be done? I really like, I want to know that answer.
Well, if you asking me, we're gonna keep pushing forward. We're gonna keep doing what we're doing over there because we have whole lives where we have called out them guys. And Rob, you as a I can't say what. Can you share with the panel what you do?
What I do, like in terms
Like,
of,
what's your profession? What's
oh,
your profession?
I own a marketing agency.
So with marketing, you do understand true or false that negativity travel way farther and way faster than positivity. Would you disagree?
No, not
Okay.
online. I agree with you.
Okay, so with that being said, all it take we had one dusty forehead dude that made us all look bad, and we was before he even got caught up, we was calling him out as being a weirdo. We could see these dudes, the three dudes, and there's one of them that I said I wasn't gonna really talk too much about, but is we got Jay Rello, NYC the Future, and goddamn it Floyd. All of these people look like they're missing a couple fries from a Happy Meal. Let's keep it a buck. And we have called that out over on our channel multiple times, but guess what? Because we're talking positivity, it don't go as far. It don't get the clicks and views. We're not talking about harming or killing somebody or something like that. We're saying we're not a part of that, and we want to separate ourselves from that. We're a part of book bag drives. We're a part of feeding the community in places that we go. We're a part of trying to build something and invest where we go. That's why reason why I continue to talk to Rob, because when I said, man, we had a 6-hour live with a multi-millionaire that was giving us game, he said, oh man, I'm interested in that. So when I hit him up today, he was like, oh yeah, bro, well, I want to do something. You feel like pulling up? Yes, but I want to do something to where I feel like you could bring value to my community, because what he is saying, I feel like he can bring value to a community. Like, we're trying to win over here, but the fact of the matter is this: the negativity that these dusty forehead dudes, dirty goddamn it pants wearing people, they gonna outwin us because negativity go way farther than positivity. Shout out to my good brother Nat.
But Charlie,
Hey,
hold on for a second.
so
Hold
real
on,
quick.
Rob,
Go
hold on.
ahead.
Let me get in real quick.
Get it in.
Because goddamn it, I'm gonna be fired tomorrow fucking with y'all. Okay, I gotta get some fucking sleep.
Where you work at, so I can call and put in a good word
fuck
for
you, right? Exactly. I'm gonna be fired fucking with y'all. This is like 10 fucking hours, 12 hours of this bullshit. So I just want to say this. Okay, fuck you, Knock. I'm getting ready because I see your ass in the sewer, Mr. Butterworth, whatever. Fuck you, I just want to say that, right? So the second part is Black Cleaner, and I really did like what you said. I just want to say this before I go off about the narrative around the fountain, and because it just kind of struck me. So I get it, like you say, we're trying to drink at the fountain and we're throwing trash in the fountain, right? And I agree with that. But my question is I would ask you, like, who's throwing the trash in the fountain? I don't think it's society at large. I think it's the people in the space. And then who's expected to clean the fountain up? So I understand you want a clean drink of water. And if you say, okay, people are throwing trash in the fountain, there's two things. One, who's polluting the fountain, and two, who's going to clean the fountain.
Hey, so here's
we're trying to clean
it.
We're trying to clean it, Uncle Rico.
Right. No.
Pulled up on my channel.
Charlie,
y'all don't talk about my black sisters.
Hold on, Charlie. Okay. Even if you guys are trying to clean it, you got to start with who the fuck is throwing the trash in there.
So let me
if you clean it and they keep throwing trash in it, it's reductive.
Charlie,
like, okay, Uncle Rico, you're one of the ones that's throwing trash in there at this point.
Let me ask you this, Charlie.
Yes,
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this then. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, pretty much every guy, in terms of, we'll just say Passport Bro right now, that because that's what they titled it, that I specifically called out by name on my channel. I don't know if you have seen it. Okay.
No, sir, I haven't, but I'm with it.
Okay, so I've called out guys by name that are like doing the parties, doing all the goofy stuff that is literally what the government is saying. We're seeing this stuff, and we don't want it. You keep doing it. We're gonna keep it. Those are the guys that I have called out. Okay, so my a couple things. So first, right, because everyone call FBI Rob this, that, and the other. What when we're talking about, cleaning up, whatever, by me exposing them, right, and putting them out, how I look at that is I shorten the gap between how long this continues to go on and it stops because I'm handing them over on a platter. Right, I'm pretty much saying, hey, you know what? You don't have to sit, wait, and try to go find anymore. I'm gonna find them all for you, right? Turn them all over so you can get rid of everything that's going on, and we can get moving forward again. Because that's exactly how I look at it. But then
I
I
agree
want
with that sentiment, Rob.
oh,
I agree
okay.
with that wholeheartedly. But when you just shooting a broad set, that's the difference between buckshots and goddamn it, a sniper. Buckshot's gonna spread out and just hit what's around it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
So
what?
here's
And I get what you're saying. I agree with that. Call them out by name. And if you prove that these people are on some shady BS, I'm gonna call them out with you. You
so
can
here's
come on
what
my live and call them out.
here's what happened. Okay, so I was doing that, right? I call out the chicks in freaking Colombia that are drugging guys, and my shit just keeps rolling. When I started calling out the dudes, though, because by name and specifically, that's when they started collaborating. When you say that Ronan and DR is innocent, hell nah, man. He was in the first group of guys that collaborated to get my shit taken down, right? Because
But
they
that's
started.
different though. That's different though. That's more personal than him being a creep.
No, no, yeah, I'm not talking about creep. Yeah, yeah, I don't
Would
think
you
Ronan's
agree
a
to
creep.
that? Because when
100%.
you said that last night, oh, he came at my money, he came at my wife, I had no
Yeah.
more pushback. Because I'm ready to volunteer for Ronan as tribute because I haven't seen no creep shit from his shit. Now
But
you
ask
can't
Black
charge him.
Clear about that.
So hold on. Let
Here's
me.
the thing, Uncle Rico. He got 6,000 people in his
I'm just
passport
saying,
group.
I don't
You can't
know.
charge him. You
Right.
can't charge him for everything that everybody.
No,
That's
I'm
just
not
like
going
you
to
can't.
charge him.
That's
I'm
just
not going
like
to charge him
hold
for
on.
everything.
Give me 20
Okay.
seconds. You can't charge Mariah for what people say in her chat.
But she has a certain level of responsibility, though. That's what I'm
But
saying.
you can't say, oh, this person said this about me. I'm mad at Mariah.
I'm not
Charlie.
going to say to charge them for everything, but they can't walk away like my hands is fucking completely clean because again, they're feeding and eating off of this. Okay, so I'm not saying Ronan's a bad guy. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
No,
But the
when he
same
said
way,
what he
But let
said,
me finish. Let me finish. What? Let me.
I didn't have no pushback because you don't fuck with a man money or his
or his
family.
wife, or his
Let,
family.
let,
Exactly.
let me
Family
finish.
means wife too, Rico.
Let me
But go
finish.
ahead.
Let me finish the point though, because I want to ask this too. How you guys have asked me, like, hey,
Charlie,
point
fuck you.
blank. So here, I want to ask you this. Okay, so you're and let me me and Charlie on this one real quick. So
Yes, sir.
you want for the community to be able to move forward, for people to be able to travel well, for there to be positivity, and everyone be able to kind of move forward from this, right?
No, sir.
No, you don't.
Everyone is all inclusive.
Okay,
I've never
okay.
said
So no. What I mean by everyone, what I mean is that the people that are doing this right, that people that are bringing good. So sorry, when I say everyone, I mess it up. That's what I meant by everyone, right? To be able to travel freely, to not have people looking at them sideways, to not be getting denied when they're going in the country, like that. That is the goal, right?
I agree.
Okay, so then I ask you this. So, this is an honest question, right? Because you said that you guys have called them out before in the past, and nothing has really happened, right?
Oh, who out though?
Like the guys that are doing the negative stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. We never called Ronan out because I've never seen Ronan be on no creep shit.
Yeah. Yeah, so right now, if I say everyone I'm talking about, and I'm talking about one side, it means either means the guys doing the dumb shit or the good ones, and I might if I glaze past it, okay?
Okay.
So then right now, and look, I'm not saying that you said this, but I've gotten labels, right? So when I'm going and turning these guys over that are doing this stuff, right? Am I really actually helping our because I believe I'm part of it, our community, or am I the racist, right?
Well, I think if we're being honest, Rob, I don't know if you just want to reiterate, but you're being disingenuous with that, and I'll tell you why. Because last night when I pointed out to you, oh, I thought you were just only going at black people.
Oh,
The
well, I'm
fact
not.
that you let me finish. The fact that you can show that you're going at white people as well changed my perspective.
Yeah.
It's not a black thing. It's a creep thing. And I
Yeah.
told her I could get on that train. I'm behind that. Everybody in my community is behind that. Black cleaner that's on this panel that can speak for himself, he's behind it. He don't promote street niggas. We just don't.
Yeah. So look, so here's my questions. I mean when I say everyone there, that's all inclusive too. The weirdos, the creeps, white, black, all that. Okay. So right now, and I want to ask you just point blank, okay? And I want to frame this right, so it comes out the way that it's supposed
I
to.
speak very
So
specific. Where I'm
yeah,
from, you gotta say what you mean and mean what you say.
yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, for
So
sure.
if well, you guys, if you were already saying it and it wasn't moving forward, right? That really, and I'm saying it, and we're able to get somewhere. Like I am your friend, I am your ally, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And do you think that because I am saying it, right, as opposed being a white man, right, that because I'm the white guy that's saying it, that's the reason that it has been able to some of the stuff has been able to shake out and stuff is happening?
Because you
I have a
snitching?
hard time this. It's not even
Oh, so here you go.
snitching.
There you go.
Some niggas need to be snitched on.
I'm glad that you brought it up. Good. You just said it out loud.
That's not what
So
I said.
so
That's
so
not what I said.
you just you on in one stance, right, are talking about you care about guys being able to do XYZ, travel, buy property, do all this. One of your brothers just got denied entry, a solid ass dude, because of what these guys are doing, which is breaking the law. And I'm the snitch.
I didn't say that though.
No,
If
I'm
I
talking
may,
to,
I
I'm not
said it.
talking to you. I'm
If
talking to
I
him.
may.
Oh, okay.
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 All right. In Colombia, all right, and y'all live in Colombia, I don't. But if somebody steals in Colombia, they don't. The police don't normally don't need to handle that. Is that correct? They usually handle it with street justice.
Of
Yeah,
Because
course.
yeah,
they
the
don't like
streets.
thieves in
Absolutely.
Colombia, correct?
Yeah, the streets police themselves well, yes.
Exactly. So you don't think that well, and to your point, I agree with what you're saying. But to Ronan's point, because there was because Ronan said it, and I like how he said it. He said the Gen Xers have been silent for too long because normally what happened was when the passport pookies, who are usually the YNs who came over to the DR and Colombia and all of these places and started, being with the clown behavior, throwing money up in the air, going out and mongering and doing all of that stuff. All of the brothers who are my age, 40 plus or whatever, we was like, okay, let's get away from those pookies. And we kindly like just tiptoed away and started going to our little spots. And then we're like, all right, we're not going to even be going to those areas no more. We're going to be at the cigar bar and, the places that they don't even know about. Let them control Sosua. Let them control Cartagena. But what happened was the press got a hold of it and started showing the YNs going hard in Sosua and all of these places and started labeling them. And now what happened was because we was trying to be isolationists, we was like, okay, we've been silent for too long. We need to start checking this stuff. But what's going on is while we're starting to make moves and starting to check the stuff, that's when we're seeing you all going in on us. And we're like, okay, darn, we over here trying to check the stuff, and we're getting shots fired while we're over here trying to check the stuff.
So one thing
I
real
gotta
quick to
step in.
finish
Hold on,
my
Rob. Hold on, Rob. I gotta step in because I need to provide. Let me tell you. I'm gonna be so for real. I'm gonna be so for real. It's gonna be ugly, but it's the hard truth. Y'all do not even be checking shit in the United States. The YNs is running amok in the United States. So all of this rhetoric about nobody else outside of our community say anything, we're gonna self-police. Y'all ain't never self-police. I'm gonna be so for real. Because every time y'all be like, I've seen it every time. We gonna self-police. Y'all don't say nothing. But people still running them up. Furthermore, when I look on Migration Colombia, it's like y'all got this civil war. Oh, the young dudes that's trying to floss versus us older dudes. These are the passport pooties. Bro, I seen men of all races, of all age groups and races on Migration Colombia.
The good dude that got
seen-
denied
I've
is not a
seen
pookie.
videos of a Gen X dude chasing this prostitutes around. I done seen him in the videos getting into it with the prostitutes. This is not to say this is all of them, right? But it's like in y'all mind, y'all got like this divide, like, oh, it's an age divide, or it's a
class divide.
or we're gonna be able to get this under control, and nobody's gonna notice. And as long as nobody else, the other groups say anything, nobody's gonna notice, and we're gonna get this under control. We seen how that shit worked in the United States. Everybody's still noticing. Because at the end, like it's not gonna work like that. All this policing, I've seen what happened when y'all just leave it to community policing. That's not what's gonna happen.
But
the guy got
that needs to get in because he's been waiting.
Yeah, for
so
sure, for sure.
y'all
But
need to let him
if
get a
I make
word
this
in.
right fast, Mariah, that's not realistic because the only way we could police these YNs in America is by eradicating them. Because there's no fixing a lot of them.
All right, come on, Nat.
That's just the point blank period of. But I'll end my plan there.
And before you get Knack, before you jump in, before he jumps in, real quick, I'm gonna be fast. The guy that I brought up that got denied, he's not a pookie, man. He's a grown ass man, speaks 5 languages, fucking went and risked his life for the United States 3 times, right? So even the pookies are not the only ones that are getting caught up in the crossfire of their behavior. Grown ass, good ass dudes, right, that are not part of it at all are getting denied into the countries, and that's my point, man. Like everybody is paying the price.
Okay, Nat, here's the deal. Me and Rob against you, motherfucker.
Hell nah, I ain't doing that.
Come on, Rob, I'm trying to help you.
I know.
I'm trying to be the savior again.
Yeah,
I'm trying to be the savior.
You are. Nat gonna knock you out before Rob could even step to the center of the streams. I mean,
That's what
I will get you upset, Charlie.
That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna be me and Rico versus you, Knack. I'm gonna step to the side real quick. You gonna drill Rico, and then me and you gonna go.
I'm gonna provide the wheelchair in the ice bag, and I'm gonna be holding the ice.
Is that Easy there? Is he?
Come on, he there.
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm just waiting so I can jump in. You know, I don't
jump in and whoop my ass.
I just want to say, like when Uncle Rico try to jump out there, I'm gonna be holding the ice bag on your head, saying you knew that was a bad idea when you started it, right? Don't worry about it. But Knack, the floor is yours, sir.
No, thank you, man. Hold on.
Everything good?
I think he said, "Hold on for a second."
Okay.
He want a moment of silence before he speaks.
Yeah, I'm doing my side squats, Nat. You better be ready, motherfucker.
What's up, Mulano says you need.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
I already held him accountable, Mulano.
Homies hub accountable for not fighting me in the ring.
I don't talk about.
I don't need to hold anything. Hey, look, y'all heard it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. I'll see him in New York if our paths cross. As far as Mr. Butterworth, and I call my brother Mr. Butterworth because his ass be flip-flopping like a pancake on these panels. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to get the smoke, that's my brother. I'll go back to back with him against anybody else. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no physical smoke for my brother. Now, Rob, he's my brother from another mother, but he's going to catch the hands. And Charlie Chan.
Yes, sir.
In his gym in Minnesota, salute to you, brother. They said he's the fastest with the freshest and the driest towels. So we need him out at the store to hand out them towels. You know what I'm saying? Get that water popping and all of that. You know, but Rob, you need to take your ass to sleep, bro. Rob, take your ass to sleep because if you're training for real, you wouldn't be on these 10-hour live streams.
Putting in
You're
work,
not training.
baby.
I see you sucking on vapes and all of that. You working.
On my jaw. I'm working my jaw just so when you hit it, I got more muscle there, bro, so it can take a blow, you know?
Nah, I ain't gonna punch you in your jaw. We'll punch you in your solar plex and your ribs. So you quit.
Never.
Nah.
Your body shut down with those type of punches.
And he's gonna make a decision to quit.
Knack, you have you looked back far enough, man? I got 90 days, man. You have you looked back far enough, man? I'm gonna be all right, bro. I got to
And
get to
Rob, do
work.
me a favor. Show me your bicep right now, Rob.
Show my bicep right now. I'm
Yeah.
fine. I got 90 days still to get leaned
Oh,
back
damn.
up, bro.
Not you have not a ounce of definition, or you got a cute tattoo.
I gotta
But
get leaned up.
you see how I'm looking 90 days out, bro.
I'll be all
90
right.
days out.
90 days out. I got plenty of time. I used to win physique competitions.
Okay.
I'm gonna be all right.
All right, brother. I hope so. Let me switch gears to the passport bros. And the conversation that was at hand, because my phone is about to die. And shout out to Rob for looking for another name for this title, because the word passport bro is tainted.
I'd agree.
Unfortunately, nefarious travelers and the worst of our community have gone, they've gotten passports and they've gotten social media and camera phones, and they screwed it up for well-meaning black men that want to travel, black men and women. Shout out to my sisters. So the passport moniker needs to be stayed away from, unfortunately. Um, I would never say I'm a passport bro, because I don't do what passport bros are now known to do. Unfortunately, that whole name got to be thrown into the garbage. Well-meaning and respectful black men and women that know how to travel and know how to move in the world need to really just not have a label,
No,
because
facts. I think that's better.
you know what I'm saying? Like I've been an advocate for black men to go experience the world and experience new cultures. It's fun, it's awesome. But I will not lump myself in with a name that has too many people that are proud tricks. Now, when you have proud tricks and proud mongers, then you also have other levels of that, which is really the bottom, that go other ways, that we've seen with people like people that we all know in these spaces. So separate yourself, respectful traveling black man. Don't identify as that bro thing, because you paint yourself in a light that you don't want to be seen. But definitely go out there and do your thing. You know what I'm saying? As far as the policing, I don't care if the cop was red, white, blue, or green. If there's people that need to be reported, that are doing bad things, that are having negative effects on how I'm looked at, get them. Because we should have been doing that. The thing about our black men is that we talk a lot of shit, right? We talk it, yeah, right? But then when you asking for a business plan, what are your business goals? What was your LY? What is the um return of the ROI on the, then they get quiet. So they can talk all that hot shit. Yeah, we need to police this and police that. But unless you contacted certain authorities, then you ain't really doing shit but jaw jacket. We like to say, well, you can't have it both ways. We ain't gonna snitch and we ain't gonna do that. But then also on the other side of your mouth talking about you want to police the community.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Facts. Because they don't have no teeth. They don't have no bite. And here's the thing: sometimes you just wait too late, and that's the problem. All of that, y'all are saying, hey, well, we just kind of let things happen. Well, hey, the best time to get a hold of things, just like with a child, you don't want to start disciplining your child when the child is a teenager, because now that teenager thinking they finna buck up to you. You got to learn how to start disciplining your child and setting consequences and boundaries for your child while they're still small and impressionable. Same with a movement. If you don't establish certain rules, boundaries, expectations, and regulations from the beginning, I like this comment. See, one issue, huge issue with the passport bros movement is that it's not a real organization. Like BMT said, it's
Well, neither is
an
FBA,
ideology.
though.
What?
Neither is FBA.
Yeah, neither is FBA, but that's easier. You know what I'm saying? It's like, did you have?
I agree with her because it's easily defined.
It's easily defined. Like, do you come from a lineage of descendants of slaves? I mean, that's very easy. Nobody, if a white man can't say that if that's not his lineage. Indian person can't say that if that's not their lineage. And it's easy to check. It's easy to say, actually, no, you're not. So the passport bros is a name made up to be monetized. In reality, it doesn't exist. It has no membership. It has no headquarters, no official membership, no president, no structure. It's BS. And it would have been possible to do this before the name got popularized. You got to think about the fraternities like Alpha Phi Alpha, and then if somebody's wearing their letters or claiming to be a part of their organization, they can take legal action against them. It's not a problem. So guess what? People know not to do that. Or I'm pretty sure it's a couple people that slip through the cracks, but on as a whole, that's not something that's really a thing, and you don't really see people acting a fool in their letters too much, because you finna get that paperwork. Okay, they finna put that law in your life, playing with them, right? So here's the thing: passport bros have no license to do that, and unfortunately, again, I'm not against men traveling. I'm not against men building friendships. I'm not against men moving out of the countries to buy property and to marry women of other races. I feel absolutely not threatened in that regard. I do not care. This is not a situation of me trying to keep Black men in the United States or anything like that. We're just talking about the term here. So this person says, you brought up a good point. Show me a mission statement. Are there travel discounts or benefits? Are there annual meetings? Besides the BMT app, which is his moneymaker, show me a membership card to the passport bros. No. And this is the problem with the term. I have to understand. The man that was in Colombia, Don P. Sound, that just got deported, do y'all know what was one of their primary sources of evidence? On TikTok in his bio, he literally had passport bros. Saying you were a passport bro, openly claiming that, and then trying to get into Colombia, and you're openly claiming that is incriminatory. Okay, it's called self-snitching. You're not going to sit in front of those immigration officers and convince them that you are, I'm one of the good ones. No, by the strength that you call yourself that. If they find that out, if they go on your social media and see that, you out of there and admit it. There's nothing you can do about it. Like, this is what I'm trying to explain to y'all. And I know it sounds bad, it sounds harsh, but it's the reality of the negative connotation that now comes with that word. And that's gonna happen whether we say something or not. It's too far gone. Y'all would have to have 10 years of positive press before you could start changing anybody's mind.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm gonna do? What I want to share with Charlie, because we're gonna get on and stuff tomorrow. And actually,
Are we still on here?
Yeah, Charlie's here. The few
so Nakmeezy
I haven't been very
well, I can't hear you. Can y'all hear Rob?
Yeah, you're gonna have to drop down or go into the comments, one of the two.
I can
drop the link for me once more, Mariah.
I'm gonna put it in there now.
Yeah,
right, I appreciate it. I'll drop down and come back up.
So Mariah, you look, I haven't been that active on YouTube, right? But and at first, I was going to start the podcast the way that you came on, actually, right? But then in just getting it, I've realized, you know what? Like, I don't think that this is actually going to accomplish really what I'm looking to do. Although that podcast with you and her, I think is awesome, having that conversation on both sides, So one thing that Charlie was talking about, right, that guys have been saying stuff that nothing has happened. Guys are getting on talking about finances and doing positive things. So tomorrow, what I'm really going to start to focus on, and kind of, because tomorrow's going to be my first time back popping up on YouTube, like on my own thing, is, right, because I have been able to say things, and what I have said has penetrated through, right, to a degree. Right, I'm gonna get Charlie on. I'm gonna get other Black men that are doing positive shit, and I'll come on to my audience too, right? And let's start talking about those things and having that conversation, and not saying, right, that it's not getting anywhere, right? Like what I have found, or at least with me, right? If there's a wall, right? I'm just gonna keep. I'm gonna keep running into it. I'm gonna break in through it. I'm gonna crawl over it. I'm gonna get around it. Like we're gonna keep going. Like just like last night when Homies Hub said to me like, "Hey, you think you're gonna get 2 million people a job?" No, but like I ain't gonna stop either, right? Like I'm gonna keep moving towards a solution for something that I believe in. So I'm gonna work on elevating guys that are doing good shit, right? And you know what? Collaborate. We were talking about, I think, Charlie, like charities and getting involved, coming together, using our minds to find ways that we can be impactful, that will get attention, right? That people will pay attention, that it will be noticed, and that it will break through, right? And because there is ways to do it, right? To what we're doing here right now, what's been going on, I'm gonna start to temper that down and to be able to put that energy and focus into the actual solution itself, because something is there, right? We have to keep going. And the only way to do that is to bring the people that want to do it together, to collaborate, even collaborate in thinking minds, right? And coming up with ways and solutions to make shit happen. Like the boxing event that I came up, that's just one way. Hey, and Flip Flop's already involved in that. Chiro, I think how I was saying it. Other guys are already involved in that. So at least we got already one thing on the map. So let's start stacking the W's, right? So from some months from now, like there will be content that people will see and will be out there, and then we say, hey, we're breaking away, we're separating it, that there isn't just one group to stereotype everyone. The evidence will be out there, right? So like
Question
that's
though.
what. Go ahead.
Question. I think that's an amazing idea. And I think like the people who really who are solution oriented will be drawn to your channel, right? And I think it's great. I think personally, one of the things I said too is like the American men from like all kind of backgrounds need to have a space where like y'all can come together. Because ultimately, when you leave the United States, your mentality needs to be like, bro, leave all that division. Like, are we trying to like come together for the good of each other, right? And if we can do that, you know what I'm saying? Like, however, I'm gonna say if y'all can do that, because that's more of a men's thing that you're talking about. I do want to ask you this. Do you think that you're going to be able to achieve that goal under the Passport Bros moniker? Or is it going to be something that's like a new label or something that has no labels?
It really doesn't matter because you're gonna get drawn into the
Real
label
quick, Rob,
regardless.
before you go, like say over there, we don't even identify with that no more. We call it this thing of ours. You know what I mean? Because it's not we're not identifying with those guys and anybody. And I separate the two purposely. I say this thing of ours in the YTF. What the YTF is, the YouTube family. And that's completely different from the brothers that's in this thing of ours. Because you gotta be vetted. You gotta show up. We gotta understand your mindset. If you going out there looking to exploit, we're not on that time with you. You know what I mean? But the sad the sad fact of the matter is this. I'm with Rob. When he's talking like that, he's speaking my language. But unfortunately, the positivity is not going to travel as fast and as far as the negativity do. And we would be disingenuous if we don't agree to that.
Not as fast. So not as fast. First, one thing that I said, Mariah, how you said like it's a man thing. No, because you already contributed on the channel where you got on and spoke to a Colombian woman talking about women doing there. So that is already something that's positive, because that's something that women could go to and look at with two women, one from the United States and one from in Colombia. That was going to be the point of the podcast. So you know what? It just so happened to be actually the one that I got to do is with a couple women. So that's already something that's good that is cemented there, right? So here's the next thing is one thing that I look at, it would be good for us to not have a label. But one thing that we have to recognize too is the people that are going to be judging us or putting us into a box or whatever it may be, they are going to label it something. Right, they're going to attach a label to it. We have to recognize that, right? Because they're going to say, "Hey, there's the Passport Bros," right? That's who are these guys? What are they doing? Right? They're not going to be able to say, "Oh, they're just a group of guys," especially if more and more people get involved, right? So I'm not going into it looking to have a label or anything like that. But we do have to be aware that the locals and the foreigners in different countries, they're going to attach something to it. That's going to come. right? So us in coming together, the purpose of it, right, isn't to have some team, some label, or whatever. It is to move in a different direction with guys that are like-minded and want to be able to go that way. So something will probably come of it, but it isn't, the purpose of doing it isn't to have another group with another name, not even close, right? But it is to break away from that and to move in a different direction. And look, you're right. The negative stuff, okay, won't necessarily go as fast, right? But when you say as far, think about there's certain people, if you think about on social media, right? The guy that will sit and he's acting like he's poor, he's broke or something, and someone comes and does something nice for him, and he gets him a fucking car, and he gives him like 50 G's or whatever. You see, that dude gets millions of views. Millions of views. Bro, he does so well on his content that he makes enough money to give that shit away, right? Mr. Beast or whatever on YouTube, the most popular guy on YouTube is positivity, right? So it might not, so that when we go into it, that's what I want to, hey, we might not move as fast, right? But we can get as far, right? And the more of us that come together, the faster we will go. Right. So we can make up, hey, what one guy can do at negativity might take 5 of us with positivity, but then we could get there. And that's what we have to start to focus on.
No, I agree with you. No, I agree with you. And I think it'll be good. I think it would be good for the travel space too, because like I ain't even gonna hold you. And I'll take my I'll say I've had some responsibility in it. Like I'll own my part. And that
oh my God, we moving it. Okay, yeah. Shout out to you for that. I'm all
I'm
ears.
apologizing for shit though.
No, you ain't gotta apologize. I'm cool
No.
with where you going with it.
But I'll take some responsibility in that I do a lot of responding to these hoe ass. Let me stop because I was already finna get negative again. I do a lot of responding to things that I could let slide. But eventually, I've been thinking about this too. No, real talk. Eventually, if I want to grow and expand, the content is going to have to go in another direction, right? Because I've noticed in this space, a lot of people have stagnated. So, and the reason why people stagnate, I'm gonna be honest, is because when you try to go in a more positive direction, the views start going down, and you just kind of like, hey, what's going on, right? You got to be willing to kind of go through that hump, and it's like kind of like the viewers that the travel space has attracted so far are people that like to see drama. If we could niche out our own thing, right? Where people who are actually more concerned about how are these American people like able to like build community abroad, and like, damn, we see like we have all this racial tension going on or all this political divisiveness in the United States, but like they're American, like, and then we got this gender war shit going, right? And I say this on my channel, I don't like homosexual behavior. Unless you're an actual homosexual. But don't be perpetrating like a straight person and coming on my channel talking about you hate the other, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like that. Now you gonna be gay open. That's all I gotta say. But like,
so I got a question for you then, Mariah. Would you magnify the positivity the same way that you magnify, like, say, the negativity?
Oh yeah. No. Of course, I would. I definitely would.
And that's
and then kind of like if you notice, the people that I've been going in on, I of course I had to say something about Future, right? Everybody had to call that out, right? But like, well, maybe we did.
I'm gonna be real with you, because I remember the weekend that all of that happened. I'm looking at the travel space as a whole, and I'm like, why is everybody giving this dude attention? Y'all could have just saw that and just left it alone and tried to do something else. But because of everybody giving Razor Rays, K9, it was like a full feature weekend of talking about, shout out to him, but I'm just saying the whole weekend everybody gave this one dude that a whole bunch of attention, and I'm like, wow,
because the child was involved.
That's what made my whole. Huh? Say it again.
Because a child was involved. It's not like he just went and did something crazy. There's a child.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, just the fact that everybody, the whole weekend, Rico, K9, Razor Rays, everybody was giving this dude, and there was nobody else talking about nothing else that whole week. And I'm like, wow, this travel space is cooked.
Because the news just broke and it was a child involved.
Hey,
So, I mean, you gotta, but here's the thing. Going beyond that, I see an opportunity to develop something new, more, and I will cover positive stories, right? And I will promote that on my channel, and I will, you know, when Rob want me to come over there and do a collaboration about some idea he got, I will go over there. But like what I'm saying is, it's an opportunity to leave all them, start something new, check all them isms at the door. What I mean by all them isms, the racism, the sexism, the what do you want to call it? The misogyny and the misandry. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause I don't care. I don't care what nobody try
You're
to
the first
paint
woman I've ever heard use the term misandry.
Well, you know, y'all know what they say. People try to say I'm that, but I wouldn't consider myself that at all. You just not finna play with me in my face.
You
But
know
I
what?
don't get on here and bash and bad. Over like 93% of my audience here on YouTube is male.
Yeah. You know what I'm going to do when it comes to the positivity? When you look at it, right, and just knowing social media and just how things work, what has to happen for it? Well, we just got to do what we got to do. But when it comes to the content and it being able to reach who it needs to reach and start to send the message that we want it to send, we got to be able to tell stories, man, right? You got to share stories. So one thing that I'm already working on, regardless of anyone wanting to be involved, okay? When people, they asked me last night with the Live Abroad Academy, like, what are you trying to do, right? Part of like what the big vision is, and I'll show you this too, Charlie. We could do it offline. I'll show you all this stuff. So I have like an umbrella company that's going to be called Mario's Mission. Mario is the family member that my wife and I lost in Venezuela, right? I talk about it her because she's been with him forever, but he and I talked every day for the last 10 months. Very important man in my life, right? So that's the umbrella company. I already have multiple like foundations. Well, that's going to be the foundation charity underneath it. Beds and Barrios is the first one, right? Right now, right? And I always focus on Medellin because that's where I'm at. There's an estimated 39,000 kids in Medellin that go to sleep at night without a bed, right? So the mission is going to be that every single kid in Medellin has a bed. And then after that, every single kid in Colombia has a bed. And then after that, every single kid in Latin America has a bed, right? So there's that. And you know what? We're doing that because we want to, and it's the good inside of us. But don't make any mistake. Yes, we are going to use social media and content to tell the story of the things that we're doing, and 100% that shit will go. Okay. And you know what it's going to do? It's going to bring in donors to help fund it to where Medellin can turn into all of Colombia and all of Latin America. Then after that, the second one I have in place is foods for families, right? Helping feed people as well. There are things that we can do to have a very positive impact on the people around us in the countries that we're in, that people will latch onto, that we could be part of. And I know, hey, I'm going to go and do this, but I know that I need a lot more around me. And I don't even just need my ideas. I'm open to other people's as well. But there is 100% things that we can do that are extremely impactful and that people will pay attention to. And then within that, we could share the other message about how guys are acting, whatever. But we can't just talk about like behavior and stuff. We have to model something else. And then when people are asking about that, then we get to share the message about the whole story, if that makes sense.
For sure.
Let me
100%.
say this, because I actually had this discussion here in Panama, especially amongst the black expats. And the one thing that I do not like, because what I do see with the YT community, okay, that doesn't happen in the black expat community, is that when they come over here, and Chinese, Russians, they'll come over here, they'll pool their resources together, they'll develop high rises, they'll develop commercial jobs or whatever here, and then they'll hire the people that look like them to work the jobs. And that's the more, a lot of times when you go to these red light districts, all you see is the people who share the same skin color as me in these red light districts. The reason is because they're not allowed to be able to work in these because of the colorism that goes on in Latin America. So that's why you do see a lot of prostitution, excuse me, in these areas. And what needs to happen, because I always tell them, because they're always doing what you're talking about. The beds in the barrios, the books in the barrios, and all of this stuff, and all they're doing is just virtual signaling. I'm saying, well, why don't you all just do what the other people are doing? Go get there's a lot of blighted properties out here. How about get a team together to pull your resources and start developing some of these properties and hiring these people, because these people really want to work. I got a girlfriend here in Panama. She owns her own home. Okay, she inherited it from her father. But guess what? And it's all paid for. But she ain't got no job.
That's my wife, my mother-in-law is like that as well. So similar situation. Here's the thing.
And she struggles every day. And she had 3 daughters, so she doesn't want to go out and hit the red light district, because she's trying to show her daughters that you don't have to do that in order to generate some income. So every day she gets up, she cooks pastries,
Shout out to her, bro.
she does hair, she does all of these things just to show that, hey, I
know
can get out
women in
here and do it on
America
my
that's like
own.
that.
But every time she goes to try to look for work, because she's a darker hue, she's usually gonna get judged and turned away.
So, I understand what you're saying.
Let me respond to my brother.
Yeah.
That's why we gotta drive the boat. Because when other people drive the boat, you cannot be mad. We cannot be mad when they let their people on the boat. We gotta drive the boat. We gotta goddamn it contribute. Because all of this is fine and dandy talking about it, but what are we gonna do about it?
Absolutely. Look, and here, when I talk about the plans that I have, things that I have, I'm bringing other guys to involve. I don't have to even be the central figure. I've offered guys, I'll tell you this right now. So first thing to speak on when you talk about them getting jobs and whatnot, in my Live Abroad Academy, anyone that's Colombian, and really it would be anyone in Latin America, I just always say Colombia because where I'm at, right? That could speak English, because to do high ticket sales, you got to be able to speak English, right? Can join the academy for free. Right, we have women right now that are already interviewing for positions as marketing assistants, and I just hired a Colombian. Actually, I hired one Colombian woman yesterday. I hired another Colombian woman today. Right, we are going to translate the media buying into Spanish, because you don't really have to know English to do media buying, because it's not like client facing or any sales. So we're actually going to open the door and create a pathway for even more people. So I'm trying to tap into that as well. Right. But again, I'm only one person, right? I can't do all of it, nor do I want to do all of it. Or I want more people with me. So, and look, when it comes, I'm in Texas. I'm from Florida. I moved to Houston, Texas, in Conroe. And they said, when I went to open the gym, they were like, bro, people already tried to do that and it failed. He's like, and at the time I still had my faux hawk. He was like, you're a pretty boy from fucking Florida. Like they call me an outsider, right? And this is country boys, white boys, country boys in Conroe. Like, you're an outsider. It will never work. And you know what I said? They ain't me. 6 months later, I had the biggest, baddest gym in fucking all of North Houston, because they ain't me. And I'm not saying that because I'm special. I'm just saying when I commit to do something, like, I'm doing it, right? I'm not doing beds and barrels and shit like that for virtual signaling. It is who I am. I already had the plan a long time ago, and I'm very much invested in the city because I have a family and I have kids there already. Kids are like the tug on the heartstrings for me, right? Some people want to help old people. Some people, kids are what get me going, man. So that the mission is really about them. But hey, if in the process, right, we could bring positive attention to foreign travelers, you're damn right I'm gonna seize that opportunity, because we have taken a beating as a result of our own actions, right? But 100% they're going to see that there are dudes here that are impactful to where now you don't see gringo go home anymore. They say, which part of the gringos are you with before we say go home or not? We're going to change that narrative.
You better talk that shit, Rob. With that being said, listen, I don't gotta be Jordan. I've said that on my channel multiple times. I don't gotta be Jordan. I don't gotta be Warren Buffett. I'm cool with being Scottie Pippen, Tony Kukoc. I just want to be on the winning team. I understand what it takes to play your part. To be a part of a team means everybody got a separate part. I'm okay with just getting a ring for being on the right team. And with that being said, bro, we're kindred. And I told you that last night when you said what you against. I'm against that too. And with that being said, I will say this. Like, shout out to Mariah as well as Rob, because this provided a lot of clarity for me tonight. Now, shout out to Mariah. If I'm being honest, the same energy that I seen from her on like viral clips is not the energy that I got from her tonight. You know what I mean? Like, everything's been copacetic and we've been conversing on a human level. Like I say over there on my channel, it's okay to disagree with somebody. Long as we could disagree in a civil manner, I'm all for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But to like threaten somebody, I'll do this when I see you, this, that, and the third, bro, I'm scared. You run up on me, I'm gonna do what I gotta do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But at the same time, I don't want to be pushed to that. I want to be on a part of a team that's making a difference. That's why my brother, Mr. Peppers, I can't see his chat now, but he was like saying I was a big anti-Rob guy, but now that I see what you're doing, I'm gonna catch more of your content. I think a lot of you guys get a bad rep because of what goes viral. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
with that being said, I land, but bro, I'm with it. I'm with it wholeheartedly.
Here's the thing too.
Me and my troops, we come marching and we frontline. We the 300.
And that's what we need more of. And look, here's the thing. When it comes to content, bro, I already got a plan there too. 12 months from now, right? Remember this one. 12 months from now, you ain't gonna be that. You know what you're gonna see that's going viral? The shit I just talked about. My channel gonna go positive. Hey, the people that are following me, a lot of them for the most part want to see positive. They look at a lot of the stuff that I'm doing already in a positive frame, right? Because they think it'll go to some. So we're going to transition, right, away from a lot of what we see now. Not, hey, if a girl scopes a guy and it comes to me 12 months from now, I'm gonna call her ass out, right? But we're gonna be focused on the positive stuff, and it's gonna get to people, bro. And people are going to want to be part of it because, man, who doesn't? Not who, you know, obviously some, right? But for the most part, who doesn't want to be a part of something that is good, positive, and helping people? For the most part, most people, like what we're talking about here, want to be part of and do good.
No, I believe that. I believe that. Rob, I think you have some amazing ideas. Shout out to you, the Black Cleaner, because I think you came up here a little bit skeptical. But here's the thing. It's okay to come on my channel to be skeptical or disagree. Let's say anybody. To be skeptical or disagree or have different points than me. I have no problem with that, y'all. I think what y'all see when I'm going viral is I know that I have a very good spirit of discernment. My spirit of discernment is impeccable. So I know when somebody's trying to play with me, and I know when somebody is coming off of good faith. You know what I'm saying? So, but I appreciate y'all for like coming up, having the conversation, listening to the ideas that Rob has presented, because I think these are some amazing ideas that he have. And a lot of people in the space feel like, okay, well, you know, I've heard people say, hey, well, y'all just got here. What do y'all know? And I understand that there's some inertia because people are like, we've been here. But here's the thing, y'all. Everything changes. Things have to evolve. It's always gonna be somebody coming like with newer or fresher ideas. And here's the thing: we're at a crossroads because again, this drama stuff on here, yes, for entertainment, but this is gonna get old. And there's really, honestly and truly, there's no growth in it. If there was growth in it, these channels would be bigger than what they are, right?
You better talk your shit.
People like these channels is not growing. We recycling some of the same viewers when we should be trying to attract other viewers, but you're not going to attract viewers if you're not going to attract a new audience if you're in your ego. You're not going to attract a new audience if you won't work with this person because they're white, or this person because they're black, or this person because they're Hispanic, right? Or this person because there's a woman, or this, like all the isms, you know, like that shit has to go out the window. And we have to start looking at it from the perspective of like-minded people and like, are we in alignment? All of that getting on the internet just to flex a lifestyle. This travel thing is never, to me, it should have never been about flexing a lifestyle, trying to shit on other people, trying to, oh, look at me, I got all this motion outside of it shouldn't be about that. It should be about each one teach one. This is what I wanted to do, this is how I got here. The reality of the matter is it's gonna be some bumps along the way. You know what I'm saying? So that honestly and truly, that is gonna attract a different type of audience. I think honestly and truly, where we're at right now, people are just a little scared to let go, especially if this has been the way that they have been eating, or some type of consistent source of money, or a consistent source of, I got the same people watching me. People are scared to take that leap. But here's the thing: in life, there are no guarantees, and the only way to grow is to take leaps of faith. So, I'm so grateful that both of y'all came on my channel, my newcomers to my channel, not new to the space, to my channel, Charlie and the Black Cleaner. And I'm also very grateful to Rob for having a vision and continuing to share that vision. And anybody upset or mad, here's the thing, baby. Like Charlie Chance TV said, he want to be on the winning team. Mm-hmm. This ship is sailing. The train is leaving the station. Are you gonna get on it? That's what you got to ask yourself.
Yeah, Mariah, look, like you said, hey, we're new to the space. Like, we're just coming into the space. You know what, as it pertains to Mariah, yeah, we're new, maybe coming into the space, but bro, we came with shovels. Let's get to work. We spent like the last month and a half or whatever it's been doing all the beef, this, that, and back and the other. But as much as, I'm growing a personal brand and content on there, dude, I'm not trying to have negativity be the reason for the clicks and shit all the time. It don't build up the type of audience that you want to get anywhere with over the long haul anyway. So we talked about it all tonight. Already got something set up for tomorrow that I want to turn into going into having a good discussion in a positive direction, and then feed into what we're talking about right now. And for me, like, that's like the declaration, hey, I'm done with all of this stuff, because it ain't going to get anywhere, and I don't need to go back and forth with people like that for too long. I did feel at some point, hey, I needed to come. People had things to say about me, ideas about me, and it was important for me to be able to come and stand on and go on different streams and say exactly who I am and what I am about and what I'm not about. That part is important. But now, right, I'm just gonna be, right? I'm gonna be me and be who I am and do and focus on what I'm gonna focus on. And I can, if other guys are like-minded and want to be part of it, cool, let's go do it, man. We ain't like you said, Charlie. None of us are doing it to be the captain of the boat. We're doing this to get shit done, and we know that we ain't gonna do it by ourselves, because like you said, guys have already tried. One here, one here, one here. That shit don't work.
Mm-mm.
That's a fact.
No, it don't work. It don't work. Okay, so guys, I'm gonna go ahead and close out the live. Shout out to you, Mr. Pepper. Mr. Pepper says I'm new, writing in the chat. Okay, thank you.
That's one of my brothers. Shout out to
Thank you. Shout out to you. And y'all make sure. Hold on, real quick. Hey, politics. What's up? Good to see you in the chat. Shout out to Lemonade. Lemonade Music said, take your ass to bed. I don't know if I shouted you out, Shy. Shout out, salute to the chat. Because y'all stuck with us through this long. Some of y'all been here from like the beginning, okay? Or at least like y'all been here for hours.
Yo, Pepper's been talking shit for 8 hours.
Yeah.
Shout out to my brothers Peppers, POV, Rainier and Misha. I know a lot of people bring up that I got my good brother DCPRT playing in the background. That's one brother that I know I ain't got to worry about getting a copy strike on. And me and him literally met up in real life in Brazil. You know what I mean? And bro, he one of those brothers that's moving the community forward as well, man. So shout out to you, Mariah, because what I will say, I definitely got a different perspective of you. The fact that I got a chance to pull up and converse with you, it completely changed my my view of you and the rhetoric of what people say about you. Because what I will say, like earlier, you came in a little bit hot, but once we started talking and we got a chance to really converse with you, you give off real genuine vibes, and that's something that I appreciate. Rob, I already told him my thoughts and things of that nature. Bro, if you going after these PDs, man, I'm a hunter too. I want to go after them with you. You You know what I mean? Because we need to get them out of the space. Because if that's what you're traveling for, you don't need to travel. You see what I'm saying? Be a weirdo where you at if that's the case. So with that being said, man, I appreciate you, both of you. I appreciate the panel and the fact that do you generally go 8-hour lives?
Well, this is the longest, but I go a long time. I know
Yeah.
I be on here a minute. I gotta,
Yeah.
it's a lot to sift through.
No, not just a lot to sift through. When Mariah got something to say, she got a lot to say.
Oh, I be dissecting it. I put that thing down, flip it, and reverse it, baby.
Yeah. And look, when people bring up Mariah too, how Mariah said, "Hey, I have good discernment about people." Man, I'm a marketer. I literally judge humans and their behavior for a living. And I obsess over being good at my job. So that's why I have always been tight with Mariah, because I've been able to see who Mariah is from the beginning. Not that everyone has to, right? Everyone has a different path to different people, right? But I've been able to see that from the jump in terms of who Mariah is. And I've said it, hey, even being able to be a woman living in another country, leaving from the US, most women would fold in a heartbeat, right? They wouldn't do it. Just the fact that just that alone, right, puts Mariah in a category by herself, right? There's other women are doing, you know what I mean? But for just how she's able to move and do that, hey, come into a space where people are actively pushing against you, still get it growing and get your message out there. Like, Mariah moves in a way that she can be and is already a lot of value to the community. So we should be looking ways to lift Mariah up and include Mariah because when we go talk and start doing the things tomorrow, hey, all are invited. Men, women, black, white, Colombia. I don't give a shit where you're from, right? That was the whole point of when I was trying to launch my Other Side of the Street podcast, was literally to bring people together. Because, and Mariah, I've said this to you, hey, whenever someone takes some time to actually talk to me, a lot of times these guys find out that we have way more in common than we do different.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Sure. You said that last night, and I agree.
Mm-hmm. The Black Cleaner, did you have anything that you wanted to, like any closing remarks, anything you want to say?
9 p.m. tomorrow, Pepper.
Oh, you muted, brother. You muted, brother.
I said no. Charlie Chan said everything that I wanted to say, only smarter. But yeah, I appreciate the time on the panel, and I'm glad we was able to peel back the layers on this, because I saw y'all was kind of tiptoeing around some of this stuff, and I'm like, nah, we ain't gonna go. We need to pull back these layers and get this stuff laid out so that we can move forward, as we said. So I appreciate that we're able to do that, and hey, let's move forward with positivity.
I appreciate that. Now, everybody in the chat, everybody watching, make sure y'all hit the like and subscribe button. Also, subscribe to Charlie Chan TV, Remote Living Gringo. What time will the live be tomorrow?
9 p.m. Eastern, as long as Charlie says he can, because I already got it locked in with the other guy.
Yes, sir. I'm pulling up.
9 p.m.
I'm already cleared my calendar. You good?
9 p.m. Eastern, and we gonna go 9 hours because I'm in it to win it.
Well, I don't know if I'm gonna stay up that late, but I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up in the chat and for support. If y'all want me to come up, I will. If not, I just watch for support. Be in the chat. The Black Cleaner, do you do YouTube or?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I do a Real Talk with Nate. The Black Cleaner presents every Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern. We do different topics. We talk about finances on the first Monday. Second Monday is Messy Love, so that's we'll be talking about relationships this Monday. Third one is family issues, and then the fourth one is race and politics and all of that. So I try to do it like church. You know how when you go to church, they got the senior choir come on, and then the children choir come on the third Sunday. So I switch it up to be able to get all of the categories and peel back, like what we're doing. We have a therapy session. We peel back the layers, and everybody shares their stories. So check us out. Check me out, Black Cleaner TV.
Black Cleaner TV. Okay, I'm gonna subscribe to you, Charlie Chan. I already subscribed to you.
I appreciate
panel, make sure y'all subscribe, keep up, expect great things. And of course, y'all are welcome back on my channel anytime. With that said, welcome. With that said, I'm gonna go ahead and press end on the stream. Y'all, everybody else, y'all have a good night.
Good night.